Christmas. Mrs. Claus is happy with the new Saint Nick. Everybody's calling her the biker chick. Now all her friends are jealous for the newfound clique. Santa bought a Harley for Christmas. It's really red, he's really proud. He's planning on parading through the Macy crowd. Gave up the sled for something loud. Now everyone will know when he's coming to town. Oh, Santa bought a Harley for Christmas. Ah, come on, Santa. Hey! Yeah! Santa still travels in the dead of the night, riding double with a reindeer. It's quite a sight. Rudolph's riding backwards like a red-tail light. Santa bought a Harley for Christmas. It's really red, he's really proud. He's planning on parading through the Macy crowd. Gave up the sled for something loud. Now everyone will know when he's coming to town. Oh, Santa bought a Harley for Christmas.
If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest
Is that a fat joke?
and the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Let's turn that sucker over on this good old hump day, Wednesday. This is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting live from the House of Degas, also known as the Fast Sports Studios. Good morning, Jimmy Mack.
Well, good morning, Foe Master Dre. I hope the world is treating you better today than it was yesterday or the day before that. I hope it has been a gradual, steady, if sometimes agonizing improvement on your end. How you doing over there?
Man, I am making it. Each day is getting better, and we are working towards a better version of myself.
I understand. I understand.
If that puts it in any perspective. But hey, man, I got a little bit of a Mike Tyson lisp for now, but we're making it work.
I kind of like it. It's kind of charming,
Yeah.
by the way. All right, so Jason Killinger is a truck driver for UPS. He went to the Peppermill Casino in Reno, Nevada on September 17th, 2023. This is a while back, but you'll see where we're going with this. After completing a trip for his trucking job. After he entered the Peppermill, the casino's AI identified him as a 99.9% match for someone previously trespassing on the location, Michael Ellis. So essentially the pitch of this story is a trucker wrongly detained by police after casino's AI identification software incorrectly flagged him is pursuing a lawsuit against the police officer after settling an initial suit against the casino. The AI, the artificial intelligence, considered Killinger, which, by the way, is a terrific name, a 99.9% match based on their faces alone. They thought that Killinger, Jason Killinger, was Michael Ellis, despite discrepancies such as considerable height and weight differences and eye color. This has all been reported by This Is Reno News. The casino then contacts the police, who detained Killinger, believing he was Ellis and was lying about his identity using fake identification. Killinger presented a Nevada Real ID, a Nevada CDL, his Peppermill player's card, and even offered to present pay stubs, his vehicle registration, bank cards, his union card, but Officer Richard Yeager still believed Killinger was lying. Yeager even accused Killinger of having a connection at the DMV, allowing him to obtain fraudulent IDs. All right, this is what City Attorney Alice Hebelschmeier wrote in a court file. In Yeager's experience as a police officer, he has encountered situations where real IDs were fake or obtained by fraudulent means. A person who has obtained a fake ID will often have other documents or additional forms of identification that match the fake ID. Let me just stop here for a second.
Stop it.
As somebody who actually supports police officers, who knows a lot of police officers, I need you to think very carefully in your own brain before you reflexively go to defend this police officer. Because many of you will. Many people who call themselves law and order types. By the way, I hate the expression. I'm a law and order guy. You know why I hate it? Because what they usually mean is I'm all for an authoritarian police state. That's what they really mean. I'm not kidding around here, guys. This is a guy who presented every potential form of ID and was willing to go deeper and deeper and deeper. And let me all ask you something. The cuffs are on. You got to stay calm. You got to be nice. You got to talk to these guys nice. You just got to stay calm. Let me tell you something, man. Once somebody has made up their mind that you're something, and decided that the world no longer needs due process,
there's no change in that.
There's no change in that. I don't care how nice you are. I will give you pay stubs. Nope, you got a friend at the DMV. I mean, think about that. That is literally just doubling down.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to believe in his head the policeman knew he was caught, knew he'd screwed the pooch. Absolutely had screwed the pooch and just kept digging deeper. Accordingly, this is what the city attorney, accordingly, the fact that a person may have multiple forms of ID bearing the same name does not necessarily mean the IDs are legitimate. How about the same height? How about the fact that they weren't even close to being the same height? Officer Yeager deals with criminal elements and people who lie to him on a daily basis. So basically where she's going with this, Trey, is she's saying, well, because he deals with bad people, he has a right to treat you as one. Let me really parse out what she's saying here. Therefore, he has been trained to carefully scrutinize information that is presented to him by a suspect. Notice what she's doing? Scumbag. She's a scumbag too. Because even though he has been exonerated, even though we're not, remember, she's saying this at the point that it's been proven he's not the guy. Meaning this is after the fact. She's saying, you got to understand, so he's supposed to treat a suspect. She's still calling him a suspect. See what she's doing?
Yep.
Unbelievable. Killinger offers direct evidence of fabrication. Killinger contends his, so Killinger was held for 11 hours before finally being released. Now Killinger says that he was wrongfully arrested and had his constitutional rights violated. You think? The suit against the officer also claims that Yeager lied during the investigation, and Deputy Reno City Attorney Jill Drake continued to look for ways to prosecute Killinger even after the case was dismissed. I get police. I really do. I understand. You get caught in a bind. You double down. It's the prosecutors, man.
Yeah.
They keep looking for ways to get you.
Mm-hmm.
They keep going like, well,
hold that onion back.
I mean, just literally. Killinger offered direct evidence of fabrication. Killinger contends his 14th Amendment rights were violated when Yeager fabricated, omitted, and mischaracterized statements he made in his arrest documents to make it falsely appear that Killinger had no way to prove his identity, presented no credible evidence of his identity, and offered conflicting pieces of identification, his attorney wrote. Yeager knew the statements he made in his arrest documents were false. You bet your ass he did. I know these kind of guys. Killinger has already settled a suit against the Peppermill Casino. By the way, this is classic. The corporation goes, yeah, we screwed up. Corporation goes, yeah, we own that. Then they got money and they got pockets. A body cam of the arrest can be seen, by the way, over at CDL Live.
Oh,
they actually have body cam. He does not look a thing like the person he was suspected of being. 99.9% match. You know, I have a friend of mine who talks about what all these AI centers that are being built around the country.
Yeah.
She thinks, she's an attorney, and get ready to get your paranoid hackles up, by the way. She thinks it's got nothing to do with anything that they're pitching AI for right now.
Yeah.
You know what she thinks it's for?
Tell me.
This.
All right.
She thinks it's Minority Report.
Oh, God.
She thinks, and by the way, this is not a person given to paranoid musings. She says the only thing that would justify the cost of what is being built around the country, the 5,000 plus centers that Jane Jezraoui and I talked about, she thinks, it's what she believes, that it's actually setting us up for a bro-tech police state. Let that sink in for a minute.
It's sinking in.
None of these people are your friends. Don't kid yourself. They're not the good guys in this story. They're not your friends. That's what's going on here. All right? Straight up, full out, that's what they're doing. Okay. This is the world we live in. Welcome to Road Gang Radio. I hope you're listening on the Heart of I hope you have the audacity to be a part of what's going on Odyssey. Hope you're yakking it up on YouTube. I hope you're listening in any way that is possible, because if you go to RadioNemo.com, you will see there are multitudinous ways of being the part of what it means to be a member of the Road Gang. Jimmy Mack here over at the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, blocks away from where trucking radio got its start and where it is changing as we speak. A lot of our friends out there are making calls, making the miracle happen. Phone Master Dre is on the ones and the twos. We are working out some phone issues, as it were, trying to get stuff worked out so people can call in. We don't have any problems calling out. We've got a couple of call-in problems. We're talking with the folks at Comrex, trying to figure out what's going on over there. But the good news is we should have the phones up and working either sometime later on in the show today, or probably, seriousness, given the way the world works these days, probably tomorrow. We got a great show for you, though, by the way. Dre, I got to tell you, man, I don't know what it is. I want to dwell on this for a second here.
Dwell on it.
Let's go back through this, because I really want people to understand what it was that happened. So the casino contacts the police. They detain Killinger. They believe he is Ellis, Michael Ellis, and they believe he's lying about his identity by using a fake ID. He presents a Nevada real ID. Okay, people can fake that. A Nevada CDL. Okay, maybe he got a friend at the DMV. His Peppermills player card, which means the Peppermill should have figured this out, by the way, gone to the police and said, we screwed up. They didn't want to admit it, though. They didn't. It's their fault, too. All they had to do was go look at the camera and go look at Michael Ellis. All they had to do was go back and look at who Michael Ellis was. He even offers to present his pay stubs, his vehicle registration, his bank cards, his union cards. They could have called his union.
Yeah.
They could have called his union. He should have. That's a matter of fact, next time, if you're a member of a union, if you're a member of the Teamsters and you get yourself in this kind of trouble where you've done nothing wrong, call your union delegate, because they'll send an attorney for you. Richard Yeager, I'm going to keep on saying his name. I don't care what kind of grief he gets in his life. Still believe Killinger was lying. Yeager even accused Killinger of having a connection at the DMV, allowing him to obtain fraudulent IDs. And like I said, Hebelschmeyer, in a court file. In Yeager's experience as a police officer, he encountered situations where real IDs were fake or obtained by fraudulent means. A person who has obtained a fake ID will often have other documents or additional forms of identification that match the fake ID. Still continue to call him a suspect. Calling him a suspect years later.
Yeah.
It's like, you screwed up. We screwed up.
We're past it. It's over.
We screwed up. I mean, you can also say, look, we've dealt with this problem before. People have presented multiple fake IDs. That being said, we screwed up. We didn't handle this right. We're looking towards ways of settlement. We're looking towards figuring this out. There are people who do want big money, and maybe this guy wants big money, and by the way, he deserves big money, but there are people who often just want somebody to sit down and say, we screwed up. Because here's the thing. Until you confirm that he is not who just because you have a gut feeling that somebody did something, people are innocent until proven guilty. This makes me insane. It's literally, so we talked about the procrastination thing, all right? We talked about the procrastination thing in regards to people put stuff off because they don't want to shatter their narratives of themselves. What the city attorney is doing and what the police officer are doing is they are desperately hanging on to their own versions of themselves. You see what I'm saying, Dre?
Oh, 100%.
They're holding on to who they are, and that's gross. Straight up, guys, it's gross. It's like, rather than saying I screwed up, and I will tell you, it's the worst. It's the absolute worst. Sorry to kind of get off on a rant there. It happens from time to time. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, man, it's time to transition into our next guest.
Yeah, I know. Maybe Tony can bring my temperature down a little bit here. Tony Bradley is talking about the Trucking Resurgence plan. You can go to truckingresurgence.com. He joins us this morning. Hey, Tony, what is up? How you doing, man?
Good morning. I'm doing great. Thank you.
Let's kind of talk about this. Trucking Industry Coalition released its action plan targeting fraud, CDL integrity, and cross-border enforcement. And the reason I told the story at the top of the show is because when stuff starts happening that jeopardizes the verification system that jeopardizes whether CDLs are real or not. This is the kind of stuff that happens to innocent people. We're not just cleaning up the system to get rid of the bad apples, but to protect people who actually are playing by the rules. That's fair, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, when we do nothing, the bad actors win and the good guys are hurt. So we're here to protect them too.
Let me kind of give people the pitch here. It's an impactful show of solidarity. A broad group of state and national trucking associations across the country released a comprehensive policy blueprint to eliminate bad actors who exploit regulatory gaps, undermine safety, and create unfair competitive advantages in the commercial trucking industry. Talk to me about the fight for fairness and safety.
You nailed it. I mean, so, the state trucking associations that are part of the American Trucking Associations Federation, there's, 50 state trucking associations. We've been talking about these issues for, a year and a half, 2 years. And over our July meeting, we sat down and said, we need to do something. Our members, the good guys, are getting hurt. We'd been talking about how to solve some of these problems, and so we came up with the idea of coming up with this comprehensive blueprint and action plan that are, for the vast majority of the things in this plan are immediately actionable. It's a blueprint for FMCSA, for the DOT, to say, here are rules and regulations already in place. This isn't about new regulations. It's about using smart technology. It's about using the resources they already have to focus their energy to get rid of those bad actors. Because when we have the issues that have been percolating up through the industry over the last few years, it undermines the whole system we have. And so, we really focused on the 7 deadly sins, CDL integrity, MCMIS broken database, cross-border integrity, non-domiciled CDLs, English language proficiency, trucking fraud, and electronic log manipulation. But we didn't want to just complain. We didn't want to say, hey, fix these problems. We wanted to show the feds how it could be done. And so that's what's really different about this. It's comprehensive, one, but it shows solidarity between the state trucking associations and several of the national associations, really to say, hey, guys, wake up. We're here to help. How can we utilize our state resources to help you? And it's been very well received by the administration. We've already seen a lot of action taken by Secretary Duffy and FMCSA. We've been having these conversations with them for months on what's in the report, and we hope to continue the hard work.
And you got some friends of ours actually involved in this in the press release. I got a chance to look over it a couple of days ago, and there's some really groovy stuff here. John Esparza, the president and CEO of the Texas Trucking Association, Mark Colson over in Alabama are all kind of knee-deep in this. This really is, and I want to make sure people are clear on this, we're not introducing new things here. What we're talking about is taking what is existing, actually enforcing it to its maximum ability, and injecting the use of technology to make sure that it works as efficiently as possible. In some cases, we're actually stripping stuff down to its basic enforceable reality, right? I mean, the idea is not to create more bureaucracy. The idea is to simply use technology to streamline what is already on the books. That's a lot of the core of what's happening here, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, look at CDL integrity. The fact of the matter is the state DOT's driver's license systems don't talk to one another. We're asking them, okay, guys, the state level, AMVA, have your systems talk to one another so that we don't have these gaps, because we saw several accidents where a driver got a license in Washington and a license in California. So let's figure out a way to reduce these gaps. Right. There's problems. I mean, we saw after the pandemic, where people went out and got DOT numbers by the dozen. And so looking at them and saying, hey, why are there, 50 DOTs in a PO box, in Florida? Let's look at some of this data. Let's use AI and say, and most of them are dormant, because, that's the gateway for chameleon carriers. So we can look at this technology. It's not hard, bootstrap work. It's looking at technology and say, hey, something suspicious here. AI is really good at looking at patterns. And so that's why we wanted to incorporate that as part of the solution.
There are two things I really want to talk to you about here in the time that we have, is the MCMIS overhaul and also combating trucking fraud. You're talking to a lot of owner-operators and a lot of longtime drivers for some really reputable fleets and carriers. And, the concern is always, of course, for too long, a lot of this has been aimed at drivers. those drivers didn't, the bad actors did not get there by themselves. They didn't just find trucks, step into them, and start driving them. So much of what you guys are doing is making this kind of a shared sort of effort, that it's not just like, drivers, you got to be more on top of stuff. It's also a lot of you guys saying, we are going to go after the people who are making this easier for bad actors to get out there on the road, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, that database that you're referencing is incredibly insecure in our opinion. All you need to steal somebody's stuff is their PIN number, which they can guess. They're using phishing scams. I mean, we're dealing with international crime syndicates at this point, and you've got an owner-operator going up against an international crime syndicate. It's going to be easy to get their information and steal their information and fraudulently use their information to do bad things. And so, some security in that mix in this database, cleaning it up, getting rid of, all the bad data. I mean, there's an old saying, bad data in, bad data out. So it wouldn't take much to clean up that database and really say, okay, let's do two-factor identification so that, those numbers are harder to steal. And so, we need to help the good guys. And we think we've got a way to do that in this plan.
So let me ask you this question. So it's an actionable plan. It's a 7-point plan. Love the idea of 7 deadly sins here. CDL integrity, a MCMIS overhaul, a cross-border integrity upgrade, to reform the non-domiciled CDL situation, to start enforcing as they are the ELP, the trucking fraud at the center of this, and then the electronic log integrity, by the way, because part of the thing is we live in an era of self-certification in regards to whether it's CDLs or whether it is ELDs. What are the actions? What are the immediate actions in regards to these steps that you guys can take? Because you talked about the idea of people always say, that's great. What are the next steps here?
Yeah, I mean, in both those issues, it's eliminating self-certification, right? Self-certification assumes everybody's playing by the rules. But I think everybody knew right out the gate that wasn't going to be the case. It didn't take long for bad actors to say, here is an area we can exploit. And, unfortunately, when times are good, which is when these rules were put in place, bad stuff kind of is overlooked, right? The rising tides cover up all those stumps. Well, we're at the end of a 3-year freight recession, and those stumps are exposed. And so, it's never too late to act. And so that's why the timeliness now is like, okay, here's some glaring gaps in the system. Let's have third-party authentication of those ELDs. Let's get rid of the self-certification on entry-level driver training. Let's have some state oversight. The states have been supposed to do that, and we've seen they haven't been oversight in their old CDL program. So now's the time to act, and that's why the timing of this is critical.
By the way, we are joined this morning by Sun Devil Tony Bradley. He has served as president and chief executive officer of the Arizona Trucking Association and the executive director for the Arizona Trucking Association Foundation since 2013. He's got 26 plus years of experience in public policy, government relations, and public affairs. He's a passionate advocate for the trucking industry and is considered an ally and a formidable foe at the Arizona Capitol for all who either are with him or oppose the interests of truckers and people who are involved in the transportation industry. I want to talk to you about your role there as well, too, because it really sets up stuff nicely. You really are on the front lines, both in regards to bordering states that have different approaches to how trucking is conducted, but also different countries that have different approaches for how trucking is conducted. And I kind of want you to talk about how it is you guys go about building coalitions, because even though you've got yourself, people like Rebecca Euler, our good friend John Esparza, all involved in this, you need partnerships both in the public sector and at the grassroots level. Talk about how you build this coalition to make sure that these 7 deadly sins get lessened in regards to their impact on the trucking industry.
It's a coalition of the willing. And so, a lot of times people don't know how pervasive these problems are. And so it starts with that conversation. It starts with having conversations with your local law enforcement to see what problems they're seeing. We're very proud of our relationship with the Arizona Department of Public Safety and the Arizona Department of Transportation. It's about other associations. I meet every Friday with a group of other associations to say, hey, what issues are you guys dealing with? And then talk about the issues we're facing in the trucking industry. So it really starts with having that conversation. And then once people figure out the problem, oftentimes they're on board. And what can we do? So many people know the good things that the trucking industry does, and that life wouldn't be successful without them. And so they're willing to help. But it starts with having those conversations and really saying, hey, guys, here's the challenges we're facing, because they just don't know the problem exists. And the same thing happens within our industry itself. I mean, the front lines of our industry are always the drivers. If you want to know what's going on, talk to the drivers. They see it day in and day out. And so it's making sure you listen to, one of the early lessons I had was listen to people, see what challenges they're having. I often joke that one of the biggest challenges I have is my people don't complain, because they're so used to dealing with the situation that's in front of them on a daily basis and figuring out ways to overcome. So we need to share these stories with one another so that we can figure out ways to combat those challenges head on.
By the way, the term that is often used for what Tony just described is called learned helplessness. And in many ways, you could make a case that these seven points are an attempt to battle that. The idea that, you often ask people what's wrong, and their first thought is not, here's what's wrong. Their first thought is, why bother? That is so much of the way apathy becomes the real great enemy. It's not so much even the bad guys, but at some point, a level of exhaustion where you have to make kind of judgment calls between doing your job and taking on things that are hurting you. You say, you know what, I'll adjust to the pain, but I've got to get the job done. This is also an attempt to defeat decades long for drivers of learned helplessness, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, that's what the state trucking associations are here for. I've been in my job almost 13 years, and I have to remind my members on a daily basis, hey, we're here to help. We're here to help protect and defend the trucking industry. If you have problems, let me know. I'm your first line of defense.
Yeah, and we would just recommend everybody reach out. Where can people go, Tony? We're going to be out of time here. I'm always kind of shocked at how fast kind of things fly by. But where can people go to kind of see what you guys are up to, and more importantly, get involved and actually break through the gridlock of despair?
Yeah, so the action plan is at truckingresurgence.com. The Arizona Trucking Association can be found at arizonatrucking.com.
Thank you, by the way, for your time, and the happiest of holidays, even in a place where the sun always shines and it doesn't always feel like that nip is in the air. But, brother, I envy you, and I hope you're having a great holiday, and I hope next week is terrific for you. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you. You too. Thanks for having me on.
You got it, brother. We're going to take a quick break here. Actually, it's a longer break because we're going to take a deep breath, get our pledge, our national anthem, a little bit of a bracing cup of Java from Pastor John. I will come back for a split second, I think, right, Dre? Before that music. No, we're just going to go straight to the break. We'll go straight to the break after the good pastor talks and come back and talk to TAT. Break us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked away, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's a good time for a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Wednesday, 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 Wednesday. Hey, we've made it to the middle of the week. So if we've made it to the middle of the week, I want to also tell you something else. We're also in the middle of this month. We have a few days left of this month, and we'll be in a new year. Hey, I want to ask you something. Remember I talked to you a little bit yesterday by Isaiah 40, verse 31, and I shared with you, but they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength, and they shall mount up with the wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. You remember I shared that with you yesterday? I want to dig in this and show you something else that God showed me. He says, they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. Watch this. And they shall mount up with the wings like eagles. Do you know that the eagle flies? I mean, it flies so carefree. And you know why it flies so carefree? Because it's flying off the wind. It flaps its wings, and there's enough air up under him to carry him to where he wants to go. Now let me ask you something. Do you have enough of the Holy Spirit in you to carry you to where God wants to take you? Do you allow yourself to be open enough with God to let God carry you to where he's trying to take you? Because you got to notice what Isaiah says. Isaiah says, now watch what he says. He says, they shall mount up with wings like eagles, and they shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. So Isaiah is letting us know, if you're tired, it's because you're not allowing God to carry you. God bless you, brothers and sisters. We've got to trust God. We're in the home stretch.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Visit drive4bme.com. Drive4bme.com to learn more about the Bennett values and opportunities for drivers just like you. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
I love the good Pastor John. Can I just say that, by the way? I adore Pastor John. He proves that you can do what many people think is the impossible. That without lecturing people, without scolding people, without kicking people in the stomach and talking down to them, you can be tough. You know what I'm saying? That's something I really adore about the man. I hope you guys have enjoyed your time with Pastor John. He will continue, as he always does, but I just think the man is muscular Christianity writ large. As Dre and I have said, people who have veins in their neck as they preach the good word and shoot from the parking lot to often get string music. When I hear him, I always think to myself, Dre, when I hear the man, I always think to myself, he's a guy that actually can make a basketball from the cheap seats. And remember those chains? Rather than having just net, they had the chain nets. That shk. I always hear the sound of like a basketball swishing through. I am just thrilled to have Dylan Wecht and Hillary Bonanza here today. Joining us for TAT. I can't thank them enough for making time. Tat is been a longtime partner with us, and basically in many ways is providing a model for a lot of what is going on around the country. They, of course, are doing it with human trafficking. They are doing it with the scourge of what trafficking means above and beyond simply sexual trafficking, but the use of human beings across the country, basically, essentially, create a modern day slavery. And these folks have been at the front lines for it. And so much of what is going on in regards to the non-domicile CDLs, the abuse of people who have come across looking for a better life and are being taken advantage of, young people who are snatched from loving families who are desperate and looking for answers and often find themselves running into people who are like Stromboli, basically promising a better life only to trap them in a nightmare. And these folks, for a long time, have been on the front line and have shown many of us the way in how to kind of take on not just human trafficking, but crime and exploitation in all its forms and fashion. And I can't thank them enough for making time this morning. Hillary, Dylan, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having us today.
Good morning. Thanks for having.
Dylan, let's start with you. We just kind of jump in here. As always, I like to give people, even though so many people already know what you guys are up to, give us a 30,000-foot view of TAT, and we'll kind of talk about in particular what it is we're going to be talking about today.
Absolutely. So you summed it up nicely. We are working with the transportation industry, with trucking, bus, energy, whatever it is, on being able to recognize and report human trafficking. So when TAT was formed, the whole idea was who would be able to assist law enforcement in recognizing and seeing these victims of human trafficking. Obviously, they're at truck stops, they're at hotels, motels, so they intersect with truck drivers on a daily basis. So our job is to put out awareness and training so that you guys are able to recognize potential victims of human trafficking and then report it. And today we're just talking about a certain topic of human trafficking. It kind of combats what people expect, what you see in the movies of people being kidnapped and chained. We're talking about domestic servitude, which is going to be people who are being trafficked in private residences.
Yeah, and Hillary, let's kind of dig into this as well, too, because one of the things, you're a research and project development specialist over at TAT. Dylan, by the way, is the director of the public sector engagement. But let's kind of talk about this as well, because a lot of people don't understand that some of these people are in our neighborhoods. Not some of these people, a lot of who we're talking about today are people who show up every day, sometimes are, forced to live on these premises and essentially function as, they're house servants. They are house servants. They are people who are asked to do a lot of the living and dying for these people, and they do it at wages that aren't even wages. Can you kind of talk about what this looks like at the ground level?
Of course, yeah. So the term that we use for this is domestic servitude, is this particular form of forced labor or labor trafficking. So this is a very specific form of human trafficking that is found in very distinct circumstances, which you already touched on, work in a private residence. And this creates some very unique vulnerabilities for those victims. And as you had already touched on, this is a crime where you have a domestic worker who is, in many cases, not free to leave his or her employment or her employer, and is abused and underpaid if they are paid at all. So many domestic workers are not receiving the basic benefits and protections that are commonly extended to other groups of workers, things as simple as a day off. And even in those cases, too, they're not receiving all those protections and those days off, even though they're usually required and expected to work around the clock 24/7. So just to sum it up, this is a very specific form of forced labor, but it does warrant its own category of modern-day slavery just because of the unique context and challenges that come along with this crime.
And you talked about the vulnerabilities, and I kind of want to expand on that before pivoting back to Dylan here. Can you talk about, in some ways, even when, all right, this is what I'm trying to kind of distinguish here. Are these people that are then presented to the people who, how do the people who get them in their houses get them there? Who is actually responsible for delivering these human beings and then holding them? I hate to use the word accountable because it suggests that somehow they have any responsibility to the people who are holding them in servitude. But what I'm asking, who are the people that actually, there's no better way of saying this than wield the whip. Who wields the whip here, and how is it enforced?
Yeah, that's a great question. And the simple answer is that it can look a lot of different ways, but from what we have found, a lot of times there might be workers who are seeking employment, whether that's in the U.S. or in other countries. And in a lot of cases, traffickers will use maybe online job advertisements, or they might use physical job ads in like newspapers, or they might rely on word of mouth recruitment. So in a lot of cases, some of these victims may think that they are getting into, a legitimate job offer. So in a lot of cases, traffickers, either they have connections or they themselves are doing the recruiting, and they're making false promises and posing as legitimate employers, so that can kind of get some people who think they're signing on to a legitimate job. That can help them maybe consent to taking on that work. And then once someone has signed on to the job and they've agreed to this labor, it can be the traffickers themselves. They might have someone that they contract with who then can get that person or that victim into their household. It really can look a lot of different ways, but either the trafficker themselves can do it, or they know someone who can help get that victim either into the household. If they need to gain foreign national status, they can help them do that. It really just depends. But usually they're using online job sites, or they're using newspapers or other forms of recruiting.
And one more follow-up, and then we'll get to the prevalence of it, is the fact that I was kind of curious. Every once in a while, I have to assume that somebody thinks they're getting a legitimate person to come in and work on their home, and then realizes something is off. Those people then evaporate very, very quickly, meaning so let's just, I'm trying to kind of figure this through. So let's just say I've presented one of these people to my home to help me clean my house and take care of my kids. And then all of a sudden it dawns on me, wait a minute, something is really off here. By the time that person figures it out, those people have snatched them back and they disappear again into the ether. Or is this a real kind of collusion between the people who are getting the work done for them and the people who are presenting them? I think you figure what I'm asking here, right?
Could you reword that for me?
Okay, so basically somebody has trafficked these people. Somebody is using these people, and they are taking a cut, or they are holding them in a situation where they have to continue to do the work. Do families who are looking for legitimate help in their home become also in many ways the victims of this, in the sense that they are not aware of the fact? That's the prevalence question. Are there people whose homes are being cleaned who don't realize, or children are being taken care of, who don't realize that they actually are not working with somebody who they are working with as a trusted employee, but is in fact the victim of human trafficking?
Oh, I gotcha. So if someone, say, either contracts a third party that they think is a legitimate, work site or a cleaning service, or it's the family members of the people who have brought individuals in. Yeah, I think in many ways that's definitely invasive, just to think that someone is kind of facilitating modern day slavery, maybe in your home, without you realizing it. And that's where I think it's just so important to have all community members, ground transportation personnel, a lot of people aware of the red flags of what to look for, so that this isn't happening to any individuals, the individuals who are working in the homes, the victims themselves, but also, as you mentioned, so that there's no families that have exploited individuals working in their homes without their knowledge.
Yeah, because I know a lot of people who actually make a living at this, and people who actually employ some of these services, treat a lot of these people as trusted family members, give them time off, only to then realize later on the person is actually spending the day off, supposedly actually doing the same thing and grinding themselves into the ground. Dylan, I wanted to ask about the prevalence of this. How widespread is this? And if it's so widespread, why is it so hard and difficult to identify it when it's going on?
Absolutely, yeah. So it's pretty widespread. Just throwing out a few numbers to paint the picture. Between 2020 and 2024, there were a little over 1,500 calls to the National Human Trafficking Hotline that specifically had to do with what we're talking about today, domestic work. And then another stat that the International Labor Organization collected was that more than 1.4 million adults, this is worldwide, are currently being trafficked in domestic work. So it is widespread, whether we're talking about the U.S. Or worldwide. And it's hard to identify because, as you were just noting, it could be either circumstance. It could be that these individuals or these families are hiring an individual with the intention of making them work long hours, not paying them, not letting them out of the house, that kind of stuff. Or it can be a cleaning service or some other kind of service that is going to your house and you don't realize it. But as you were saying, you pick up on some cues that maybe they're in a situation they don't want to be in. So in either case, you're going to not be able to identify it in a lot of cases because you're looking for certain things. So in a lot of these cases, there can be a blurred line between work and family. You don't know exactly If this individual is a worker, they're a family member, there's control and dependency. That's going to be with housing, food, immigration status. In some of these cases, you're going to have different cultural and social norms. And then, of course, it's taking place in a private setting a lot of the time. So that's not to say that these individuals are never allowed to leave the home, but where they're sleeping, what they're eating, who they're talking to. On a daily basis, we're not in someone else's home. So you're not really going to be able to see that. But the thing is, these individuals are taking the kids to soccer games. They are on the road at gas stations and truck stops. So there are opportunities for us to see these individuals. But a lot of this can happen behind closed doors, which makes it hard to identify.
Hillary, one of the things that people who, my mom and dad are what I call story consumers. They have their series of television shows that they watch on a regular basis. They're big fans of all the ER shows, all the medical emergency shows. And there have been a couple of episodes I've seen where people have been brought in by the homeowner as a trusted member of the family, only for the nurses to kind of put together they are in fact being trafficked. By that point, that person is already deeply enmeshed in that culture and often has a symbiotic relationship. One of the things that truckers present the opportunity for and why TAT is so powerful is that's the front line. That often can stop things before they get started or right at the point of inception of the evil. Can you talk about what it is that the transportation industry, why they are uniquely positioned, not just to see human sexual trafficking, but to see this kind of domestic servitude unfolding before their very eyes and what they can look for?
Of course. So as we have mentioned already, a lot of work that victims of domestic servitude are forced to do, even if they are out in the communities, which I'll touch on here in a minute, they're forced to do work that is happening a lot of the times in domestic private residences. So there aren't many third-party bystanders who are just naturally intersecting with these potential victims of modern-day slavery within those private residences on a regular basis. However, a group of ground transportation personnel who are going into these residences as part of their work routine are movers, in-home delivery personnel, and even in some cases, some final mile drivers. These professionals are in extremely unique positions, unlike most other workers and community members, to potentially see some of those red flag indicators of domestic servitude in the actual homes where they are making deliveries or moving items every day. So it's extremely vital for those in moving and storage industries, those in the in-home delivery sector, to be aware of some of those red flags of human trafficking that are specific to this form of modern day slavery. Because again, those personnel, those workers within transportation are the ones who are in those frontline positions, as you touched on, to see those signs of trafficking within those private households. And as Dylan mentioned, for any victims who are taking kids to school or out at truck stops or just out and about, it's also so important for all other ground transportation personnel to be aware of this crime as well.
Dylan, I actually had a question that wasn't part of what we're going to be talking about today, but I want to get to red flags here in a minute. Have you guys made any inroads with city services? Because I keep thinking about waste disposal management guys, that often the contractors or the city services for garbage disposal and all that, man, if anybody has a front row seat to something being off at a particular house, it's got to be the men and some of the women who actually are responsible for picking up the trash, as it were, that they actually have an up close and personal view. I just was kind of curious from my own sense of curiosity about if, in fact, you guys have relationships in regards to city services, because the people who read meters, the people who pick up garbage, all of those people actually have an eye in the sky that people don't even think about.
That's a fantastic question, and the answer is yes. I actually just yesterday booked a training in a city in California, and they wanted to bring in all of their city employees, and they were wondering what kind of information would be relevant to them, not just to law enforcement officers. And it's exactly as you just noted, to those men and women who are, if you're working in trash, recycling. We've done training with city food inspectors, people who, are working within homes, within restaurants, within businesses. We are absolutely training them on these red flag indicators as well, because as you just noted, they're positioned, they're outside your home, they're inside your home, they're right there to see what we're talking about. So yes, we are working with individuals who work in cities, states, counties, that kind of stuff.
Okay, so let's talk about that, whether it is in fact city services or whether it is in the transportation industry or whether it's somebody simply being a good and decent neighbor and conceiving of their neighbor as their fellow man. What are the red flags that people can see and instantly go, oh, something is not right in this situation?
Yeah, so some of the things that you'd be able to see or even note in a conversation with one of these individuals, say you run into them at a truck stop or you run into them outside of the private residence. One big thing is an individual who is on call 24/7, who works for a family. So obviously people have nannies, they have au pairs, and a lot of these people do work 24/7. But when someone's saying they're constantly on call, that could be a red flag. Not being able to have unsupervised contact unless it's a family member or a friend, someone that seems to be controlled. That gets into other signs of control, which would be showing signs of trauma, physical and emotional trauma. If they're outside the home, say you're a neighbor, this individual is always accompanied by someone. They have little independence. If you were able to be in that home, you may start to see signs that there are certain doors, certain rooms that are off limits. They're not able to eat with the family members. They eat lesser quality food, or they don't eat when the other family members are eating. They are not allowed to seek medical treatment. That could be a big one as well. And just restricted access to the home, or if they're in public, restricted access without the trafficker. So those could be some of the red flags that you may see.
You know, it's interesting, too, because, you know, and by the way, you'll be able to tell that I'm former law enforcement here. I've always said somebody looking over their shoulder, meaning over their back shoulder while they're talking to you, even if they do it subtly or slyly, is often a big red flag. Is anybody else listening? Is anybody else watching? If you get the feeling the person you're talking to is concerned about being overheard or watched, that should set off a big bell or whistle, correct?
Yes, absolutely. And it can be really subtle too. And you'll see that in conversations and in case studies with human trafficking victims and law enforcement. Sometimes the trafficker will be there and they are posing as a friend or as a spouse. And these subtle signs of control, even putting the arm around someone, squeezing someone's thigh, that's to say, hey, you know, we're speaking to a police officer right now, but I'm still the one in control here. I'm right here. So you want to look for those signs of control, looking over a shoulder, feeling uncomfortable in a normal conversation. Those are all going to be signs that maybe this is some different kind of situation.
Hillary, I kind of want to talk about that too, because I've always said one of the other telltale signs that we used to talk about is that person willing to make fun of the other person in public? And there really is, it takes on a lot of the same accoutrements of abused spouses. That often people who have encountered an abused spouse and the level of control there goes, it's the same dynamic to a large degree. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's very accurate. And in fact, when we talk about human trafficking, we will oftentimes, bring up some of the parallels to domestic abuse and what that dynamic can look like between a victim and a perpetrator. We always talk about maybe the statistic or the average finding that someone in an instance of domestic abuse takes an average of 5 to 7 times to leave their abuser. And it's very, very similar for trafficking victims. Those dynamics can look very, very similar.
I want to talk also really briefly here about being a hero by following process as opposed to taking what I would call rash or direct action too, because one of the things that, that a lot of the people who are engaged in this behavior, who are doing this to people, understand that if this unravels, they could go to jail for a very long time and could be considered dangerous when dealing with. So you guys really encourage this, make sure that rather than kind of stepping in and saving the day, absolutely extraordinary circumstances withstanding, that people should actually kind of follow process and procedure. That's part of what TAT does, right, Dylan? The idea, it isn't like go in there and save the day. It's like accumulate the information, contact who needs to be contacted, and let them take action without drawing suspicion that that's what you're up to, correct?
Exactly. We're not asking anyone to be a vigilante or a hero. We would actually recommend against it. You will see these signs, you'll recognize them, and as you just noted, these people could be facing serious jail time. So they could be very dangerous individuals in a lot of cases. You recognize the signs and you report it to law enforcement immediately, because these are the guys, the men and women who are trained to deal with this. So eyes and ears, but please do not become physically involved.
Okay, so Hillary, can we talk about the idea of not just what people should do, and there are people who have been with you guys for a while who kind of understand the process and procedure, but more people are being onboarded in this fight on a regular basis. Can you kind of tell our listeners and those who are still not familiar with what it is you guys do, where they can find those resources, and more importantly, where they can start to help kind of become part of the front line against this scourge?
Of course. So I think a great starting point for anyone is TAT's website, which is www.tatnonprofit.org. And if you are a ground transportation personnel, or even just a community member, someone who wants to get involved and learn more, I highly recommend checking out TAT's online training library, which is available through our homepage. We do have some very specific anti-trafficking awareness materials tailored for all of TAP's different types of ground transportation partners. So for instance, when it comes to finding some more information on domestic servitude, we do have materials for local drivers, and we have some resources featured in there that are a tip sheet for movers and a tip sheet for in-home delivery personnel. These do a great job of breaking down some of those red flag indicators for the different forms of human trafficking that these transportation workers are most likely to see as they go about their daily work. And that applies to all of the different partners that TAT works with. And these resources in particular do include some really nice sections on domestic servitude and sharing that information. So I would say going to TAT's website, maybe browsing through our training library, figuring out what types of tailored information you want to receive would be the best starting point to access those things.
Dylan, on a final note, thank you, by the way, Hillary. On a final note, Dylan, I also want to kind of add, and this is a genuine question as opposed to me thinking I know something and don't. I was kind of curious as to, we had a number of people earlier on in the show who were commenting on the chat about what to do when they spot, the ELP, the English language proficiency problems that people are seeing, and feel like that there might be somebody behind the wheel of a truck who, in fact, is in the same situation. Is this a similar situation, domestic servitude, to people who have basically been chained behind the wheel of a truck? I'm speaking metaphorically, but are a lot of the same red flags and warning signs on the road similar to what we see in domestic servitude situations? Because in many ways it's the same thing, and the same approaches and the same sort of caution and safety should be approached when dealing with this as well. Do you get what I'm getting at here?
Absolutely. And I would say yes. This is exactly like that. Long hours, isolation, being dependent on someone else's rules, power imbalance. I mean, if you feel like you're stuck on a route, you're pressured to keep going, you're dependent on someone else to make a living, that's going to apply in domestic servitude, and it's also going to apply what you're talking about here with truck drivers. It's an exact parallel. So it's very, very similar.
By the way, tatnonprofit.org, over on Book of Face at TAT Nonprofit, on Instagram at TAT Nonprofit, and of course at LinkedIn at TAT Nonprofit. You can find all the information you need there. I cannot thank Dylan and Hillary enough for making time on this incredibly busy time before the holidays. And people should be really vigilant as well, right, Hillary, during the holidays especially, because it's when we tend to need more things and be kind of focused on ourselves. It's really important that we make sure that some of these people at least have a shot at Merry Christmases moving forward, correct?
Definitely. Always want to be on the lookout, especially in seasons where there's high demand for labor.
Dylan and Hillary have joined us this morning. I can't thank you guys enough for making time for us. And by the way, thank you for all the work that you both do.
Thank you, and thank everyone for listening. On the road, if you've seen danger, you know when to hit the horn, right? With involuntary domestic servitude, it's the same thing. You may not see these chains, but if someone doesn't have freedom or voice, make that call. So thank you all for everything that you do.
Thank you, sir. By the way, it's a grand coalition, Dre, of people who move furniture, people who make those trips for the final mile, people who actually do waste disposal, people who read those meters, and just good neighbors and good Samaritans everywhere. Please, guys, go to tatnonprofit.org. We're going to be back on the other side of this break with our good friend, the Braz. Robert Braswell is coming. I want you guys to head to truckdown.com. If you do, you'll find a provider who's been doing it since '97. What they do is they make sure that you get out of the ditch and back on the road 50 states, 8 provinces, and a lot of good feeling to get you home for the holidays. We'll be back on the other side with our good friend, Robert Braswell. Thank you, Dre.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
It is the longest running segment of any segment on RadioNemo.com since Dave Nemo has been doing this. 55 years of doing trucking radio, and no segment has had a longer run than Tech Talk with TMC. Robert Braswell, of course, has really carved out something here kind of extraordinary. I love the fact that on the eve of Christmas, we are talking about antifreeze. I think that's pretty darn terrific, by the way, because you are the great antifreeze to what ails a lot of people out there on the road. Good morning, Mr. Braswell.
Well, good morning, Jimmy Mack. Thanks for the kind words. And it is great being back here on Tech Talk with TMC with RadioNemo. You're right. It's pretty appropriate that we're going to be talking about this topic today. What with the weather decidedly frigid in many parts of the country, we're going to be taking a deep dive into antifreeze and engine cooling system maintenance and specifications, why they're important, and what listeners should know about them during the winter driving season. Joining us on the program this morning is Joe Long, who's Senior Field Technical Trainer with Old World Industries. Those are the makers of the Peak brand of products. Joe is a member of TMC. He's very active in our S3 engine motor study group, where he's chaired several task forces dealing with coolants and engine systems. He's also chaired stations in our TMC SuperTech competition. He's a Silver Spark Plug, a recognized associate, and we're very pleased he could join us on the program today. But before we get started, as you know, each week we like to make a special offer available to our listeners. This week it's our TMC Preventive Maintenance Inspection Manual for technicians. It covers pretty much everything you need to know about preventive maintenance inspection for Class 7 and 8 tractors. And we're offering it for the special price today of just $25 plus shipping and handling. To order, you can call our customer service line toll free at 1-866-821-3468. Mention RadioNemo, and you get it for that special price. Also, if you're an owner-operator or you're a small fleet, if you've got 100 or fewer power units, we would love to have you as a member of the Technology and Maintenance Council. You can join today for the discounted annual dues of just $150. And when you do that, you're going to get our 2-volume Recommended Practices Manual, along with many other good benefits, too. So please call that same toll-free number today if you're interested in signing up. And as always, we remind our listeners at the top of the show, any recommended practices we discuss reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone must first determine for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed on the show are those of the individual and not necessarily the opinion of his or her company, nor TMC, unless stated otherwise. And with all that out of the way this morning, please welcome to the program Joe Long. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Robert, and thank you for inviting me in again to be handle a discussion on coolants at this time of year. Any time of year, it's super important to have the proper coolant in your cooling system. Merry Christmas to you, and happy holidays to everybody on this call.
So engine coolants, antifreeze, it's a two-sided coin. It's sort of like a thermos bottle that keeps the things that are hot, hot, and the things that are cold, cold, except kind of in reverse, right? It keeps hot engines cool and cool engines warm. How does it do this dual role?
Well, let's discuss quickly, how do you dissipate heat from any engine? That's water. So you have to have the proper glycol water content. You need water there to remove the heat. And then, of course, to prevent freeze, the glycol's there to prevent that freeze. And you have to have the proper amount of glycol there. So north of the border in Canada, a lot of folks buy glycol at a 60% or keep their system at 60% glycol. That gives you a greater freeze point closer to like minus 65 degrees. When you get into the southern states, which I just got back from down south, you're allowed to have a little bit more water in the system because they're not as concerned worried about freeze. But, there's a bunch of papers that have been written through the years to discuss, in warm weather climates, well, I don't need glycol in my system. That is not true because water-only systems have a tendency to generate bacterial growth. And that'll consume your inhibitors if there are any in that water-only type of system. So it is important. Cummins and Caterpillar have written papers on the subject, an SAE paper, and it clearly notes and discusses water-only systems in warm weather climates to have glycol in the system, not to have bacterial growth. So very important in that area.
But there's more to engine coolant or antifreeze than just water and glycol, although it's obvious that water is the real important part here. That's where the heat transfer can happen. But what about the inhibitor packages and all the other things that differentiate between the old green coolant that we used to run 30, 40, 50 years ago and some of the newer varieties that we call organic acid technology that really have changed the game when it comes to the extended service life of these coolants? They've almost become maintenance free in a way.
Well, yes, they are. And that's the goal, to take a little bit less guesswork out of the technician's hand when you use the term maintenance free. Always kind of remember this, though, as a technician, anything can happen in that coolant system. Once that vehicle leaves the shop and hits the road there, anything can happen, meaning a little leak can happen and you need to top off, and you could top off with A, the wrong product, B, you may dilute the inhibitors in there. So it's still important to test these systems and to buy the proper coolant. And the world today, across Asia and Europe and here in North America, factory fill across the area is organic acid technology. That's the extended life coolants as we know them. There's only one company that I know of that still factory fills with a nitrided coolant, and that's Caterpillar. And the reason is with the heat transfer, the copper steel radiators are less and less in production, and fabricated aluminum is the predominant factory build for off-road and on-road vehicles. And that has an issue with nitrites in the system. We've been studying this for, probably 15 years now, the reaction between nitrites and fabricated aluminum. So it's important for the fleet to use the proper coolant. And, there are some suspect coolants marketed in the industry, and I'll tell you a story if you're ready for it right now that I just got back from a southern state. I don't want to pick on the customer or the fleet, but I can tell you a story if you want to hear it.
Please do.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you, I was just at a large transit system down south, and believe this or not, they operate somewhere in the neighborhood of 275 on-road transit buses, and they were buying what we call, and we analyze for them, suspect coolant. It was not a brand name, the brand names of whether Peak or Chevron, Shell, Prestone, Valvoline, Xerox, those are quality names, as you know it. They do produce quality coolants. Well, they were buying an off-brand coolant, and it was suspect. And believe this or not, 50% engine failure. Cummins-powered engines, 50% by buying a suspect coolant. That is a tremendous failure of percentage. We don't expect 1% of failure in any world, and this has cost that transit system over $7 million to make these repairs in the past year or so.
And just to reinforce the point, it has nothing to do with the fact they were Cummins engines. It has to do with the coolant that was selected.
Oh, they were concerned, and they went to Cummins and said, "Hey, what are we doing wrong?" And Cummins said, "Hey, it's not oil, it's not air, it's not fuel, it's your antifreeze." And, they know who I am in the industry, and they came to me and said, "Help." And we did a lab analysis with a quality lab here in North America. And the lab clearly noted, what was in this coolant, whether it was inhibitors, whether it had some degradation. In other words, virgin or new coolant has zero degradation of the glycol. This had degradation in it already. So where was their source of glycol? What inhibitors were they using? These were all problematic issues. So buyer beware. And this was a major fleet that this shouldn't have been happening to, and it happened. And so that's just sad to hear that it cost this county over $7 million to maintain their engines, that it shouldn't have cost them anything in engine failure if you use the proper quality coolant that meets, whether it's Cummins or Cat or Detroit, Mack, Volvo specifications.
It's worth noting that you can even use brand name coolants, but if you're using automotive grade coolants in a heavy duty application, you're not going to get sufficient additives for protecting against liner pitting or corrosion control or hard water anti-scale protection. So just because it's a brand name, if it's an automotive grade coolant, right, for like your car, your pickup truck, you're still probably in danger of having these kind of problems, right?
Well, that is true, but in an emergency situation, these coolants today that I mentioned, quality brands, they can take upwards of 25% of what we use, the term dilution. So I don't want to say contamination. You're still using a quality glycol, quality water. It has some inhibitors in there, but you can, in an emergency situation, if you lost a hose and you need to add 3 gallons, 3 to 4 gallons in that cooling system, you're good to go, because these quality coolants today can take upwards of 25% dilution. So, you don't want to use an automotive coolant in a heavy-duty situation as a regular practice, but in emergency, it's fine.
Right. If there's a big sale at the Megalomart for automotive coolant, you don't want to stock up exclusively for your heavy duty product. I think that's the bottom line, because these things can happen. And that, that's a major fleet you were talking about. It's a great story to share. It just goes to show you that everybody can be vulnerable to these kind of concerns that we talk about on the program, whether you have one truck or 1,000. So thanks for sharing that story. Let's talk a little bit now about what do you do in terms of maintenance inspection. How do you evaluate once the coolant is installed in the vehicle, it's coming in for its preventive maintenance, or maybe it's doing its, a dry PM? What do you look for to make sure you're staying on top of your coolant maintenance?
Well, there's 5 simple test procedures that every technician should do on a regular maintenance program. So whether it's 2 times a year or 3 times a year, we recommend somewhere around 3 to 4 times a year. Just take a peek at that coolant system. Take a sample out before you top off. When that vehicle comes in the shop, let it cool off. You want that coolant to be between about 50 and 100 degrees. So take a sample out, let it sit on the table and cool off. You want to look at the color, just whatever color you're using. A lot of fleets are using a red extended life coolant today, but if it's fuchsia color, older technology, whether you're using even green, you mentioned fleets don't use green. Well, you'd be surprised how many folks still utilize green out there. But look at the color. Make sure it's a vibrant color. So whether it's red or yellow or blue or green, purple, fuchsia color, whatever it is. Look at the clarity. We don't want to see it all cloudy that you can't see through the system, the coolant sample rather. Make sure there's no debris in there, so rust or corrosion. Make sure there's no carbon. We don't want to see oil or fuel floating on top of the sample at all. So color, clarity, you want to test pH. Test strip that I'm going to mention in a couple seconds has a pH test strip pad on there. Any test strip you're using, if it does have a pH pad, between 7 and 11 is a pass. You'll know if you're above 11 because it's going to smell heavily of ammonia. So go ahead and test it, and that pH is going to show above 11. If you have that situation, you must drain, clean, flush, and refill. So color, clarity, pH. Other test strips may show 7 to 11 as your good range, so that's good. Always test for the water glycol content. And in writing, the OEs always put somewhere in the neighborhood of 40% glycol to 60% glycol. That's the range you want to be in. 40% glycol is minus 12 degrees Fahrenheit. 60% glycol is minus 65 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's the range you want to be in. Anywhere in that range, you're a pass. If you're off range, just try to remember one thing. It is impossible to grow water in a cooling system. So the only way you would be more diluted if you're using a 50-50 is the driver or technician put excessive water in the system. 100% of the time, that 50-50 perfect mix of minus 34 degrees is going to move towards 55% glycol, 60% glycol, because we're going to lose water, through evaporation slightly, but predominantly you lose water through silicone hose. So you'll notice in the summertime a lot, or if the truck's in the shop, maybe a drip of water coming right out of the hose. That's natural. Gates has a great video on this subject to educate. So we're looking at, again, testing coolant for color, clarity, pH, and then water glycol content. Always use a refractometer. Those hydrometers that are out in the marketplace, we've proven this periodically, when we're in testing, how they can be off by 10, 20 degrees. And the last test is a test strip. Know the coolant you're buying. We market a test strip that'll test any extended life coolant in the marketplace, or any nitrided, if you are using an NOAT or a hybrid type of coolant that has nitrites in it, or if you're using old fully formulated coolant. So this single test strip will test for all of the characters I just talked about, but always use a refractometer. So those are your 5 test procedures.
So we should keep the turkey baster in the kitchen then.
Yeah, right. Leave that one in the toolbox. You shouldn't be using a hydrometer. Yes.
So you mentioned if you see oil floating on the top of the coolant, either in the overflow tank or in the radiator itself, It indicates usually that there's some sort of oil intrusion through the water jacket, and that's something you really need to be careful to watch, right?
Yeah, that's a catastrophic event about to happen. So you want to, you must test the coolant just to look for that. You know, AccuStrip Mark's a great product. It's a carbon test strip. So, you know, whether it's a school bus with Allison automatic transmissions, maybe it's an injector that's starting to leak fuel into the coolant system. So not just oil into the coolant system through the oil cooler, but you could have an EGR gas getting into the system. So this test strip will test carbon in your cooling system. It'll also, by mistake, maybe the SCR system or the DEF tank, the driver somehow, some way introduce maybe diesel fuel additive at this time of year. You know, an uneducated driver, you know, they're buying diesel fuel additives and putting it into the fuel tank this time of year. Well, mistakenly, I've seen it go into the DEF tank. So this carbon test strip will test coolant for any type of carbon, and it'll test DEF. Anything aqueous, it'll test for carbon.
You're listening to Tech Talk with TMC. We have Joe Long with Old World Industries. So we're talking about engine coolant, antifreeze maintenance, and specifications. Joe, let's talk a little bit about some of the things that happen in the field where you may end up with, you know, a little bit of a hot pocket in the cooling system because we didn't fill it properly. Is there a proper way to top off the cooling system? Some folks will just say, hey, we'll pour it into the overflow tank and we're good. Others say you have to do a bottom up fill. Talk a little bit about the difference and why that's important.
Well, it is important. You don't want to have air pockets, you know, in your cooling system. Usually that will occur in certain instances on one specific liner. If that's happening, that air pocket will get stuck in that area. At TMC, we wrote up a number of RPs. So, you know, different adapters are used in different OEs. So the RPs that we've addressed for purging air out of the system, you know, it'll talk specifically about the Detroit, the Volvo, the Mack, your Cummins engines and international. So, you know, hey, if somebody on this call wants to learn more about it, they need to reach out and get that RP and understand how to purge air out of these systems.
Yeah, that's RP 368, I believe, that you're referring to, proper coolant drainage and filling procedures. They talk about vacuum fill and pressure fill systems. They're both different, but they achieve the same goal, right?
Yes, and again, as I mentioned, you know, Cummins and Navistar International, as we call it today, they each have their own little bulletin about purging air out of a system. And again, I'll make sure you're correct on that RP 368 as we're sitting here.
But the big problem about having these hot spots in the cooling system, it could be pretty catastrophic, particularly for things like EGR coolers, right? Especially you have these convoluted tubes in the system. Some of them have straight tubes, some of them have bent tubes, and those hot spots can cause damage if there's not proper fill, because you're going to get the air is going to get hotter than the coolant, right? It's going to not protect the components.
Yes, and RP 368 is correct. And moving forward, you are correct. I did and without picking on the fleet, but they were running some CNG, LNG vehicles, and they had some issues, and it was determined that they had a lot of air purged in the system. And it was kind of interesting to see that the couple failures that they had, it was the same exact liner. In other words, liner number 3. That just kept failing in the same exact engine. So it was interesting. So it is important for proper coolant draining and, of course, following the refilling procedures to purge the air out of this.
The conventional coolants used to have a service life of around 100,000 miles. You used to have to add SCAs in one form or another to the system. With these extended life coolants now, nitrite-free, how much farther can you expect to be able to go before you have to drop and drain that coolant? It's pretty far out, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting to hear this from fleet to fleet, from transit system to transit system. The minimum I'm hearing is that they'll keep that coolant in the system for 3 years. Some folks out here in the industry will go 4 or 5 years and without draining, flushing, refilling. Some of the warranties that are offered by the coolant blenders, the quality companies, are 1 million miles up to 1.5 million miles. So some of the coolants are clearly noted as 3 years, 300,000 miles, and then others will give you 10 years, 1.5 million miles. So, in understanding that statement, again, it's periodic coolant testing that's needed in order to get any longevity, even the 3 years, 300,000 mile coolant. So it is important for any fleet manager or any technician, any owner operator on the call, test that coolant periodically. You're kicking the tires, you're checking the oil, check that coolant. Extended life coolant doesn't mean something hasn't happened to that coolant system.
Let's do a little prognostication. What do you see as going to be the new technology developments, if you can divulge this kind of information, for coolants over the next several years?
Well, some of the big studies that the coolant blenders and even the inhibitor manufacturers have done was towards, and a lot of effort, a lot of research was towards the battery electric vehicle. Well, suddenly that has come to somewhat of a halt. So, we're looking at, you come out of Asia and you've got certain inhibitor manufacturers that are doing research. Europe, BASF kind of owns Europe and the technology that's spread across the European vehicles. Here in North America, Old World and some of the other blenders, we're doing, research on, and I don't see anything different coming along. I mean, for over 100 years, it's been ethylene glycol and water plus the inhibitors. So that inhibitor is somewhere between 3 to 5 to 6% of what's in that coolant gallon. And that's where some of the research has always changed in the past 50 years. But for over 100 years, we've been water and glycol plus the inhibitors. And there's been some research into waterless coolants. We've heard that term before. Coming out of Europe, some other type of glycols, glycerins as they're called. We heard the term propylene glycol, but these are all 3 or 4 or 5 times more expensive than ethylene glycol. So for the past 100 years, it's been ethylene glycol all the way. And that's part of my presentation and teaching, just to say, hey, we don't see anything coming forward, other than water and ethylene glycol, along with tweaking of inhibitors. The inhibitor has changed slightly in the past number of years, as you noted. And I note nitrite-free. We're noting organic acid technology. And that's the only thing we can see is maybe an additive getting changed or added. That's all I see on the horizon.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Sounds like good advice, at least in this case.
Sure.
We only have a couple minutes left. Let's just talk briefly about diesel exhaust fluid. I know that's another subject that's near and dear to your heart. In the winter, are there any issues you see with DEF maintenance that you think our listeners should know about?
Well, in the winter, you don't need to be concerned about cold or freeze on the DEF. That actually extends the life of the diesel exhaust fluid. Your concern with DEF is truly heat, in the summer. So storing it in a cool area, dispensing it in a cool area. In the wintertime, just, as normal, you start your vehicle up. That's going to keep the liquid in a liquid state, rather, and not, if it is frozen, it'll defrost it. DEF will freeze at 12 degrees Fahrenheit. There is no additive that we can add to DEF to change that freeze point. So it may freeze. Here's one point, and we discussed this at one of the sessions at PMC a number of years ago. A Wisconsin leasing company, large leasing company, they were having issues with their DEF pumps cracking in their DEF tank, and that's the way these were mounted or assembled. And in the cold of winter, a driver has a tendency, and just state this is known, you're going to fuel up on Friday and get ready to go to work Monday morning and pull right out and go to work. Well, they were doing the same with the DEF tank. They were topping off their DEF tank, and this is we want to clearly note this, and I wrote a bulletin on this. Do not top off your DEF tanks at this time of year. Remember, it's 67.5% water, and what happens to water when it freezes? It expands. It's one of the few liquids on Earth that expands when frozen, and water will expand. And if you have your DEF pump inside that tank, that pump is going to crack. So we had 100% failure in this fleet that was operating a certain OEM with these DEF pumps that were in the tank, and when the pump cracked, the DEF or the urea was running up the wiring harness to the firewall and corroded every single vehicle on the back of that firewall. They didn't have a clue what was going on, and the research showed the drivers were topping off. So at this time of year, drivers, do not top off your DEF tanks.
Well, one thing we can't top off is the clock. We are running out of time of this segment, but I'd like to thank you so much for joining us on the program, Joe. As always, we learn a lot about coolants and DEF from you, and we look forward to having you back on a program in 2026.
Well, thank you very much, and Merry Christmas to every driver out there, every technician. Thank you all.
Thank you. And now we're going to kick it back to Jimmy Mack there in the studios in New Orleans.
By the way, my friend, I cannot echo the sentiments of your guest any more than he did. By the way, the merriest of Christmases to you. I hope that you have enjoyed. We got one or two more of these up our sleeve before we kind of call it a day here for the year of 2025. But a good place to kind of land the plane with a great reminder about. I always say the most basic, simple thing is remember that water expands, and if you keep that in mind, along with changing your filters, you might make it to the next checkpoint. Where's the next checkpoint for you, Robert?
Next checkpoint next week is on a special day and time on Nemo Nation with Dave Nemo. We're going to be talking about 21 tire myths you should know on a special edition of Tech Talk with TMC.
Thank you, Robert. Best of days and best of weekends coming to you. You absolutely deserve it, my friend.
Likewise, see you next week.
We'll be back on the other side. More good stuff to come on Road Gang Radio. Once you go to truckdown.com, get out of the ditch, get back on the road. They do it for 50 states and a whole bunch of provinces as well. They've been doing it since '97. Go to truckdown.com and turn your life around.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
You are a part of the gang, and we are live from the Degas House, also known as Fast Sports Studios, with your host, Jimmy Mack.
Big thanks to Robert, by the way. Don't forget, guys, antifreeze. Don't top it off. Please don't top it off this time of year. By the way, in case you weren't aware of the fact, as Joe made us, it expands. Water expands, and you're actually courting real disaster and real trouble if you head in that direction. Don't ever forget that so much of what kind of moves through not only you, but your engine as well, is water. And that's why it always makes maintenance maintenance during the cold times of the year a little bit more interesting than you might want them to be. We have a gap, by the way, Dre. I don't know if you know this, but we have a gap that actually, unlike a driver shortage, which I don't believe exists, I think there might be a shortage of quality drivers, but there is a genuine gap looming on the horizon that we'll be talking about today on Education Station. Dre, if you have a minute, if you could dig up some music so we can make the transition into that, I would be much appreciated. I'm kind of flying by the seat of my pants this morning, but Dre has got me on the ones and the twos, paying attention. Gabe McLaughlin, by the way, is the department chair at the Transportation Technology Ozarks Technical Community College and joins us this morning exactly to talk about what I alluded to. Good morning, Gabe, by the way, and happiest of holidays to you. How is the world treating you, and where are you at right now?
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm sitting in my office. It's kind of quiet now. The students are all gone. They're off for break, so we're just counting out the clock before we go on break as well.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, too. It's the deep breath that you finally get at the end of a semester. A lot of people don't understand that it's funny because so much of working in VOTEC, so much of working in community colleges and straight up academia often is kind of hurry up and wait, great chaos, then punctuated by long sort of contemplative silences. So I'm glad we got you into one of those, by the way. Tell us a little bit about, before we get into the need for diesel technicians, tell us about Ozarks Technical Community College and what you guys stand for and who it is you serve.
Yeah, we're located here in Springfield, Missouri, and we serve a wide area here in southwest Missouri. We have a few satellite campuses, but our main campus is here in Springfield, and that's, of course, where we have our diesel program. I'm also over our automotive and collision repair programs as well. And we serve just a wide variety of students. We have a high school program that's integrated in our regular programs as well. So we have we have students from 16 years old. We have traditional high school students, and then we have veterans returning from the military. When we have people in their 60s who are looking to skill up, or maybe always had that dream of being able to restore a car. And so they're taking classes with us as well. So we serve a wide variety of students. Our doors are open basically to everybody.
Yeah, and one of the things I've been most proud of with this segment, Education Station, over the number of years we've done it, is kind of instructing people to understand that, universities often serve larger communities, statewide communities, sometimes national communities. What stuff like the Ozark Technical Community College does, and Transportation Technology, where you actually sit at the center of, is that you guys serve the needs of a genuine community, that it's a symbiotic relationship of forging partnerships with the local community and kind of saying, what do the people around here need in regards to opportunity to move up in the world and to kind of change their lives, but also what the community at large needs, where their shortages are in regards to skilled labor, in regards to skilled management positions and all of that kind of stuff. Where you are situated over in Missouri, what are you guys seeing in regards to a need?
Yeah, so I'm basically, and you put that, perfectly, because we are well integrated with our community. We have what's called program advisory boards, where we bring in, shop owners and managers and technicians, and they really steer our programs and make sure we're pumping out students who are going to meet their needs exactly. But yeah, the demand locally and nationwide for technicians is huge. I graduated from the program myself in 2002, and they were talking about this back then. And still today, we're just seeing it. There's just such a lack in technicians out there, and just such a need from local industry for technicians. We're on the I-44 corridor, so on the heavy-duty side of things, we've got every heavy-duty manufacturer in our area, and they've got excellent jobs with good benefits and good wages, and they just can't find the techs to take those jobs. It's just a huge need. Some shops that used to be 24 hours have cut back because they just can't staff them. They just can't staff them with the techs. So really huge need for automotive, collision, and diesel technicians across the board.
My father, by the way, is an attorney, and he would kill me asking a question I didn't know the answer to. But by the way, that's what I'm supposed to do in my particular job. So here's the question I don't know the answer to. When I was over at Wyotech many years ago, one of the TA Petro staff said, Jimmy, I know a number of people who can actually get under the hood of an engine and do some seriously good work. The problem is a lot of these young men and women can't write the work order and don't have the necessary soft skills to communicate to the customer what needs to be done, why it needs to be done, and therefore have a hard time kind of establishing relationships. I'm encouraged to hear that you have people who are 16 years old in those programs. Do you feel, and this is like I said, I'm getting a little existential here, but do you feel as if this also might be a crisis of not just technical skills, but of soft skills that are necessary to kind of really do a forward-facing job on the diesel technician front?
Yeah, I think traditionally, I think you're talking about two different skill sets. Those people who can work under the hood and really, get in there and get things done. I think it needs to be viewed as a different skill set from that person who can talk to the customer and relay that information. That said, there is that is one thing that our employers come to us a lot is asking for those soft skills, a little bit more professionalism, showing up on time, stuff like that. If you have those basic abilities to show up on time and be dependable and reliable and be personable and communicate well, you're going to go far in any industry. And I think you could ask just about anybody, any employer, and they'd list those items at the top of their list, because the technical stuff can come along. But I really think that even when I was a technician, most technicians like working on vehicles and like working under the hood because that's, they don't have to smile and talk and wave and shake hands and all that. So it's kind of what those types of people gravitate towards, me, myself included. So I think that's a little bit fair of a statement, but I also think we've got service advisors who are the more customer facing to kind of communicate with the customer and go back and forth with them.
Well, and I'm actually defending you guys because I think in all fairness to you is that there has to be an expectation that when somebody arrives at a vocational tech or a community college or anything that kind of focuses on that is that too much of the time we are asking too much of these programs in regard to the fact that it's like, what did you learn in high school? Exactly what did you accumulate in regards to coming to me? And now I've got to kind of go back to square one and talk about that. You've actually mentioned the need for diesel technicians, and places that used to be 24 hours in regards to service actually could provide it if they. Sometimes it's a matter of not having the money to be able to do it, but there's a demand for this, and literally the shortages are causing places to kind of shorten their hours and prevent people from getting the services they need. Here's my question for you. How do you as an institution make sure that you're getting people out efficiently while at the same time making sure they have what they need? Take us through the program to actually do the job, because you want to get a quick turnaround because the demand is high, but you also want to make sure that whoever you turn out is actually ready to do the job. Talk about that difficult balance, if it in fact is a difficult balance.
Yeah, for sure. We have our program kind of has two pathways. You can get what's called a certificate, and that takes 1 year or basically 2 semesters. You can get it done in 9 months or so. And that's just going to be diesel classes. So that's going to be brakes, it's going to be steering and suspension, engines, electrical, all technical diesel classes, with a lab component. The whole time you're here, you are out there, working on the trucks and learning about the trucks. And then we have our associate degree, which it takes 2 years to complete. And you're going to take that certificate and that's going to be part of that associate degree. And then you're going to add to that, you're going to add, some gen ed classes, like you said, the soft skills. So you're going to have some communication and some English, and in addition to some math and science and so on. And then we have a couple more classes, technical classes on top of that are a little bit more niche. So like your heating and air conditioning would be kind of in that area. More advanced engine diagnosis classes would be in the associate degree. So if you are a person who's like, hey, I want to get out to the field as quickly as possible, you want to go for our certificate, and in 9 months we'll have a career fair in April. You'll probably find a job right then and there, and then you're off to a new career pretty quickly. But if you're kind of more interested in getting into the field, a little bit more patient, and maybe more interested in moving up once you get into the field, then that associate degree is the way to go, because you're going to have those communication skills that are kind of necessary for a management type of position.
Let me ask you this too, in regards to in regards to the challenges you guys face, because you are an incredible success story in regards to both the program and where you are now in life. And I'm just kind of curious, when you guys onboard new students, whether they are returning veterans or whether they're some 16-year-old who has figured out what he or she wants to do with the rest of their life, what are the kind of typical challenges? I mean, is it literally kind of like a cafeteria situation where there's all kinds of different issues, each challenge individual, or are you finding patterns in all of these students and what they need in particular, and where it is you can really kind of focus to get them up to speed?
Yeah, we found if you kind of try to put students in a box and frame it around that way, you're gonna be disappointed. We have some high school students that are typical high school students, and they come to us because they just don't want to go to English, and they've got maybe a Cummins Dodge pickup at home, and so like this is something they'd rather do than be at high school. And then you've got, college students who are super serious and dedicated, but then at the same time you have the flip side. You have college students that are paying for this out of pocket and they can't show up, and they, aren't interested when they're here. And then on the flip side of that, you have high school students that are just so incredibly dedicated and will be fantastic technicians down the line. So, each student is an individual person. And beyond that, like we want to get to know each student individually, because one thing that we're trying to do is not only produce high quality, top quality technicians, but the shortage is across the industry as a whole. So it's not just that we need technicians. We do, for sure, but we also need parts people. We also need those service advisors. We also need managers. We need people throughout the industry. So what we want to do is we want to work with each student one-on-one and kind of identify what their goals are, what their skills are, and then coach them into those other positions that may not be a tech position. But really the goal is to everybody that checks the box for diesel, let's get them into industry somewhere, whether that's being a technician, a driver, or, in the ag side of things, just whatever works for them, because the need for employees is broad, and it's, so if they check the box, we want to make sure they wind up in the diesel industry.
This is an interesting dilemma, too, we're talking about, once again, existentially, but the idea is that, of course, we have a lot of people who are struggling to make ends meet in this country, a lot of people who don't know the way to prosperity and security, and at the same time, they also lack the skills that these jobs demand, and you guys are trying to provide this for. I want to kind of pivot to you, Gabe, for a second here, not by way of bragging on my new friend, Gabe McLaughlin, but by kind of talking about your own story, and in many ways it models what a lot of people who might not want to do a traditional sort of college trajectory, although you end up in part of that as well, too. Can you kind of talk about your own passion for classic cars at the time you were 16, and then kind of show how that parlays? Because I want parents, mentors, and friends to be able to recognize this skill set when it comes along and maybe direct young people in your direction. Talk about how you end up where you end up to a large degree, because I think it provides a value lesson for parents and friends and mentors who might have somebody who is either struggling or doesn't see their niche.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I remember, being 14, 15 years old and, hearing about somebody working in a factory and making $10 an hour. And I thought, wow, that's the way to go. That's what I'm going to do. And then I kind of got bit by the car bug around that age as well. Just, going out with my dad, looking for a car, going to swap meets and salvage yards and stuff like that. And just really found a passion for these classic cars. And then somebody, I was a typical kind of high school student that wasn't really interested in much. I really didn't have a path picked out. Somebody stuck a flyer in front of me that was for Votex programs here at OTC, and I kind of just went through the list and saw they had an automotive program. And like most of our students that age, I assumed that I would just be working on my own personal vehicle the entire time. So I checked that box, signed up, and got in the program, and I really found I had kind of a knack for it. I don't think I was ever the best in the world as far as being a technician, but when I was going through the program, I noticed that I'm better than some of my peers, which was the first time that happened. I'd like to draw when I was a kid, but I was never the best at it. And this was an opportunity where I was in that upper level. Within technical education, we have something called Skills USA, which is a nationwide career and technical organization, and a component of that is competitions. So there's automotive competitions, diesel, even electronic media, culinary, and so on, where you kind of showcase your skills. And, I participated in that, and I did really well. And so eventually, reality started setting in, this was not just a hobby. I wasn't just doing this because of, I wanted to work on my own car. It was, hey, this is, I'm getting close to 18. I'm going to have to figure something out. I'm kind of good at this, so why not go this direction? And then, being a part of our program, they were able to connect me with an employer, and I got a job. And, before I knew it, I'm 17 years old working in a Cadillac dealership. Making more money than many of my students or many of my peers, my friends would make, even after they graduated from their 4-year college that they were planning on attending. So it kind of was reality set in right away that hey, maybe I should be doing this for a living. So that's what I did. I graduated, and right away I was an ASE certified automotive technician working in a dealership. And then before you know it, I'm, moved on to work for the city of Springfield. And then, of course, I went back to school to get my education degree. And, a job came open at OTC, and it kind of just was the perfect blend of my new skills from my education degree with my experience working in the field. And it kind of just worked out perfectly.
And by the way, the reason I actually asked you to tell that story, and thank you, by the way, and congratulations on all your hard work, but I've often said that, what Votech, community colleges, a lot of these programs really offer is, I said, can you imagine a time where we have human beings, and you're one of them, who have both a degree at an institution of higher learning, have certifications from Votech programs, technical college programs, and actually have the ability to communicate those as well on top of that. And this might be, in fact, I think a lot of people are, once again, existentially rejecting the future. I think in many ways, this kind of light blue collar, and what I mean by that is people who have skills in both worlds, are going to be the really kind of sought after employees of the future. The idea that if you, in fact, are, I'll just make up something here, an HVAC technician who actually can speak Spanish as well as English, you have an invaluable skill set, particularly if you couple it with an education degree. And all of that stuff is the fact that it becomes a matter of embracing a lifestyle that always says show up on time and continue to take every class you possibly can to upgrade your skills. How do you impart that to your students? The idea that, yes, we have certified you, we've given you your skill set that you need for now, but that how do you leave the door open for them to come back and upgrade? How do you explain to them how to upgrade when they don't have resources and access to you?
Yeah, so we really try to hammer that in. We have what we call it's called Internships and Opportunities Day. And so that's where we bring our local area employer partners in, and they get some time in front of our students. And usually each one of those employers is going to talk about the training that they provide, because it is a real benefit. It's hard for a high school student to think of continuing training from an employer as a benefit. Like they're just sitting there thinking, well, you're making me do this, but it makes you so much more valuable. And the cars and trucks, every single year there's a new make model coming out with all kinds of changes, and technology is just moving so quickly in that area. So if you just graduate and that's your baseline education, and you're never going to add to that, you're going to get kind of the industry's going to pass you by rather quickly. So throughout the industry, there is a culture of continuing training, and so we really do try to foster that lifetime learner element in our students, because it's never going to leave them. We also use a lot of industry training already. So the training that we use is a lot of the training that they will use in industry. So that kind of gets them used to how that training is rolled out. So a lot of it's web-based and so on. And we just kind of, part of our curriculum is just like a technician is going to do some of that outside training on their own time, and just to reinforce that, hey, you graduated, but your learning has just begun, because once you get out of the industry, you're going to be learning every single day.
Let me ask you a question, just on a personal note. Talk about the idea of how you balance running an entire program while at the same time, every once in a while, coming down from the tower and teaching an individual class. It's really kind of people who don't understand academics don't understand that it's like you've got all these administrative duties as you sit there quietly in your office. By the way, congratulations on getting through another semester. But you sit there quietly in your office, but you also you make a point of staying on the ground so that you understand what your teachers and all the faculty and all the people that you work with are actually going through, right? You've got to stay connected to this stuff so that you actually can practice what you preach.
Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you, like a good class, that's something that just really charges my batteries. When you've got a good class of students, and I'm not talking like, A students, and I'm just talking that there's interest and, good attitudes, that's when it's fun, because you can get in there and work with those students and joke around and have a good time and really see their growth and development over the course of a semester and over the course of their time here at OTC. So that's, being able to teach even the little bit that I still get to do, like I said, it really charges my batteries. And like you mentioned, it gets me so that I know what our instructors are going through. When we were coming out of COVID, our students had become a little bit more challenging to work with, just because they'd been sitting home for 2 years. And so they weren't used to that group environment, and they weren't used to, performing the way students should perform. So, seeing that firsthand was invaluable, because then I can bring that up to our administration and, share that experience, share our faculty's experience with administration, so that we can come down with, policies and solutions to help get our students back on track. So kind of stepping in both worlds, it might not work for everybody, but for me, I really appreciate being able to have that hands-on experience in the classroom, and then bringing that up to administration as well.
There's something kind of marvelous. You brought up the idea. I'm not talking about straight A students here, but it's always great when you come into a classroom, and we'll talk metaphorically here. You see a lot of people holding a light bulb in their hand, looking for a way to kind of bring it to life. And, the idea of, what is it that when you see the light bulb go off above their heads, it's one of the most rewarding things as a teacher. It doesn't always matter that it happens at the same time or in any kind of synchronization. It matters that you're working with people who are looking for ways to turn the light on. And it doesn't matter how fast they get there. Those are the best kind of classes, when everybody has bought into the fact that we will sometimes have to go back and do it again, but they're willing to kind of take the plunge with you, and that is an incredibly rewarding thing. And I can imagine, by the way, finding trainers or instructors has its own set of challenges as well, does it not? We got about 30 seconds, by the way. Go ahead.
Yeah, and if anybody wants to teach a welding class for our auto body program next semester, please let me know. But yeah, we have all the challenges employers have multiplied trying to find good faculty, because they do need not only the mechanical skill set, but they also need that teaching ability, or at least the desire for it, because it's lacking out there for sure.
Gabe McLaughlin has joined us. Go to academics.otc.edu /transportation, and you'll find out all about these wonderful folks. So just go to otc.edu. It's a great institution of learning, a great kind of forward-thinking place over there in the Ozarks in Missouri. Thank you, Gabe. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and everything else you might celebrate.
All right, yeah. Thanks to you, and thanks for having me on.
You got it, brother. Of course, roll out the welcome, Madre, because she's a-coming. It's that time of year over here at RadioNemo.com. Head on over there, by the way, and you can find out all the places you can hear us. We are live on iHeart, Live 365, Odyssey, Facebook, YouTube, and everywhere you get your podcast. Everywhere. There she is. Love you. We'll be right back after these groovy messages from the groovy people who take care of us.
Merry Christmas.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org. You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act. One simple act. Go to wreathsacross.america.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
It's Wednesday.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Oh, yeah.
Still rolling.
Still rolling along. And the wheels have come off, and the hubcaps are, thundering their way into the screen and all kinds of...
we can see the road under our feet. We're full on Flintstones, baby.
Oh, my God. Have you ever been in a car where you saw the road under your feet?
Well, we were just talking about this last night. That's how my husband, Seamus, grew up. Like, he just walked in. You didn't have, like, the bottom of the car was rusted out, right? So you could see the road underneath. Yeah. And they would sit there and just look down. And these were his children. And what would Dad say to that?
What would he say?
Yeah.
He said, don't fall in there.
He said, don't fall in there. So, yeah.
Thanks, Dad.
And stop throwing stuff out. Because Seamus said they would throw stuff down and then look out the window real quick and see it fly by. That's not safe, but hey, it makes for good cocktail stories these times, now that we're safe on the other side.
I will tell you, one of the things that you made me think of when you brought up the idea of holes in the floor, I remember when I was at the University of Georgia, when I was in high school, and of course people got their driver's licenses a lot earlier back then. It's people don't understand too. People got their driver's license much earlier than they do now. A lot of people didn't onboard themselves on the road. A lot of people who, even when they get their driver's license early, they have parents who have money and a nice car they drive around in. I remember, man, and you remember this too, the idea of you got a junker. I mean, you got basically something with the hubcaps falling off. You got stuff with holes in the floor. It's like you should consider yourself lucky. This thing gets you from point A to point B. You're welcome. And that was, I remember at college, I would get into people's cars, and I'm like, I look back on those things now, and it's like some of those things weren't roadworthy. But it's kind of amazing and wonderful what we grew up with in the sense that it's like, look, I can't get you a brand new car. Can't you?
Dude, and now there's kids driving Range Rovers and G-Wagons. Not that there weren't kids driving nice cars then, but that wasn't the norm. Now it's like, I feel like back then it was like if you had a nice car, you stood out. Now it's the other way around. I see people and parents getting their kids cars, and if you don't have a nice car, you kind of stand out. Maybe that's just the area I live and I need to move, because my child will not be getting a Range Rover, let me tell you, when she's able to drive. But.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, is the fact that it's like, as I get older, care less and less about the accoutrements of any sort of the presentation of wealth or keeping up with the Joneses. I can't even... There is a degree where it limits what parents can do to some degree, because it's like you're making decisions not just for the practicality and the expediency of being a kid, where it's like you got your driver's license at 16. Let's just say you got a license at 16. Why should a parent have to consider for a second, well, I don't want my kid rolling up to school looking like that? What are you talking about? It's like this is a car that you can use, that you can actually figure out how to make work for yourself. It's got four wheels. It is roadworthy. It passed inspection. Get behind the wheel and figure it out yourself. And to some degree, I can't even imagine what it would be like buying a car for a kid who, is like, well, it doesn't look good. So what? It's just weird when I think about all the junkers and all the falling apart at the seams cars that I saw all over the campuses of the University of Georgia, and grateful kids who were like, I got a car.
I got a Ford Probe. I've talked about this before, and it was not a junker. It was a good car.
Right.
It was a little older, but it was a good car. But the door would fall off all the time, and my dad Velcroed the door, like not the physical door, but the whole inside paneling.
Of course.
Every time I would open or shut the door, the paneling would come off. So my dad Velcroed it on, and so it became the joke. People would run out to see if my door was Velcroed on or not in the morning, and that was a badge of honor to me. I'm like, I'm the girl with the Velcro door. Yeah, that's right.
Do you remember
Builds character, people?
Do you remember Madonna's video about living in the material world with Keith Carradine was in the video too, and he had that absolute junker of a truck that used to be a kind of badge of honor in the 70s and 80s and the early 90s.
Dude, yeah, my high school boyfriend had a junker of a truck, and I thought it was very hot and powerful to get into it. Looking back, right in this moment, I don't know why, but it was like, here he comes in the red truck. It makes a lot of noises. There's puffing coming out the back tailpipe. But once I got in there with him, it was like, I'm with a man.
Yeah, I mean, I had a gunboat Explorer at one point. My dad would always be picking up all these used cars. He's got at one point, he had all four of his children moving to a place where they all needed cars, freshmen and sophomores in college and a couple of kids in high school. All of them got their driver's license, permits at 14, license at 15. All of that stuff, and he, it's like great. It's like it was something really cool about it. I got a POS, Yeah, that's right. It's a POS, you
Yeah,
know what I'm saying? And then you'd put stickers all over the POS like bad brains or something, you know what I'm saying? You would just put like the worst possible stickers. And and we talked about the idea of people welding welding 8-tracks under their dashboard, and guys and gals installing strange lights inside of their cars and all that.
Oh, dude, and all the spoilers that people used to have on the back. Like if you had a smaller car, those spoiler, isn't that the word?
Yeah.
Yeah. Big, like, crazy fin spoilers. Or I remember, like, when we would get our stereo. Like, you may have a crappy car, but, you would save up to get a good sound system for said crappy car. Or, that was booming. And, those kind of things. Or, the different little accoutrements.
Oh,
I love it. Also, when you have a really nice car, you don't want to put bumper stickers on it. So bumper stickers have kind of gone away. And when you see a car with a bunch of bumper stickers these days, you immediately think, oh, that person's scattered, or that's a hippie. And they're not, by the way. Like, it's gone away of those fun, the character, the things you want to say. Now you put a bumper sticker on your car and somebody rams you because you don't think like them. Oy.
Well, that's the other thing too. Let me just say this as well about bumper stickers that drives me nuts. It's like, are you putting a bumper sticker on because you think it's cool, or are you putting a bumper sticker on because you really want to have a fight? I think a lot of people, and that you make a really good point about that. My least favorite bumper sticker, because it's so generic. If you're not outraged, you're not paying attention. Oh, shut up. Oh,
If you're not
shut up.
outraged, you're enraged.
Exactly. But I think there's a lot of bumper stickers out there that are basically saying, "Go ahead, bro, ram me. Go ahead, bro, ram me."
Let's go.
Let's
go.
Another one of my least favorites. I really hate this one, which is, my student beat up your honor student. What?
Nobody wins there. Literally, nobody won there.
Except for Fuzzy Dice, by the way. Which, by the way,
I was going to say Fuzzy Dice, and Marshall beat me to it. Yeah. But that was before my time.
I love all that stuff, dude. It's like pimp my vehicle. It's like, well, I don't want to damage the trade-in value, and it's like, dude, it's not an asset. It's an automobile.
Jeep people get real behind their Jeep. Why did Jeep people have rubber duckies on their dashboard? That's a thing. I don't know why that's a thing, but that's a thing. And one of my very good friends has a Jeep, and she, they names it, like they come up with funny colors and name it. Like she used to have a blue Jeep that she called Smurf or Smurfette or something, and now she has a green one. And she, like, when she got it, she texted everybody, like, what's the name going to be? And it gets something around Star Wars. I think it's like a gremlin or something. I forget. Anyway, that's not Star Wars. I understand. Two different things.
No, but it's all part of that same fabric. I mean, what
Yeah.
if you get a green car and you call it Mogwai.
Yeah, exactly.
And people don't do that kind of stuff anymore. I mean, more and more people aren't doing that kind of stuff. Giving their cars names of, like, this damsel in distress hanging on for dear life.
That's why the world's going to shit, because people don't name their cars anymore. We just cracked it.
Actually, you may be onto something as well there too.
Name inanimate objects. Reclaim your joy. And then now let's just turn the radio show off. We're done for today.
Turn it off. Turn it off right in the middle of the sentence I am speaking right now. Turn it off. Turn it off. Because less than 3% of you read books. No, I mean, that's the absolute truth of the matter, is that it's like people aren't, they're constantly, and I think one of the biggest problems with social media is the constant comparison to other people. And the worst part is we know. So we see somebody doing all these amazing videos and all this forward-facing kind of stuff. We know that their life behind the scenes is an absolute, rolling train wreck. And yet, for some reason, we're like, I got to keep up with them. I got to keep up with them. Look at all the stuff that they've got. Look at all the stuff that they've accumulated on. And look at all. I'm just like, dude, name your car. Name your car, hang some fuzzy dice, put some stickers back there, make a commitment that you're going to have that car for 300,000 miles. That's the other thing, too. By the way, Steve says I got a 66 VW named Clyde. Good for you.
Love it, Steve. Steve, are you happy? Do you find joy when you see Clyde?
Don't worry. Be happy. See Clyde.
Yeah.
And that's kind of it right
Steve
there.
finds joy at least around certain things. That's all we're looking for. You don't have to be joyful all the time.
I probably missed this. What was the name of the probe? Did it have a probe?
It did have a name, and honestly, right now I can't remember it. I'm gonna have to text my girlfriends and ask, because I was also part of this group of girlfriends. There were like 8, maybe, of us. Yeah, there were 8 of us, because we called our group. And by the way, I did not drink or do drugs or anything in high school, which is why this is even funnier. We called our group of 8 girls. We called ourselves 8 Ball. We did not know what that meant, by the way. Well, we thought like a cue ball, but everyone else kind of laughed at us, of course. So we called ourselves, a pool ball. We called ourselves 8 Ball, and then we all had these nicknames. One was Niner, one was Jizzer, Giser, because she had always say, "Let's get it started," GIS. She became Jizzer, and then we were all
You couldn't live that down today. Could not live that down today.
No, I was like something around boner. Listen, I understand, but it was because we listened to Bone Thugs and Harmony, and some of our names were based off of the guys Busy Bone, Lazy Bone. Like none of that matched the white girl cheerleader in suburbia that I was and that we were, and like good girls, by the way, which in hindsight makes it all the better, I think. I can't remember the name of the probe, though, but I will text Jizzer and ask her.
Jizzer. By the way, Trucker Bosun drove a 58 Chevy Apache his sophomore year, and then an MG Midget until graduation. Outstanding. Marshall wants you guys to know that if you're in Wichita Falls or around that area, the fog is heavy. And given what time it is over there, it's probably not going to lift anytime soon. A lot of great conversation.
That sounds like a book.
The fog is heavy. By the way, that's a good name for a play. Joe
The
J.
fog was heavy.
Yeah, the fog was heavy. Joe J, by the way, dropped a 10 spot on us. Big thanks to that. We were so rack-packed and stacked on guests this morning between the Braz, Education Station. Gabe was terrific. Our good friends from TAT. Boy, that was a great conversation in regards to truckers against trafficking. They're, the idea of having communities stand as the front line against domestic servitude and the role that it plays in trafficking and the connection that they were able to make between domestic servitude and what is going on with a lot of people. Because Tenring also asked Lindsay about, if we spot somebody who is not proficient in the English language, what do we do? How do we handle that? I think in many ways that TAT, given what's going on in the country right now, may be ahead of the curve. And so in that way, unlike the previous times where we all were kind of taught to look away or kind of accept the most awful things in the world, that is kind of the reality of that. Back in the day, there are some really cool things. But these days, at least we can spot what's awful, because that's the other thing growing up. Do you ever look back and go, man, there was some awful stuff going on right under my nose and I didn't even see it? Do you ever have that moment?
Every day of my life.
I mean,
sure I did. Yeah, because I think about the things where you just because you don't know. Luckily, I think we're by design. That's where we're designed to filter out some of the awful so that we can flow through. And by awful, or just if we really realized all that was going on around us all the time, we would go insane. We would unravel. We're not designed to know I mean, it's media that came along and told us what was happening over in Iraq or Iran. Like, I'm not saying live in a bubble, but I'm designed to live in and affect my tribe right here around me and do the best that I can for myself and those around me. I'm not designed to feel debilitated all the time because I know what's happening and can't do anything about it. But the things that are happening under my nose, when I look back or think, even when I was a child, and I had a lovely upbringing, but I think of like why I am today based on certain people that were in my life, my theater coach, the guy who gave me my first job, any of those kinds of things. I'm like, oh, there was some stuff that I let happen just because I wasn't wise enough to know it shouldn't happen. And that's a little different than what you're talking about.
No, it's not. Actually, you are absolutely on top of it in the same sort of way. There's a lot of awful stuff that went on, and part of me says, oh my God, I'm so glad we've moved on from that point. The problem is that we've become so vigilant to it that people, I don't want, look, there are things you should not shake off and move on from. But there are things that you should shake off and move on from. You should acknowledge them. You should say they happened. You should say, I'm not going to let that happen again. But there are people who have been taught that the things that they kind of dealt with when they were growing up, people are like, well, you should be debilitated. You should be debilitated. And, we had a really interesting thing happen. A late friend of mine passed away a couple of decades ago. He actually figured out later on, about a decade and a half later, that he had really been subjected to some genuine abuse from somebody he thought he could trust. And, you know, people were like, oh, my God, it just explains so much about you. And he kind of stopped and he said, yeah, it does. He said, but now that I've acknowledged it, I'm not going to wear this as a giant badge. I am going to help other people who might be going through it. But I can't let this define me. I can't be a victim all my life. I can't do that. That's not something that I can kind of, you know, be a part of. And,
that's hard.
And that's really, I think, and here, in all fairness, I think we're coming to some sort of balance there as well. It's interesting because you just watched A Christmas Story. And in many ways, I think for a lot of people growing up, they see that and go, oh, my God, that's what my life actually looked like, as opposed to what I remember it as. So you watched it again?
I watched it again. Here's what happened last night. I've told you, said before, I made the statement, the shocking and very political statement that I don't like Christmas Story. I've never liked that. It's always made me feel, it just always made me feel bad. And I talk about, hey, if you listen to something and it puts you in a bad mood, don't listen to that again. And that's what it did for me. But last night, after we got Frey home from piano, Seamus had made dinner, we sat down and she put on, she normally watches like cartoons. She's just transitioning where she'll watch human people movies. Thank you, Jesus. And she asked to put that on. I guess she's maybe seen pieces of it in the past. I don't know. Anyway, put it on, and I didn't fight it. I was just tired, so I was like, whatever. I'm gonna zone out, I'm sure. Anyway, and I found myself not feeling bad. I enjoyed it. I saw, Jim, last night, a completely different movie. I'm like, these parents are way better than I thought.
Right.
What was in my head? Exactly what you're talking about. I was like, this is not bad. This is just what the time was, and they were doing the best they could with the information they had. But I saw it so differently. It's probably the first time I've watched it as a parent of a child that's getting a little older now. I'm sure it was on when she was an infant and I was on another dimension at that point. But yeah, I saw it really differently, and we almost stopped it because it was like past her bedtime, and I was like, no, we got to watch the end. I'm all in now. And I just had such a different feel for it. And I wanted to tell Dre, I was thinking of him in the scene where all the kids come in and they've got the fake teeth and the teacher takes them all from them. Yeah. I was thinking of Dre needs some of those fun clown teeth, because that's unfortunately kind of what his teeth look like right now. So maybe the clown teeth will make it look better. I don't know, Dre. I think Dre's killing it.
I think he's killing it.
But it was very different, and it's nice when you can just push back a little bit and say, with enough time in between to realize it just was what it was, and things are what they are until somebody changes them, period.
Let me tell you something. It's set in a kind of a timeless space. There's debates about whether it's 1946 or 1936 when it takes place. It really takes place in a hazy sort of memory. The Little Orphan Annie radio show, there's a lot of things that kind of go into it as well. They don't have a TV, so it can't be the 50s. It might be the immediate post-war, right before the boom. It might be the end of the 30s, right as we're beginning to come out of.
And they've never said, the directors
They've never said because it's a memory. It's a memory, and it's meant to kind of make space for the memory for everybody, for a lot of people. And we'll never get a definitive answer because the director and his son were killed in that terrible car wreck. Right. Bob Clark and his son left the world from us too soon. But it is, I will tell you, Lindsay, and we've talked about this, I am so, on repeated viewings, deeply moved by both the mother and the father. And watching them as adults learn, like when she tries the soap and she realizes, I'm not going to do this again. And her decency when he stands up to the bully is remarkable. His father, like I said, I've always told people, go back and watch that movie and watch it strictly from the old man's eyes. He loves his son so much. So much.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really hit you because he's so curmudgeonly and he's such a downer.
But he's way less curmudgeonly than you think.
Oh, I know. You know what your son said?
Yeah.
He's kind of delighted when he tells her. He's kind of like, you know what your son said?
I love when the scene where she just, they're sitting at dinner and she glosses over the fact that Ralphie got in a fight today. And then quickly when the dad wants to start talking about it, she's like, well, I saw the Bears are playing the Packers this weekend. And he's like, oh yeah, you're right. That's such a beautiful scene. And you see the mother-son relationship change in that Dude, that movie's, I mean, duh. Like, it's clearly one of the most popular Christmas movies of all time for a reason. But I love that it shifted last night.
I do, too. Because Ralphie would be a total ingrate except for the fact that he's a little boy. He has no idea of the work that is going on behind the scenes from two people who, who are not struggling, but really are middle class, who are really middle class. I mean, the old man's got to battle the boiler. The Bumpus dogs are awful. Their neighbors suck. In God we, but even the turkey, the father's pivot. The father's pivot to immediately go, I'm not going to ruin Christmas. I am not going to ruin Christmas. And the delight that he starts the applause when they actually chop the head off of the duck at the end. He doesn't
And the
even,
mom's laughter through it all.
I mean, he
nervous giggle.
He just, the way he applauds, he's like, absolutely. And he's basically telling his two boys, this is the best time ever. I just love the fact that when he communicates to those two little boys in that moment of, this is great. Aren't you glad that we're having Chinese food?
It made me, I started looking around and saying, I wonder if we could go out to dinner somewhere. We'll probably for Christmas Eve. We will go to an early Christmas Eve service at church with my parents. And then I think go have Italian food at their house for Christmas Eve. And then we have no plans on Christmas Day. And I was talking with one of my girlfriends. They're a small family too. She's got an only child, so it's just her husband and their only. And they go to Waffle House every Christmas for lunch. Like they get up and have their lazy morning at home, and then they go to Waffle House, just the three of them. And I started thinking, how cool, how beautiful to and it goes back to the Christmas, them having the duck at the Chinese restaurant and the whole fa-ra-ra-ra-ra scene, it's so funny. And they're so proud, they're so excited about it. And I was like, maybe I'll go to Waffle House. Maybe we'll go to, I don't know, doing something, the juxtaposition of the beauty that is Christmas and then being at having a chopped duck off, cutting the duck off its head or being at somewhere like Waffle House. I think is just such a cool juxtaposition, and just finding little things. It doesn't have to be a tradition every year, but the tradition for this year, like this year, we're going to open presents, take a nap, we're going to go on a walk, and then we're going to go have a burger or waffle at Waffle House. I don't know.
I love, okay, there's so many little details in there that actually speak to what you just talked about. The attentiveness and the care of the servers and the owner at the Chinese restaurant. One of the great things about repeated viewings of it, you don't realize how much Bob Clark crams in regards to background stuff. The way the wait staff just is like, we're so glad you're here. We're so honored that you would spend your Christmas with us. And he is bending over backwards to make sure that his one guest of that morning are absolutely delighted to be there. And it's so kind and so sweet and so oblivious too. Give me a cleaver. I'm gonna chop off the head of something. And it's just, there's so many things in that movie that just make me so very happy. And I will tell you, upon repeated viewings, I am so glad when he kicks Scott Bumpus's ass. Not Bumpus, Scott Farkas's ass. I am so thrilled when he kicks Farkas's ass, and watching a bully get their comeuppance is one of the great delights of all time.
I will say that was a little tricky watching that with a 7-year-old when I was happy that was happening, and also we had to explain to her why that was happening and why it was okay and also not okay. That's a tricky thing with a 7-year-old when she's like looking in complete awe as he's hitting this kid and the kid's bleeding, and we're like, go,
a stream of profanity began to pour from my mouth.
So it's brilliant. Yeah. Anyway, so I think I became a new person last night. I mean it. Like, I entered to a new place of Christmas joy, specifically by liking Christmas Story. Also, Dre, you look really, really handsome, friend. I'm not even lying. I'm sorry, complete pivot. But pivot? You look, for what happened to you a week ago, you look really good. I know you don't feel it, and I'm not blowing smoke. Like, I know you were struggling and you were on the struggle bus, and by looks, I don't even mean physically. Like, the fact that you're here and your spirit has not left your body, I think is awesome. So you've been through it a couple times in a row. Bang, bang, bang. And 3 strikes, you're in. You're done now, buddy.
Thank you. I'm very blessed for amoxicillin, the facial creams I've been taking, rest, and the people in my life. Because I'll tell you what, I never had this much soup in my freaking life. But thank you so much for those kind words. I appreciate you.
I know it's been a a shitty time.
Let's get down.
Call
Yeah.
a spade a spade.
By the way, let's get right down to brass tacks. It has sucked. It has been a bare knuckles boxing match for the last 15 rounds in RadioNemo and Road Gang Radio. But more importantly, Phone Master Dre. As I said, it's the 7th round against Liston, brother.
Yeah.
And you just got your sight back.
Yeah.
So,
there's some other things we're dealing with head on, but I'm very thankful to be able to have you guys.
Lindsay, really quickly, speaking of having people, you have a guest coming over to your home today to talk to for an extended period, and I am excited about that as well. And I was so delighted. Dre, by the way, made time to get over here because We Should Write is so important to him as well, because he is, in many ways, one of the creators of that show. I know you sit at the center of it as executive producer and hostess, but he's had such a big impact on it, and he wasn't going to miss it for the world. Tell people what's coming up.
That makes it. It's been so fun being able to do that to Dre. I was listening back to the Tara Lynn Pfister episode that just came out, and hear Dre in the background go, "This is so good!" Like, I love it. It's just like, oh my god, I love it right now. But joining me today, so you'll hear that Tara Lynn Pfister's episode will air again today at 11 if you missed it last week. It is really good. It was. She said a lot of stuff that I didn't. I was surprised and pleasantly surprised that she went there. Really good conversation. But today joining me is Colin Stough. I know I'm saying his last name wrong. Do you know how to say it, Dre? I listened back. I watched him on his Opry debut, and they announced him, and I still can't get it in my head.
Man, so what's really funny is, like, I sat there and listened to so many different ones too, and I had it, and I was telling someone about it, and I forgot. I don't remember if it's Stough or it's.
It's not that.
It's something. It's something
it's
different.
It's spelled Stough, but it's not Stough. It's like three syllables.
It's not stout. It's not.
No.
It's not like the Saints quarterback either, where that's easy. Once you know it's Shuck,
yeah,
that's it.
Yeah.
I thought when I first saw it, I said, oh, maybe it's like Shuck, because his name is spelled Shough, and they say it said Shuck. I thought it was, it's Stock.
Yeah.
Well, luckily his publicist is coming with him, so I can sidebar to make sure I have it right.
I will tell you something, though. Listen to his music the past couple of days.
Nice.
It's been fantastic, getting me through some personal stuff at the same time.
Wow.
I am very respectful of this dude's voice and all-around songwriting, so I'm excited for it.
Well, here's the thing, guys. So he was season 21 of American Idol. He was top 3, which, by the way, is no little feat.
No.
That's a massive endeavor.
No.
And he's got a massive growing following, but he's a Mississippi native. He is only and just turned 21 years old. I'll point out the obvious. I could be his mama. I could be his mother, and we're going to dive deep today. He's actually he's sort of basing a lot of his career. He says, this hit me. I read an interview from him, and he said, I don't write about stories that aren't true, meaning something that he hasn't experienced or knows something that's experienced. Like, he will not write about or sing about. He says something that he doesn't know has actually happened in his vortex, so to speak, which is sort of fascinating to me. So I'm excited to dive in with him. He will be here live with us from 12 to 1 today. Tara Lynn prior to that. So 2 really cool episodes back to back. And coming up next, speaking of cool episodes, Rolando Pujol. Rolando Pujol. We just wanted to play a little bit of a spooky, because last time Rolando was on with us, we were talking about spooky places as like Sleepy Hollow in Transylvania. Today we're talking about Christmas places full of joy. Ho, ho, ho. What'd you call me?
By the way, Trucker Boasted had a really great one. The Farkas sidekick looks like a 30-year-old Cleveland cabbie. I absolutely agree with that, and I absolutely agree with Lindsay Lawler.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. That's Jimmy Mack. I'm Lindsay Lawler, phone master Dre over there on the ones and the twos, keeping us on the air and doing it with a smile amidst the teeth might be spiky, but hey, it's all part of the charm.
We can make fun of it because there's a plan to getting back on the road to the great beaming smile. He is your first bottle of champagne on New Year's Eve. He gives you the same feeling when he smiles at you.
Look, one thing is, y'all, I don't know where the drugs are, all right? I might look like it, but I don't know where they are.
Well, if you find out, please let me know.
Okay.
Send them my way. That's how we're going to get through Christmas this year. All together, guys. Just kidding. Jim, tell us about, not that we even need to tell us because our audience knows and loves this amazing guest. And I just like to say, Rolando, that's fun. That's fun to say. Like Francisco, that's fun to say from Elf. Tell us about this joyful human that we so graciously are so happy when he says he will come back every time.
Rolando Pujol, by the way, has made a name for himself as a journalist in newsrooms of several newspapers and TV stations in New York City. 3 decades of work. You would never know it. He looks like he's about 30. Fueled by a passion for storytelling and a love of the American roadside. Our regular contributor of all things wondrous on the road, has an adventurous spirit. It takes him, well, from the traffic-choked streets of Manhattan to the bucolic roads of the heartland. The Retrologist, by the way, which is a terrific Substack where he shares captivating stories and photos from the American roadside. Anybody that grows up in Sleepy Hollow and Tarrytown is going to have a love of places that celebrate the seasons, and he is here. By the way, Washington Irving, who is from, actually made Sleepy Hollow famous, the ultimate Knickerbocker himself, which in many ways his writing resembles kind of a beautiful cataloger of what is going on out there in the real world. Didn't just write great Halloween stories, wrote great Christmas stories as well. His Instagram account, his Substack letter are just a joy for anybody who wants to know of all the wonder that is happening on the American roadside and in the hearts and homes of people and communities that celebrate particular seasons. Rolando, welcome back. It's always good to have you. I could keep on giving your bio, but it would simply take up the entire segment of this show. Brother, welcome back and happiest of holidays to you.
I look forward to these appearances so much, and my goodness, come here and talk to you guys and talk about Christmas-themed attractions around the country. Sign me up. I'm ready to go.
Put me in, Coach. Well, Rolando, my favorite thing, put me in, Coach. My absolute favorite thing about you, and every time I go to prep to have you on again, this is what is always like hitting me, poking me in the brain about you, is that, when we talk about roadside America and quirky towns and places, you speak of them like they have a soul. And, you're one of those people that don't just visit a place, that I feel like you really listen to it and see it as its own, it takes on such personality and soul with you. So, with that being said, when we talk about the spirit of a place, and not just the postcard version. There's plenty of people we have on the show, and they're like, let me tell you all about this. And they just give us the facts of a place. You're talking about the spirit. So when we talk about that as far as it pertains to Christmas, what is it about Christmas towns that makes that spirit so tangible?
Absolutely. I think everyone, there's no more sacred time of year, than the holidays, right? Than December. And then certainly the lead up to the holidays. That was less on around Halloween, right? There's something magical about September through December into the 1st of January, right? And I think places that not only appreciate that, but make that their calling card, they do that all year round, are very, very unique and special places to live. There's something special and unique about the individuals that create these towns and that then choose to live in these towns. Because if you're going to move to a town like Santa Claus, Georgia, or there's even one in Indiana, Santa Claus, Indiana, it says something about you, and something I think good, that you want to live in a place that is special, where there's magic in like going down, to pick up a quart of milk at the grocery store, right? So these places, and that's not only little towns, but then also traditions that exist traditions, and we'll talk about one in New Jersey at a shopping mall. But then these roadside theme parks that began to emerge in the late 40s and 1950s, and many of them are gone, but some have survived, and almost every single one has a story. The ones that are still around has a story that's almost could be classified as a Christmas miracle. Somebody who took it over, who believed in it, who was sad to see that it was falling apart, invested in it, and knew that they were doing something that was going to create magic and joy in other people's lives. They knew they were going to get rich. Nobody who takes these things on is going to get rich, but they're going to be rich in different ways, which is ultimately a heck of a lot more meaningful, because if we believe the soul continues, you can take your soul with you. You can't take all the money you make in this earth.
Before we actually kind of dive into these places, there's when I was a little kid growing up, and a lot of our listeners who fall into the same age bracket I do know that when you got the first day off, when Christmas vacation kicked in as a grammar schooler, they would always have The Price is Right, would be decked out for Christmas. But I remember that also it was the only time I ever watched the Donahue show, the Phil Donahue show as a kid, and he would always have Peter, Paul, and Mary on, who would always bring a little choir with them. And, there are a couple of lyrics from their version of We Wish You a Merry Christmas. Once in a year, it's not thought amiss to visit our neighbors and sing out like this. And then the other lyric that really always just lands with me, the words mean the same wherever you're home. Why can't we have Christmas the whole year around? And there's something about these.
That didn't rhyme.
Yeah. And by the way, they nail it though. They nail it. Actually, it's the first and last line of the overall lyric are the ones that rhyme there. But I was kind of curious because it's not just small towns. There are neighborhoods around the country that seem to kind of exist in a different framework as well. It's like these communities that
portals.
It's like we always talk about these kind of awful science fiction worlds where there's a tear in the fabric of time and something awful is coming through. But this is
the reverse of Stranger Things.
This is exactly the reverse of Stranger Things to a large degree. That there is a tear, and for 1 minute we see what everything could be like as opposed to what it is like. It's as if something kind of magical kind of gets through there. I just wanted to kind of add that because so many of the places that you sent us just reminded me like somebody just opened up a little bit of a seam and said, that's what awaits us if we play our cards right. Is that kind of the feeling that you, when you go to these places, you have as well?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I visit these towns. I've not been to Santa Claus, Indiana, which is on my list probably for next year, but Santa Claus, Georgia, I did go to a couple of years ago, and I went there on December 22nd. And so what a great time to be there too. And you're walking around this town with these, charming homes, and everything has a Santa or Christmas theme. The streets have fun names like Noel and Candy Cane and Dancer. You can go down to the post office and send a postcard from Santa Claus, Georgia. There's a little cute little gift shop in town. Santa Claus statue greets you when you walk in, when you drive into town. And it's small. It's just a little postage stamp community, but you can just feel, the love and the energy, and you sort of know that is there not only the week of Christmas, but it's there year round. And I think those kind of places, like you said, a little kind of a tear in the fabric, if you will. They are very special things. They're strange, stranger things, but strange in a very appealing kind of non-threatening way. It's funny, on that particular trip, it was an incredible trip because I had gone, just before I arrived in Santa Claus, Georgia, I had been in Claxton, Georgia, and there's actually I thought I'd never visit a factory where they manufacture fruitcake, but I did, the Claxton Fruitcake Factory, and that place is a trip too. So to go from picking up fruitcake to then visiting Santa Claus's hometown in the South, hey, I mean, that is a magical road trip right there.
By the way, sun-ripened California raisins, delicious pineapple, tropical papaya, crunchy Georgia pecans, plump, juicy cherries, freshly shelled walnuts and almonds, tangy lemon and orange peel blended into a rich pound cake batter and baked to a golden brown. Actually, for all the people who hate fruitcake, might actually rally behind this particular entity. It just sounds amazing. Did you get a chance to taste it?
Absolutely. I had some samples, and then they also have this something they call them clack snacks, and they're kind of to-go slices of fruitcake that come in a little wrapper, So it's like essentially they turned fruitcake into candy that you can just take on the go, like a Nutri-Grain bar or something like that. And I took a bunch and I put them in my glove compartment, and I was snacking on those for a couple of weeks, and they were actually, pretty good because fruitcake takes a real drubbing, doesn't it? Everybody sort of makes fun of it, and nobody eats it, and the joke is that it gets passed around as gifts from year to year, but nobody ever
Doorstop.
It's a doorstop, If you actually find out what year your particular fruitcake you received was made, it was probably 1958. It just keeps getting passed down year after year. But it's actually kind of good. It's kind of yummy, and it's got a nice history. And it's certainly nice when you find out that it comes from a place like the Claxton factory, which has been run by the Parker families. Albert Parker, who was sort of the family pioneer. The paterfamilias, if you will. He started to work there when he was 11 years old in 1927 and eventually took over the business from the founder, this guy named Savino Toss, who had originally an Italian immigrant who had worked up in Brooklyn as a baker. And it's still in the Claxton family. And we became friends on Instagram, and like each other's photos and that kind of stuff. And so that one visit, just there for 40 minutes, December 22nd, 2022 or 3 or something like that, 22, has made quite an impact on me.
Hey, Rolando, I was in, I'm going to talk about Christmas lights because at church a week or two ago, my pastor was talking about really what Christmas lights, represent, what they were, first of all, supposed to represent, and then, it's become the Griswold Christmas light fight kind of thing, whatever. But, it was fascinating thinking about it and understanding that the Christmas light industry, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry that is to hit that in such a small amount of time as far as the 12 months of the year go. People are putting up lights earlier and earlier. I noticed, Rolando, people really putting up lights early this year. I think people are just looking for any kind of joy they have. But the idea that lights, we see a Christmas light and it just signals joy. If you think about it as you're driving, if you're in a bad mood and you see those lights, you kind of shift. Your shoulders go down a little bit. So let's talk about Christmas lights across the country and how much of it, in your opinion, are getting earlier. What's too early? And are there people keeping it on year round? And who does it the best in the towns?
Oh my God. Well, it's funny you talk about Christmas lights because I live and work in New York City, and New York City is famous for having one particular neighborhood in Brooklyn. It's called Dyker Heights. It's down in southern Brooklyn. It's traditionally an Italian neighborhood. It's a woman called Lucy Spada. She moved there in 1986 with her husband, who is since deceased. One of the reasons she keeps doing what she does is to honor his memory. And in her old neighborhood, people would do it up, and sort of Christmas was a big deal in the homes, not so much in Dyker Heights. So she began to decorate her house each year with greater adventure and creativity. Neighbors began to pick up on it. And then it went from house to block to almost the entire neighborhood, to the point where you go to Dyker Heights now, and you could spend hours there looking at the extraordinary displays in the all around the neighborhood. There's even a special MTA, the local transit agency. They have a special a bus that will take you right there because you certainly don't want to drive there because it's a complete scene. So it's like you're ever in New York City around the holidays. Yeah, Fifth Avenue, of course, you want to do all of that. There's nothing more magical than Christmas in New York, right? That really is true. This weekend we had a beautiful snowstorm. It was just one of those picture snowstorms, and it looked just like out of you just mentioned the Elf movie. It looked like something out of that. But head out also into the neighborhoods where people really sort of do it up. In Dyker Heights in particular, that is one that I really want to put on people's radar. And since we're talking about lights, I'll say this really, really quick. So there is a company called True Tone Lights, and they've been around for several years. They create Christmas lights for the home, both inside and outside, they look and feel like those classic Christmas lights from the 50s, the bulbs that would run very hot, that if one of them was in a sequence, was out, then the entire the entire chain was out. You had to figure out which one was messed up and what was going on, all of that. So they make these beautiful old school lights, but the great thing is they're LED. So they don't run hot, they last longer, but they've managed to replicate that feel. And this business is doing a gangbusters business these days. They're very, very popular online. And I think it's because people want to recreate those kind of mid-century style 50s, 60s, 70s, those classic Christmases. They want to sort of bring them into the 21st century. And so that's lights and lighting is so important. That's just such a key thing, part of the vibe. And you'd ask me about when's a good time, right, to start decorating. I mean, I have the hardest time. I'm always making excuses about when to take down my decorations. And usually I keep them up until the 6th of January, the Epiphany, the Three Kings, because that's still sort of in many Latin American countries, that's sort of a bigger deal than Christmas when the Three Kings arrive to pay tribute to baby Jesus. So I'll keep everything up until at least January 6th, and maybe even a little longer, because my birthday is later in the month, because it's so sad to take it down. But I will put stuff up in the Friday after Thanksgiving. That's sort of my rule, or maybe Thanksgiving during the day if it's not too crazy, because I do believe that I want Halloween to be Halloween, and the turkey deserves his moment. The turkey does not get his moments anymore. It's like October 31st, Christmas is over, Halloween is over, and we're talking about Christmas. And hey, what about November and autumn and the harvest festival?
Rolando.
Right? So that's sort of my sequence. Yeah.
I was going to tell you, my dad's favorite joke is to say the war on Christmas will end when it goes back to recognizing Thanksgiving's borders originally.
Yes. Oh, I'm going to write that down. I'm going to use that with credit. We must honor the turkey. He deserves this moment.
The other joke I've often heard, you'll love this too, is like, I tell you what, if Christmas stops making incursions into July, then we can talk about ending this ridiculous war. I mean, that's really what it kind of comes down to. The other thing about the Dyker Heights thing that I really want to talk about is that it's a great reminder for a lot of people. A lot of people think of New York who aren't from there in the same way that Americans who are from urban areas think about like country, that it's like just one kind of country. But there are a lot of people who live in country who think that New York is Manhattan. And it's a great reminder that New York is not only 5 cities, it's probably about 10, because you can divide the Bronx into 3, and there are neighborhoods both in the northern Bronx, and there are neighborhoods in Brooklyn where it feels like you've walked into that time portal, doesn't it? Where it's like, this is not the New York I know, but it's an amazing New York, right?
It's an amazing New York. Just the other day, yesterday I was working on a story, and I had to go out to Brooklyn. We were driving around Carroll Gardens and Cobble Hill and Park Slope, and looking at the brownstones from the 19th century, decorated. I mean, it could just as well be 1880, 1920, and it really is transforming. And you're right. I mean, New York City is one of those towns that's so easy to misunderstand. We think of it as a business district or a place that's very dangerous, and there's danger everywhere, of course, but not really. I mean, New York is just a big collection of neighborhoods, and the neighborhoods are so small. I mean, you can have apartment buildings on the Upper East Side where like 3,000 or 4,000 people live. Even within that one apartment building, you probably have multiple sectors and neighborhoods and communities. You get 1 or 2 or 3 people in a room, and community and neighborhood almost begins to form. So when you have a city with 9 million people, you're going to have a lot of neighborliness for sure.
Neighborliness. I like that word. Hey, Rolando, last night I watched with my family, with my husband and daughter, Christmas Story. Now, not for the first time, of course, but I have not liked it. I have made the very controversial statement on air that I hate that movie because it makes me feel. I know.
Wait.
We had a turn of events, Rolando. Hold on to your butt, because like for years I have not liked it because it's made me feel dark and depressed. But I watched it last night. My daughter just put it on. She's 7, and I went with it sort of in the background while I was eating dinner, and I found myself really enjoying it and seeing it. I saw a completely different movie last night. It was like the nostalgia changed. Now I bring that up because I want to talk about nostalgia with you. And I think, I don't know if people are chasing nostalgia, the nostalgia of childhood, even if it was good, bad, or indifferent, whatever it was. It's something like they feel like they've lost, even though it may or may not have ever been there. With all that, with how we've shifted in nostalgia, because watching Christmas Story, I almost felt like, I know it's not set in the 70s, but I was born in 78. So in my head, that was late 70s, early 80s, because as Jim said earlier today, they didn't tell you the year so that anyone could drop themselves in, When we talk about nostalgia today and we're looking at what's happened, the modern versus the old school Christmas because of things like, say, Instagram, are we preserving the magic or polishing it too much? Because I think magic comes from things not being polished, but social media is polishing things. How do you feel that juxtaposition is working for or against us when it comes to Christmas?
Oh, wow. That's a good question. I mean, I do think, when we present things on social media, we try to, elevate them and put them in a way that's maybe not very realistic, right? I mean, one of the feelings that people often get when you're on social media is, we're all getting those little dopamine hits as we find new things that are interesting, but then we're also seeing the way that other people live their lives. And it's impossible not to compare yourself to that and maybe not feel so good, right? But I think that Christmas, the holidays in general, is probably a time. You can certainly get inspiration for places. I think you can use social media, I think, better around the holidays to get inspiration for places perhaps to visit, or for people who really have captured the spirit, and that kind of helps you put you into the spirit. But I think for me, Christmas is actually a time when you try to go as analog as you can, put social media just aside for a couple of days. Like, one of the things that we do at my house, we have a bunch of old Christmas albums, some of them that we've had in the family since the 1960s or 70s. So I still have a record player. This will not come to you as a surprise. So we play record players. I could just easily stream this on Spotify, but no, I would rather listen to it on Wecht. And I used to work at, we're talking about television traditions. I used to work at WPIX Channel 11 in New York, and I was sort of the keeper of the Yule log. And WPIX was the station that invented the Yule log back in 1966, the televised fireplace that would run for hours on television while Christmas carols played. And I will put on, even though I don't work there anymore, I put on the Yule log knowing that I had a part in preserving its history. So I think Christmas is a great time to sort of not worry so much about how other people are presenting themselves or using it to score points on social media. Put that aside for a week maybe and enjoy family, enjoy being at home, and enjoy creating new traditions. I don't have kids of my own, but I have. I'm an uncle, and I have many. I'm sort of a freelance uncle to many kids of friends of mine.
Oh, will you be my freelance uncle?
Yes, absolutely.
I love that. You're probably old. I'm probably older than you, but you still do give good uncle vibes.
Nonsense. No, you're younger than I am. But no. I love creating new traditions in kids and showing them things that were part of my childhood. Like I love showing a 3-year-old the old Rankin Bass stop motion animation cartoons, the Charlie Brown stuff, and get those traditions inculcated in them early, so because that's where the magic comes from. When that special would air just once a year, and you waited 364 days for the next appearance. I can watch those specials any time of year, of course, any day, at any hour, but I don't. I try to create a sense of import and excitement around that one streaming, or maybe two, that we do once a year. So I think Christmas is a great time to go analog and just focus on the experiences that you have outside of your phone. Document them and share them. Sure, that's fun. And you get a little dopamine hit. But try to create a special world for yourself, for your friends, for your family.
Let me just say, by the way, since you are a Rankin Bass fan, that Unicorn Cornelius might be the greatest Christmas spirit ever committed to celluloid. We went back, speaking of, Lindsay got a chance to rewatch, A Christmas Story. I'm always kind of amazed at the courage, bravery, and decency. And I've always said, if Santa ever wants to retire, Unicorn should do the buyout and end up as the next Santa Claus, because he may be one of the greatest characters. I mean, think about what he does. He actually goes head on at an abominable snowman, and his dogs love him so much they all go with him. It's like the most incredible thing. I mean, it's amazing to me that in the midst of that strange special, they created one of the most decent, honorable people, and nobody realizes that he's in the middle of all of that, being as good as anybody could be. Sorry, you reminded me of the Rankin Bass stuff. Isn't it crazy?
It is really crazy, and I love all the Rankin Bass stuff, and so many distinct, unique characters. Like in the Frosty the Snowman, my favorite character is Professor Hinkle, the magician who's up to no good, right? Who actually kills Frosty, but then is somehow redeemed in the end. So,
and no one talks about that. We don't talk about that enough.
You know what's so cool about the end of that? You know what happens? Out of nowhere, Santa Claus appears and saves Frosty. It's like amazing.
What the heck? Santa had a sixth sense that something was up, I mean, I don't know, but he did, thank goodness. And Professor Hinkle skates, no charges are brought against him. He carries on,
Right. Everyone's just okay with this. All right, Rolando, we're almost out of time, but we'd be remiss if we don't, of course, tie this to trucking, to all of our truck drivers listening right now, who, by the way, are comments over in the chat, a couple that came up. Marshall says, Corsicana, Texas. It's a place called Colin's Street Bakery. It's the best fruitcake in the world. He said they ship them all over the world. And Trucker Bosun says Brommer's Building. Wait, hang on. Yeah, Brommer's Building. Do you know this?
The Brommer's
Building. Brommer's like the is that an ice cream thing?
Brommer's. I'm sorry. Brommer's Christmas Wonderland store. It's in Frankenmuth, Michigan.
Oh yeah,
God, that's a great town. Yeah, which I've not been to, but that is a great place to celebrate Christmas, the holidays.
Michigan.
Yes,
Ooh, it's cold up there, but beautiful. So hit us. We've got about a minute or two left. A minute, I think. Hit us with if a truck driver, specifically a truck driver, is driving cross country. What is the town or the stop that a truck driver would speak Christmas to his or her soul?
Well, I mean, if you happen to be out in California along the 101 freeway, pull over in Oxnard. It's actually a little town called Nyland Acres, and right there near the beach is Santa Claus. I mean, he right coming out of a chimney. This is a Santa Claus that was originally further up along 101 in Carpinteria. He'd gone up around 1950 in this little holiday-themed Santa Claus Lane's little shopping district. But they lost interest in him in around the year 2002. He was saved, restored, and moved down to Oxnard. Now they really, really treat him well. And most of the year, except around Christmas time, he's wearing sunglasses because he is in Southern California and he lives by the beach. But there you can see this giant Santa Claus. I mean, that's what I would do. And if you're on the East Coast, Garden State Plaza Mall in Paramus, New Jersey, has a Santa that is placed outside the mall in November and December. It's a tradition that from the 50s through the 80s, Santa disappeared, and then Westfield, the mall operator, said we got to bring Santa back, and he's been back since 2018. So that's a quick dose of Christmas cheer. Get off the freeway, the highway, I should say hi to Santa, and keep on trucking.
By the way, really quickly, one of our commenters, and you'll figure this out, wrote the words wahoo, followed by a pickaxe, followed by a tongue licking 3 times, followed by the words nothing. And I think you know what that's from. Eucord Cornelius. Yahoo! Yes. Nothing. Just fantastic. Rolando, Merry Christmas to you. We didn't get to everything, but what we got to was just such joy. I appreciate you and love you, man. Best of Christmases.
Back at you. You too. Enjoy and see you next year or hear you next year.
Yeah, hear you. Deck the halls with Rolando. Fa la 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 la. It's Road Gang Radio. Coming up next, we're talking about loneliness. But in a good way, with humor and heart, guys. It's the best time of year to talk about loneliness. From a good place, though. From a good place, Jim.
From a good place.
Where the lonely gets less lonely. Road Gang Radio.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Hey, listen, that I can do. I'm missing some brain cells and some teeth, so we're just happy to be here at Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
This fog is as...
Give me a minute. I'm coming. I'm here.
This fog is as thick as peanut butter. Don't you mean pea soup? You eat what you like, and I'll eat what I like. That, of course, is from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And I got to tell you...
You say of course a lot, and every time you say of course, I know I'm not going to know it.
Well, the thing is, it's like, if you grew up in our house with three other boys and one girl, man, and Rolando was right. You literally were glued to the television set the moment Charlie Brown, the Grinch, and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer showed up. Yeah. We memorized those things, and Eucorn Cornelius, as I said before, is, by the way, one of the great one of the great antidotes to actually loneliness this time of year, because he finds the very, very isolated. Very isolated.
I'm so lonely.
Rudolph and Herbie, the elf who wants to be a dentist, and he takes them under his wing and he saves their life, and he is as good and decent of a friend. He actually saves their life twice, once in the freezing cold, and then he takes on the Bumble and saves his life there as well. So,
speaking of amazing friends.
Amazing. This is amazing stuff here, by the way.
New friends. I think you're all going to listen to our next guest and realize, oh, that person's my friend. This next guest to me is like the epitome of when you think you know somebody, when you listen to somebody a lot and you can't remember if you're actually friends or you're just friends because you've heard them online. This is Dawn to me. So our next guest is someone I'm very excited to talk to, because it's a conversation that like sneaks up and hits you in the chest, but then you figure out your change afterwards. So you may know Don Martin from his hit podcast, Head on Fire, or from his TikTok presence, where he's built a massive following by doing something surprisingly rare, guys, thinking out loud in a way that actually helps people feel less lonely. What an idea. He's also a writer of poetry, fantasy, nonfiction, but his newest project feels especially timely. It's this original audiobook called Where Did Everybody Go? Why We're Lonely But Not Alone. It's a deep dive into something that many of us feel but don't always know how to name. I'm really interested in the idea of naming this. He started asking these questions during the pandemic, not because loneliness appeared out of nowhere, but because everything got real quiet enough that he couldn't ignore it anymore. Don's approach, it blends like actual real research with humor and honesty, looking at loneliness, by the way, not as a personal failure, but as something deeply human. So I'm excited to dive into that, guys. This is not a doom and gloom conversation. It is thoughtful, it's hopeful, and it's very much about people needing people, which feels like something worth talking about today. So please make welcome to the show our new friend, soon to be yours, Don Martin. Good morning, friend.
Good morning. Thank you all so much for having me back. It's such an honor.
Yes, we love having you. Your energy shifted the game last time you were on air, so people missed that conversation. you get to fall in love with Don Martin all over again today.
Oh, gosh. Oh, man. That's such a humbling thing to hear. Thank you so much.
Don, we were you heard me at the top of the half hour talking about, of course, talking about you, Cornelius, and the idea that I want to kind of start on the most positive note I possibly can. They are so isolated in that scene in Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and this gregarious, decent prospector who's a little gruff around the edges shows up and just lifts their spirits and brings them in from the cold. Can we, to kind of start off with, before we get to loneliness, talk about how all of us as individuals can actually spot the signs of loneliness and not try to force majeure magic in the world, but just to be a receptive person to make sure that we can lift a little bit of the burden of loneliness on a daily basis from anybody we encounter who seems to be carrying that weight?
I was listening to that where you were talking about Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and I think that's actually a really smart, very timely, obviously seasonally appropriate movie. I think that the themes in that movie are perfectly aligned with the discussion of loneliness. But I want to focus in on the island of misfit toys.
Oh, my God.
All of those toys, all of those figures that were basically, they were feeling lonely, they were feeling isolated, they were feeling unwanted, they were feeling like what they had to offer wasn't what everyone else wanted, right? But they were able to come together and form their own community. They were able to come together and create their own space where they found belonging, where their uniqueness was upheld. They created their own third place. And something that I talk quite at length about in Where Did Everybody Go is this idea that there are a lot of people, as much as we talk about loneliness, when we talk about loneliness, we tend to talk in like these big sweeping data. We talk about men and women. We talk about, big age categories. But when we do that, that data tends to leave a lot of people out of the conversation. It's weird that people are lonely even inside, people are isolated even inside a conversation about isolation. Mm-hmm. But when you drill down and you look at what marginalized communities that don't fit so neatly in with greater society, what you find is that where people feel unwanted, they tend to come together and create community as well. And there's a lot of lessons that we can take away from that. I think it's a really apt metaphor.
I love the Island of Misfit Toys because, Lindsay, when I tell you, few things have stayed with me as a kid that have come up to the present day that nobody wants a Charlie in the box. And I'm like, I kind of do. What's so wonderful about the Island of Misfit Toys is that, nobody wants a water pistol that shoots raspberry jam. I'm like, I do. I want those things. And there's something really joyful about the fact that all of those Misfit Toys band together and then think at the end they've been abandoned and then they show up and pick them up. It really, I didn't even think about the Island of Misfit Toys when unpacking that before, but it really is so much of the antidote to loneliness is Lindsay always talks about finding your tribe. And a lot of people don't even know how to make that first step, don't know how to make the first step to find the people, not people who are lonely, but to find other people who actually share maybe their goofiness, their strangeness, their quirkiness. How do we encourage that? I'm sorry, I'm monopolizing this. I'm excited.
No. I think that's an incredible point. And the fact that you didn't remember the Island of Misfit Toys, I think is just I think it's so perfect.
He's either denying, or growing, one of the two.
Yeah, something's happening here.
But I think when we talk about loneliness, and we talk about the people that are left out of the conversation, I talk about a few different groups. I talk about black barbershops and hair salons, and how some of the things that we tend to be marginalized in greater society for are the things that we end up turning into third places, turning into community gathering spots. All sorts of marginalized communities end up creating spaces for themselves that are that meet their unique needs, celebrate their uniqueness. But I even found, to kind of keep it light and keep it on the Island of Misfit Toys metaphor, there is a documentary that I watched that's called The Remarkable Life of Eveline. And it's about a kid who was severely disabled. He wasn't able to physically meet up with other people, and he died at a very young age. His parents didn't think that, he had a lot of friends. They mourned the fact that he didn't have a friend group, that he didn't have a great love in his life. And they posted, because he had a blog, they knew that he had a blog, and they ended up posting just a notice to anybody who might see his blog, and any of the people they thought, these very few people who might have read his blog and want to know that unfortunately he passed away. And that opened up this huge world to them about the fact that for the preceding decade of his life, he actually led an incredibly rich life with a huge friend group, and indeed not only had a great love of his life, but was at times a little bit of a womanizer, a little bit of a ladies' man.
That's scary,
because he had this entire life that he had built for himself on World of Warcraft. And he had these friends from all over the world. And he was able to connect with people, and people, all of these folks were able to kind of see each other for who they were, rather than a physical disability, rather than distance, rather than skin color, rather than, the stuff that makes us different from one another. And we're finding, in the title of the book is Where Did Everybody Go? We're finding that people are organically finding themselves in new kinds of communities. They're building spaces online, they're building spaces on social media. There's some young people in the United States that created Parasite Skate Park. They're creating skate parks. They're creating organically built spaces that don't necessarily just look like a pub, or don't necessarily just look like, those third places of yore. Everybody always idealizes Cheers. Everybody's like, oh, well, we need more cafes and pubs and bars and stuff because that's what a third place is. But we're finding, especially in the last few decades, that people are organically creating spaces where what they need is being met and creating community around them. And it's magical. We're creating lots of islands of misfit toys where everybody can feel seen for who they are.
I love that, because this is giving a lot of power to loneliness. And I say that because you talk a lot about loneliness, right? You talk about it as an evolutionary purpose. And I love that because I listened to somebody named Abraham Hicks. I don't know if anybody knows who that is. He, she, they are out there. It's a whatever. I'm not going to tell you what it is because everyone will think I'm crazy, but I love it. I follow it. But one of her whole kind of things is that when you are feeling uncomfortable, when you are angry, when you are lonely, whatever it is, that is something inside telling you it's that is expanding you, because you're like, I don't like how this feels, so I don't want that. Therefore, let me remember what this feels like so I can expand and not feel like it anymore, essentially. And so what I kind of hear you saying, and I love the idea is finding the third group, but what I hear you saying is that, that when you have loneliness, it's time to reframe it completely and think about loneliness different as, I feel lonely. If that makes me feel bad, what do I want to do to expand and feel better? So a lot of people think of loneliness as a personal problem, and you argue it's really more of a societal one. So where and how does that shift happen where somebody can say, I feel lonely, this is a chance for me to own that loneliness and do something about it. I don't have to wallow in it, right? We can use it as power. If I feel uncomfortable, I can use it as power. Does that resonate?
Absolutely. Well, when you were a kid and you were afraid that there was a monster in your closet or that there was something hiding under your bed, what did your parents do? Or, well, what did they do if they didn't want to scare you?
Ignored me. They ignored me. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just kidding.
They opened the closet door, they turned the lights on, they checked under the bed, and then they might have had you come check under the bed and see for yourself to contextualize what that monster is. Is it just darkness? Is there something in there? I have always been somebody that wanted to know the why behind the what. What is something, but why does it exist? And why do we feel it? And what is its purpose? I think that anybody that's ever seen one of the Inside Out movies has gotten a good primer on the fact that our emotions are all evolved to do a job inside of us. So, people remember, that big panel of the main emotions in Inside Out, joy, anger, sadness. Anger is a really good one to start off with. Anger actually has a purpose. There was a researcher that I spoke to named Dr. Heather Lynch who taught me that Anger's job is to help in problem solving and decision making. It can, if you're a little worked up, you can actually overcome obstacles, overcome problems a little easier because you're very determined to do so. Your ability to problem solve improves if you're a little angry about it. But loneliness also has a job. It's a little like all of the other emotions in that it has a job, and it's unlike the other emotions in that it's kind of sits somewhere deeper down inside of us. It's a biological imperative. It's less like joy or anger or sadness, and it's more like the feelings of hunger or thirst. Hunger is telling us that we need to eat. Thirst tells us that we need to drink. Loneliness is telling us that we need to seek other people. It's a biological imperative because somewhere way back up the evolutionary line, humans learned that we survive better when we go at life in groups. So loneliness isn't this, yes, it makes us sometimes feel sad. It makes us feel that subjective measure of isolation, that distance between the amount of connection that we want and the amount that we get. That distance can feel bad. It can feel not fun to feel. But at the same time, it is also a little voice. It's also a little biological urge inside of us telling us to seek other people, that something is wrong, that we need other people to survive. It's a little push telling us as people and us as a society to reconnect with others. So I don't know. I think the positive spin to that is if we are lonelier than we've ever been, then we're more primed for reconnection than we've ever been. We are at a point in our society where we are so desperately seeking to reconnect with other people. And I think if people just have a little guidance on maybe what are some first steps that they can do, how can they navigate those feelings, it's easy to turn that, bad feeling into the start of the next chapter of your life.
Don, let me ask you a question. So there's a great line from Bob
Yeah.
Seger from Against the Wind where he says, I guess I lost my way. I found myself alone, surrounded by strangers I thought were my friends. I found myself further and further away from my home. And I'm kind of curious if there's kind of I guess what you would call a counterintuitive act that goes on. If you feel lonely in the midst of a great cacophony, does it make sense to kind of go out and to actually create not just loneliness, but the actually aspect of being alone for a moment to contemplate who it is you want to be with? And that loneliness becomes kind of a reminder to take a moment to figure out and do real inventory of the kind of people you want to spend time with in that moment. And is that part of the imperative that plays along with that? It's a reminder to make yourself alone. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think you've got it. Nail, hitting the hammer, nail on the head, all of that. I'm not a plumber.
Well, good, because don't take the hammer to the toilet, Don. I'm glad you're not a plumber. Good Lord.
I think you've absolutely got it. So one of the things that I get asked about sometimes when I told people that I was writing the book or researching the book, and certainly once I started telling people, hey, I wrote this book, is a lot of people ask me about introverts and extroverts. Well, do you talk about introverts? Well, do you talk about extroverts? Well, I'm an introvert. I don't need anyone. And that's actually not true. Researchers tell us that introverts and extroverts need the same amount. They need the same amount of connection with other people. What that connection looks like is going to be subjective. It's going to be different. And that subjective distance between the amount of connection people want and the amount people get are also going to be different. And it can be different for different people at different times. It can be different at different times of the year. It can be different at different times of the day. How much you need is subjective and it's personal to you. All of that said, I think what you're talking about reassessing the kind of connection that you have with other people is absolutely the right takeaway here, because you could be alone in a crowd. Dr. Matthias Mell, one of the researchers that I spoke to from the University of Arizona, kind of pointed out to me, he's like, are you alone when you're at a concert? Are you alone when you're at a cafe? Are you alone and even though you're surrounded by people, he posits that the answer is yes, absolutely. You are alone because you're not actively engaged in connecting with other people. Now, you might be engaged in an activity that is recuperative for you, is restorative for you, but you are still alone. doing it. You are alone doing it. You are not connecting with other people. But we do all need some level of connection. So assessing how you connect with other people, making sure that that time that you're spending with other people in community, in conversation, in dialogue is restorative, is qualitative. It's not just quantitative. The amount of time that you spend with other people isn't necessarily as important as the quality of that time, doing things that make you feel seen, that make you feel connected to other people.
Well, let's talk about how this hits at obviously at Christmas or the holidays and Christmas, because I know that I'm so grateful. I've never spent a Christmas alone, as in I have felt lonely on a lot of Christmases, but I've never like physically spent a Christmas alone. I'm very grateful to have a wonderful group of people around me, even if it's just one or two at that time. That being said, I always get, and I think this happens to a lot of people, I always get very sad around Christmas. This also happens to me at my birthday, which is right before Christmas, by the way. And so maybe it's all lumped together, Dawn. But I'm curious because I know a lot of other people that have that same idea, even if they are surrounded by people, they just get this sad and lonely time at Christmas. Maybe it's because you're missing somebody who's not at the table that year. Maybe it's because, for me, I know if I pull up and I see, a homeless person on the side of the road, it hits me harder, and I'm sadder at around the holiday time thinking about where they may be going. And by the way, they may have a ton of people that they're having a bonfire with, and they may be totally fine. But I make up all the stories of what's happening in other people's lives or not happening in their lives and get very sad around it. What in your work and your research, what, Dawn, can you attribute to loneliness at the holidays, even when you are going to all the parties and surrounded by a lot of people at Christmas time? Why do some people just get sad in general?
Well, one, if you're going to a lot of parties and you're surrounded by people and you're still feeling alone, you're still feeling lonely, that's probably a sign, just like I kind of had to contend with when suddenly the world shut down and I realized that all of that stuff that I packed my schedule with to keep myself busy wasn't actually keeping me connected to other people. Mm-hmm. It wasn't community. It was just busy stuff. It was organizations. It was checkboxes and stuff. But around the holidays especially, we are oftentimes in a place of comparison. We see, lots of movies with happy families. We see people, going to, all of the ways that they're connected. And it's difficult to not compare that to yourself and to your own life and to say, well, I'm not as connected to my family as I wish I were, or, the people that I want to be with are farther away. Yes, I'm with people, and yes, I'm going to a holiday party, but it's a work party, and I don't really like these people as much, and the people I'd rather be with are, 700 miles away or something like that. And it's really difficult to ignore those feelings of comparison, especially because, like I said, the feeling of loneliness is so subjective. It's a subjective metric. It's a distance between the amount of connection that you want and the amount that you're getting. And whenever you are comparing that amount of connection that you're experiencing to the connection that you think other people are experiencing, it's difficult to ignore it. And that was actually something that someone else said a little bit ago, that we're kind of always feeling lonely. We're kind of always feeling hungry. We kind of always want to eat, right? Like you probably always eat a little.
It's horrible.
Can
you? By the way, if you can I would rather you fix my hungry than fix my lonely. If you have any sort of suggestion for that,
stop eating, Jim. Stop.
That's always really helpful. Stop feeling lonely. Stop being hungry. Move on. Get your life going on. I had one guy tell me, "Listen, Don, this guy said you're a full-grown man. You don't need to eat 3 meals a day." I was like, "Shut up, dude. That doesn't help me. That is not a plan for me not to eat." Sorry, go on. You hit a nerve right there, man.
If I don't eat at least 3 times a day, you do not want to be around me. But okay, so we're always a little bit feeling lonely because there's that, like I said, it's a biological imperative. It's something trying to keep us alive. We're trying to keep connected to other people. But we do often, especially as adults, like once we get past around the age of 23 and then up to about the age of 67, we are able to distract ourselves from feeling lonely. We are able to avoid the feelings of loneliness, that subjective measure. We're technically always feeling it, but we're able to avoid noticing it because we fill our calendars with it. But the less distraction that we have, or the more comparison that we have to other people, the more connection that we think we're missing out on, the harder it is to ignore. And suddenly it's like, oh God, I think I might be lonely. Oh dear. So some of that is that, we're at a time of year where it's difficult to avoid the stuff that we have been avoiding all year.
Can't avoid it no longer, guys. Can't avoid it no longer.
Really quickly, too, it's one of those things, and boy, you pointed this out, Lindsay, and Don just pointed this out. Hungry and lonely have another thing in common. You don't realize you are until it's too late a lot of the time as well. I mean, that's a big thing. That
So
it's
true.
Like, wait a minute.
Very true.
It's like, how many times have you got to the end of the day and realized, oh, shit, I didn't eat. Oh, my God, where's everybody? And by the way,
and then you blame other people. And by you, I mean me. I do this. When I'm hungry, I'll be like, well, I haven't eaten today. My husband's like, you are a grown-ass adult. Go get a sandwich.
I mean, not to be a little bit of a bummer, but I will say one of the things that I ask people to do in the book is to start kind of keeping track of how much you talk to other people. Like, when was the last time you talked to somebody and it wasn't, like, about work? Like, when was the last time you had, like, a quality conversation with someone? And I have people start kind of keeping track of who they're talking to and how much time they're talking to them. And what a lot of people end up finding is that some of these, like, tertiary people in your lives, not your primary folks, not even your secondary folks, but sometimes, like, these tertiary people, these people that kind of exist within your regularly scheduled life, are the people that you talk to more than anybody else. So, like, the barista, the barista who's usually working at your favorite coffee shop. That little bit of interaction might be one of the only conversations that someone has in a given day. The dry cleaner, the person who you see when you drop your kids off, when you pick your kids up. Like, a lot of the kinds of conversations that end up filling our lives are these smaller conversations, are these more tertiary conversations. And I invite people to be a little bit more active and engaged in noticing where we're spending our time and how we're spending our time. And maybe if there's somebody who's in your life and you actually enjoy talking to them and they're part of, like, your regular schedule, maybe get to know them a little bit more. Ask them a few more questions. Maybe stick them, closer in your in your hierarchy of people that you talk to. Maybe they're not a tertiary person. Maybe they could be a secondary friend or something like that. So just being really mindful about how much we are actually connecting with other people and where those connections are in our lives, I think is something that we kind of ignore, and like you said, until it's too late. Where have I been placing my energy? When was the last time I talked to another human being?
It would be kind of like saying that Don Martin should come back more on this show, Lindsay.
I want to move in with Don Martin. I want to live with you and your husband and all your pets, by the way. How many pets do you have?
I want to be your friend.
Right now, I have a cat. She's 19, and she's experiencing her. I want to say her 19th, maybe 20th Christmas with us. She'll be 20 in a few months.
Wow.
We have a puppy, and we have 2 rabbits right now.
Of course you do. What are your rabbits' names?
Of course I do. Well, I'm married to a veterinarian, Magnus and Victor.
Magnus and Victor, the bunnies.
Fantastic.
That just screams Christmas
Yeah.
joy right there. Dawn, you scream Christmas
Yeah.
joy. Merry Christmas to you. What are you guys doing for Christmas? What do you do Christmas Eve and Christmas Day?
I am very blessed. My parents are actually driving up and going to spend the whole week with us. So I don't get to see them as often. So it's really a special thing when we get to reconnect. And this is actually really a very cool Christmas because my husband's mom is also coming in. So this will be, I think, our first Christmas ever where both sides of the family are all together. So, like,
oh dear,
my brother-in-law, my nieces, but all the parents, everybody's here, and everyone's just really excited to, like, hook and hang out and see each other and reconnect. I don't think this has ever happened. We've been together for like 20 years. So
Please do me.
It's the first. It'll be fun.
Please do me a favor and keep your journal near and write down what everybody's saying because I feel a screenplay coming on here, Don. I'm just saying. Just be aware.
Or I might be writing a second book called Why can't everybody go?
Yeah. I wish I was alone. I wish I was alone.
Everybody's here. The Don Martin story, by the way.
Leave me alone.
He's an author.
Where did everybody go? They all came here.
I saw 3 ships come sailing in, and they actually all docked at my house. He is the author of nonfiction poetry and young adult fantasy. Don Martin is also one of the great bulwarks against loneliness out there. Where did everybody go? He is the author and narrator of that. And by the way, it is as funny and as life-affirming as you will get your hands on this Christmas. If you've got somebody who's struggling, this is one of the places you should point them to. You can find him on TikTok at @ByDonMartin and on the gram of Insta at @ByDon. By the way, brother, we love having you. Merriest of Christmas and happiest of holidays from everybody here.
It's Road Gang Radio coming up next. A little banter. We're taking your calls. What's the phone number, Jim?
615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. And after that, Brontë Fall, a fabulous country artist, is joining us to talk about her new Christmas song as well. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. That's a threat and a promise.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act. One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Seize that day and come on down and hang out with Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
Making their way over, Lindsay. I know you're excited about this one as well, too. A little drop in before we actually get to your wonderful, replay of We Should Write with Tara. And then, of course, after that, the main event shows up with the live edition of We Should Write. Who is that going to be? Who's that going to be? Who's that guy?
Colin Stough. I'm still trying to figure out how to say this. Colin Stough. Stough is how it's spelled. And I'll have to figure out how to say it. But he is really good. I've actually gotten several days to dig in to learn more about him and listen to his music. He was a top 3 on American Idol season 21. But he's from Mississippi. He's a dude, guys. He was working for an HVAC company when his mom sort of pushed him to go be on Idol and signed him up. He's a dude that, has grown up fishing and working on cars and doing dude stuff. Blue collar, so to speak. Went on American Idol. Obviously, that changed his life because he got far enough that it was able to change his life. And Jim, what was really cool, I saw him talking about, he said because he was top 3, because he was third, I guess that's runner-up to the runner-up, he just thought he'd go home and go back to life, business as usual, and go back to working for the HVAC company. He thought, I guess it's over now. And then he got home. He returned home from American Idol, Jim, and 2 days later, the phone started ringing, people saying, we need to get you to Nashville. You have people that want to sign you. Labels want to sign you. Managers want to sign you. It's like, in some ways, people don't know really about American Idol that winning is not always the best case scenario. Because if you win Idol, you were owned by Idol.
You have commitments.
At least for a period of time. Like Carrie Underwood is still, she is not owned by Idol, but she will, and should always say that American Idol is why I'm here today. She should. It is why she's here today, or why she's, has this particular fame and success. But he said he went home and then realized, and then the phone started ringing. He came back, and so he's able. And we're not going to talk a lot about Idol because I'm sure he's tired of that. We're talking more about writing. I will talk about how his writing has changed from pre being on Idol and post being on Idol, from an experiential standpoint. But it's so cool to realize, not cool even, it's very bipolar to be like, oh, I'm on top of the world. Oh, I'm going home to work on HVAC. Oh, I'm going on top of the world. Get me back to Nashville. Oh, the music business sucks. Like, I'm sure he's got, even at 21, that roller coaster of weight of emotions that is You're the best. No, you're not. You're the best. No, you're not. You're the best. No, you're not. That is entertainment, baby. So I think it'll be a really interesting conversation, especially with me at 47 and him at 21 in very different places in life and in career. I'm very interested to see what our through line will be today, and I'm very excited to have him. So it's going to be a cool conversation that will be live at noon today, preceded by Tara Lynn Pfister, quote unquote live at 11 today. You can hear that. It's a replay of last week, but it is a live conversation you're hearing because we do not edit around here.
Yeah, and one of the really kind of cool things about it too is that you're also dealing with somebody who in many ways is probably, we've had some really, even the young who have been on your show have been like longtime writers. And what I'm interested in, and I don't know the answer to this, I'm interested to see if he is still really, look, everybody's always discovering how they write and what the power of therapeutic writing, in fact, is, how it serves as kind of a game changer and a life changer. But given what he has done for a living and given the kind of whipsaw and whiplash that he's probably received over the course of his very short career so far, I'm interested to see where he's at and if he's if he's at the nascent stage of like writing and understanding what writing does for him from not only just a professional standpoint, but from an emotional standpoint, if you dig where I'm coming from, Lindsay Lawler.
I dig it. I can dig it. Yeah, I will jot that down to talk to him about today. I think that will probably organically come up, hopefully. I'm looking forward to it, as well as I listened back. The new episode of Tara Lynn Pfister's show went up yesterday, so I got a chance to listen to it last night and this morning. And there's some good nuggets in there that, you don't realize how many, just hearing people talk very specifically about their own scenario, how you can pull little nuggets that work into your own scenario. So I love this show. I love the show so much, and I appreciate people continuing to listen.
Yeah, and I really love this show so much as well too. And I know a lot of our listeners out there who are over in the chat. Many of them stick around not just for the replay, but often will do the whole replay and then listen to the show as well. Just kind of a really groovy situation, and I think it's like one of the best kept secrets that hopefully won't be a secret much longer. We should write. Please, guys, it's so important that you not only when you go find it on Spotify that you download it as well, that you promote it. You guys are our front line in many ways for letting people know who we are and what we're all about. Trucker Bosun has put it on his truck. Marshall continually tags us on the Book of Face and lets people know what we're up to and we're doing over here. Many of you, Joe J, and I can go on for a while, have made a real effort to kind of get the word out. Keep on doing that. These kind of things are strange, Lindsay. Every once in a while, something just breaks, something happens, and people kind of get on board and get excited about something, and then you're off to the races. We still continue to kind of exist right there on the precipice, and you guys are helping us get one step closer all the time. I didn't get a chance to talk about it because, Don was unpacking so much, and I know you had a lot of stuff that's interesting. I have often gone out, and not so much forced loneliness, but put an isolation on myself, Lindsay. One of the things I haven't got a chance to do, that the trip to Washington, D.C. for me used to be one I made alone. I would make alone and actually get a chance to spend some really significant time alone. Because of everything that went wrong, even in Columbia Falls, I was continually around people, trying to secure my luggage, on the phone with people, trying to make stuff happen. And I would encourage a lot of people to find a moment before you get home for the holidays, before you spend time around people, to isolate yourself, if only for a few moments, before you kind of return back to people, if that makes any sense. There is something about taking a moment of peace, and then
it's the debrief.
And take a deep breath and then jump into the celebration and the festivities. But really, it's okay. And by the way, feeling sorry for yourself is not always a bad thing. You just can't stay there. It's okay every once in a while to be like, oh, woe is me. As long as you don't live in that country, it's okay to go there occasionally. It's sometimes a way of recharging your batteries.
It's good. It's like I said earlier to Don, I will let myself be woe is me for one day. My husband would like to sometimes, or not like to, he does not like it, but whenever my husband is down, I think we all know our strengths and weaknesses, and he knows that he could go into a dark place for a long time if he was left to his own devices and if he was alone, but he doesn't. He has a wife and he has a kid and he has work and he has, we got to get back to life. And so we have found our way to, when each of us are down in the dumps, I guess, he when I am, he props up, he goes to work. He's like, do you want to go to eat? Do we want to make something different? Let's turn on the Christmas lights. He's good about setting a scene and making a really great environment when he sees me going down. I am good at seeing when he's going down, be like, just let him have a day. Don't bug him. Don't ask what's wrong. Don't ask him to do the dishes or whatever. Like, let him have that day to not wallow, but to just be like, I'm sad and
recover.
That's what it is, and here we are, and so be it. And then we get back to living the next day. So I think when you have people in your life that know how to balance or use it as a superpower. You know, I think about the episode on The Office where Michael Scott decided to leave and start his own company, and Jenna Fisher's character, Pam, followed him and went along, and he was like spiraling, and she had to keep it together for Michael Scott as they were working out of his kitchen, and he wasn't wearing pants, and it was like terrible. And when she started to lose it, she realized that he stepped up and comforted her, and she leaned into herself losing it even more because she saw it and made him get his what together. And so I think that's cool. We can't have two people wallowing. Somebody's got to support the other. So if you see anybody or have anybody in your life, whether that could be a pet, a friend, a coworker, a parent, whatever it is. If you have somebody that knows how to balance here it comes, this is what we do, that's somebody to hang on to.
Yeah, my big, and you know this about me, we've talked about this, my big hang on for me, as I call it, the ham sandwiches and coffee crowd, when you're up to the wee small hours of the morning trying to get something done that has no chance of getting done, and yet the two of you or the three of you kind of conspire together to kind of make that happen. There's something really great about realizing that, the great beach thing about Jesus, with the footsteps in the sand and all that kind of stuff.
It was then I carried you.
It was then I carried you, but it's like one of those moments where you realize, I made the joke about this before, though, but there's that great moment when you realize that you're alone. That's something else, too, that loneliness is not the same moment as when you realize, oh, my God, I'm by myself here and I'm in real trouble. It is one of the most terrifying moments. And then when somebody steps up to help you, that sense of, oh, wait a minute. So-and-so's here. I don't know what we can do and I don't know how we get you out of it, but this is where we go next. And there's something kind of remarkable about that when people show up for you, and kind of help lift your spirits up. But I think it's about leaving yourself open. I think, like I said, that's really what it kind of comes down to. Give yourself a moment if you feel lonely to be alone and use that time to take inventory. And I loved having Don on the show again. Like I said, he's a gift. I don't think he knows how much of a gift he is to human beings, but
I think he does, actually.
I hope so.
I think he does. You're not that joyous if you don't. I don't mean that in a coy way either. I think he does realize it because he's one of those people that knows, find what you love to do, and if it also lights somebody else up, you're in the right place. I love this, and it also makes one other person happy. I'm doing good, and I think that's what he does. You know who else does that?
Yeah, here it comes, by the way.
In this world. Brontë Fall, who's a returning guest, has been on our show before. Lovely human, lovely country artist, and has a Christmas song out, Jim. And so we're going to pivot, and give a little and have a discussion about this new Christmas music and what's going on for Brontë. Do we have her on the phone, Dre?
We got her. Hey, Brontë, good morning. How are you? Merry Christmas.
Good morning. I am good. How are you guys doing?
We're so good. Well, we're so happy to welcome you back, squeezing in a little holiday moment here, because this is a welcome back situation. Brontë Fall back with us. Might remember from last year, and since I know you've been so busy doing what you do best, which is putting out music that's thoughtful and emotional and powerful. Your record Not Done Yet turned some heads with outlets, including my own, by the way, with tons of outlets around. And this fall, you released a beautiful standalone song called Give Me Away, which was written in honor of your late father, right ahead of your wedding, which casually took place at the Schimmerhorn, I can never say it, Schimmerhorn Symphony Center here in Nashville. And because it's that time of the year, you've also got a new holiday song out, which is called Christmas Star, which is not over-the-top jingle bells. It's reflective and heartfelt and very Brontë. So please make welcome back to the show. Brontë Fall, so happy to have you, especially around this crazy time of year. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for having me. It's lovely to be back.
Really quickly, by the way, before we get to the Christmas song, I actually have a recommendation for Lindsay because I got a chance to read this book as well, and it's part of your Patreon page. All the Other Mothers Hate Me. You love books. You love books, and part of what you're trying to do with your Patreon page is create a group of people who actually read books and talk about those books and give you a chance to kind of exercise your thoughts on them. But it kind of plays in really nicely to you as a creative too. I mean, how much inspiration do you draw from books when you're creating music, when you're telling stories?
Oh, well, so much, and so much so that my artist name, Brontë Fall, is named after artists or named after authors, the Brontë sisters. So yeah, the Brontë sisters like inspired my whole brand. But I just love storytelling
So a little bit.
in general. Yeah, I love pouring myself into all kinds of art, and books are such a lovely escape. And I think as a songwriter, I really look at the prose, how people write and how they tell stories, and I feel like it goes hand in hand.
It certainly does. And with, even in a Christmas song, and, you don't strike me as someone who would do a cheesy Christmas song. That might be fun on the side, but Christmas Star really feels to me on brand as much as I've heard and learned about you. But talk to people, because whether you're making a Christmas album or even just doing a Christmas single, I don't think people realize you don't decide in November that you're going to put out Christmas music, unless it's for the year following. Like there's a method to the madness of both writing, of when inspiration hits us with Christmas music, when we write it, how we're going to package it and release it so it's not lost in the noise, so to speak. So talk, especially, I don't know if this song, you've had a big year, obviously getting married and putting out this Christmas single, as well as just new music in general. Talk about specifically releasing Christmas music, and then even more specifically, your song, Christmas Star, why it felt right finally this year and this time for that song.
Yeah, well, you're spot on. I didn't write the song this year. I wrote it a few years ago about meeting my now husband. We started dating in December. And during a difficult year for me, my dad was sick. We were all still dealing with COVID. And I then immediately went into working on my album, Not Done Yet, that I released last year. And I think it's kind of hard to release an album in October and then release a Christmas song right after that. And it takes prep, and I needed a little bit of space. And I knew I wanted to release something this year. And with the wedding, it was kind of, there was a lot going on this year. So it felt good to have two singles that I really cared about. And it also felt really good to release a happy song, because I feel like Not Done Yet, there was a lot of sad songs in that one. And obviously Give Me Away is a little tearjerker type of song. And so this felt really good to write a joyful song.
I'm going to actually...
And thank you for that, by the way.
We both leaned
Joy
into
that's not cheesy. Joy that's not cheesy.
Yeah, and we both leaned in to kind of ask a question. And that's the other thing, too, about writing a Christmas song, because Lindsay hit the nail on the head. Joy that's not cheesy is...
Yeah.
When you put together something like this, I mean, it's one of those things too where you want to create a certain kind of feeling, but at the same time you don't want to stop whatever it is coming from your creative, from the valve, as it were. You don't want to say, like, I'm going to control what comes out of this. How do you strike the balance of achieving what it is you're hoping to achieve while at the same time letting the thing be what it is? You dig where I'm coming from?
I think I do. I mean, that's like such a good question. I know, because I think the genre, like you said, it can come off as cheesy happy. And I think I tried to lean into a really good idea with this song, like Christmas Star and the metaphor of it. Like, I feel like leaning into the poetry of it helped me not make it cheesy. And also with the production,
right?
With my producer, Tim Craven, we were like, we want nostalgia, and how do we create that? And, Paul McCartney came to mind, and the Jackson 5 came to mind. So I feel like pulling from poetry and really good artists / producers helped me make it what it was and stay out of stay out of the danger cheesy zone. I don't know if I answered your question.
No, you did actually. No, you did. BrontéFall, by the way, .com is where you guys should head on over to if you want to listen to Christmas Star, by the way. I always, Lindsay, think about the idea that somehow, some way, despite all of the cliches that roll through a Christmas song, for instance, Nat King Cole's version, is that the arrangements actually, that's one of the other ways you kind of play the game, is sometimes the lyrics can be turned into saccharine if you make the wrong arrangements with them. But if in fact you can always play the contrapuntal by adding just enough sadness and nostalgia into the song itself to then let the lyrics kind of lift, or vice versa, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So are you someone who, back to the production, I guess, the cheesy not playing it. I'm sure you love cheesy Christmas, and like, who doesn't love I Want a Hippopotamus for Christmas and that kind of thing.
Me.
That's far from cheesy though. That's like so silly that it's back to serious or something. But are you someone who loves Christmas music, or are you very selective? Because I'd love to know what's your go-to Christmas song that's, of course, not your own.
I mean, I feel like I'm a little bit of both. I've probably gotten more selective, like, now, because you hear them year after year, and it's like this year I'm like, okay, what do I really want to hear? I'm like not in the mood for some of the more generic songs. One album I love and I feel like it doesn't get enough attention is Harry Connick Jr.
Classmate of mine. By the way, classmate of mine. I love kind of dropping that little nugget. He was my ride to school in high school when I was growing up. I'm just going to let you know that.
No way.
That's absolutely true. I am not making up an inch of that. He actually would pick me up from the bus stop until he made it a permanent situation. Absolutely true.
Oh, wow. That is a great little tidbit. Oh, my gosh.
His Christmas song is his Christmas music. His original songs and his covers are great, aren't they? They're just terrific.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I feel like he's a great artist. And for whatever reason, my brother puts on I Pray on Christmas every Christmas day. And then I was listening to his album this year, and there's so many great ones. There's so many great Harry Connick Jr. Christmas songs. So, yeah, that's my Christmas music plug.
Christmas music plug. Well, let's talk then, because you have new family this year now that you're married. And by the way, congratulations on a seemingly beautiful wedding. Did anything go terribly wrong, or did anybody punch anybody at your wedding? This is a safe space.
No one punched anybody,
Great.
but I made the mistake of ordering my bridesmaid gifts from England, and then they got held up at customs. So that was the one devastating thing. I had like all these matching necklaces for my bridesmaids, and they didn't come. So that, I mean, if that's the worst thing that happened, I feel like I'm okay.
No, for sure. My wedding was flooded and evacuated, and children almost died. So that seems okay, Brontë.
That's actually true. Actually, true story. True story. True story.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, you win. You take the cake there.
Listen.
Actually, the water took the cake, but that's all.
Yeah, well, not trying to win. No, but joking aside, it was funny. Brontë, we went on our honeymoon afterward, and I'll send you a link to a song that I wrote about it that will answer a lot of questions. But we went on our honeymoon. We were at a resort with a whole bunch of couples. I'll never forget Brontë sitting in the pool talking to all these couples, and this one woman was like, I ordered purple flowers and they came blue. And another woman was like, the coat for my dog didn't show up. And I was like, oh, really? Well, mine was flooded and evacuated, as I'm like drinking on my 19th pina colada. And I said it very, very casually. And they're like, oh, okay, you win. I'm like, oh, actually wasn't trying to win that one. But how I'm curious how, because I go back and forth on this all the time and love to ask women, men and women, but particularly women, this, how writing, and maybe I'd love to have you back on my show. We should write to go into this deeper. It's about the healing power of writing. But just from an immediate standpoint, how writing is changing for you being a married woman and or pre being married and post, just on the surface, has your mind shifted as an artist or not?
That is a good question. I feel like it's been like 2 months. So I feel like I'll continue to explore that question.
Sure.
I think especially this year, I've turned to more, like, I feel like I was like battling a lot leading up to getting engaged and figuring out love and figuring out certain things. And now I'm turning to explore other more fun things I never thought I would. Like I'm sort of working on a new project where I'm reflecting on relationships from my 20s and like how they made me who I am today. I never was that reflective. But I feel like it's opened open space to look at other areas of my life. I don't know. I feel like I'll have a better answer in the coming months too.
Okay, perfect. Well, then are you telling me yes, you will come back on We Should Write as I ask you on the air?
On the
you
air.
Can't say no.
Can't say no.
I would love to.
Okay, good.
I would love to. Yes, please.
Okay, we'll put a pin in that, and we'll put a bow on it next time. So.
Well, and the other thing about joining a new family too is when the holidays show up, it always kind of changes the equation. You know, my wife, one of the reasons why they're coming into town on Friday earlier than they normally would is because they want to spend the dinner that my family and I have the Sunday before Christmas together with us. And it's really kind of amazing, isn't it? The idea of creating space for other people's traditions and other people's lives. And I think, by the way, when we write a Christmas song, we're trying to maybe, nudge people towards helping become part of their traditions. And I feel like the idea that we're always searching for traditions that make us feel at home. Was that part of the inspiration for writing the song, that you wanted to be a part of more people's traditions? And I don't mean that in any kind of selfish or ridiculous way. Just I want to contribute to other people's joy at Christmas.
I think for sure. I think that Christmas is so much about what you just said, traditions and legacy. And I don't know when I wrote that song if it was as much about, because I had just met my husband, but I think spreading joy and spreading traditions to other people, it's just like a very cozy feeling, I feel like. And I feel like my dad was Mr. Christmas and he was Mr. Traditions, and my family has so many, and I kind of love singing about what we do and what it feels like to me. I feel like that's, in a way, spreading his light and his joy.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful, friend. Well, so can you talk to us about what we have about 2 to 3 minutes left? I'd love to hear what Christmas was like growing up with your father and what you will pull from that to bring into your own Christmas now as a married woman.
Well, again, he was really big on traditions. Every year we hosted the Christmas Eve party, and we'd have a regular Santa, and then we'd have a themed Santa from something that was like really big that year. And so we've started to do that with my mom and sister have carried that on. But another big thing, we would have a T-shirt every year for our family. And my dad, it would be a big theme of what happened that year. And so I have started that. I did that for my husband's family. I'm giving it to them on Friday. T-shirts I made for them that has a picture of our wedding on it. And yeah, I don't know. My dad just had like very unique, special things that carried on each year. And it's just a very lovely thing about Christmas that we have that. And it pulls us to our past. It reminds us of our grandparents and my father and it just like, it carries on a legacy of family, which I think is one of the coolest things about Christmas.
Well, and that's so cool that you do that both with the Santa and the T-shirts. What's so cool to me about that stood out is that it's a tradition, but it's something that's different every year. It's a tradition that keeps that year's nostalgia, it highlights it. So that's very cool. You kind of bring both together. Very cool. That just gave me an idea for my own Christmas. Thank you.
Yay.
If you guys are looking for very lovely things about Christmas, go to BrontëFall.com. You can actually listen to Christmas Star over there simply by clicking on there on the front page. There's a great picture of her sitting by a Christmas tree as well, getting all ready for the holiday, having one of those contemplative moments that we've been talking about all morning, Lindsay, having that moment right before the merry crowd arrives to kind of make us and lift our spirits, taking a moment of reflection. We wish you a Merry Christmas, and I can't wait to see what you bring us in the new year. And we'll hear you on We Should Write sooner rather than later. Thank you, Brontë.
Thank you so much. Merry Christmas, guys. Thank you for having me.
BrontëFall.com. There is a replay of We Should Write coming up first, and then a new We Should Write headed your way. By the way, I'm going to say Stough because that's what the people are pointing us towards. We got a great back-to-back Jack coming up here as well. Thank you, Lindsay, for a great show today. I felt like we had great, upbeat, uplifting Christmas sort of guests.
We did. Ho, 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 and a bottle of diesel.
Whatever you're drinking.
Diesel. I'll have what she's having. I'll have what she's having. Hey, you guys, have the best of the day. Listen to Double We Should Write coming up next. We love you. Thanks for listening. We are your community.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat. Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? We should write, right?
Right?
Right.
My goodness.
I'm so happy you're here.
Thank you. I'm ecstatic to be in your presence once more.
Oh, that's very kind. Say that again. Oh, Andre's having a moment. Guys, welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm Lindsay Lawler, and I'm so excited about this episode. What's so cool is that every week has blown my mind because it's so different, whether it's somebody I know well, somebody I kind of know, somebody I respect and want to know. That's why I got a radio show, so I could kidnap people to my house that like I admire and be like, now you're stuck here.
Mm-hmm.
But every perspective has been so different, and I have no doubt that this one will be the same, yet different. It will have that same motif. So guys, today I'm sitting down with one of my very, very, very dear friends, somewhat my favorite firecracker in Nashville, and somebody who I've loved and was drawn to from the very beginning. Now, what happened years ago, I'm going to say, how many years ago, if you had to guess how many years?
I was thinking about that this morning, and I really couldn't put a number to it. I've been in town for almost 13 years, so I want to say I've known you for at least, I'm going to say around 10. Would you say?
Let's say 12 because it sounds better.
Yeah.
So we've known each other for 2,000 years. And a long time ago.
We're only 17. It's crazy.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Magic is real, guys. One of my dear friends, a mutual friend of ours, Chris Griffith, said to me one day, he's like, I'm working with this chick. I don't know why, but I know you need to come see her.
Yeah.
Come check her out. Y'all need to know each other. When people say that kind of thing, I listen.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went and I saw you play. And here's the thing. I don't remember exactly what it was that I was like. I don't remember the exact moment and what I was drawn to you, but what I know is that something in me said she is both incredibly talented and also real, incredibly talented and also authentic, incredibly talented and also likable. And to me, if you don't have that second part, the talent doesn't mean shit. So it was very cool to me. I was in that moment like, oh my God, you're great and you're also great.
Thank you. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I do. I feel exactly the same way whenever you get out and meet some people. It's like, especially in this town, you kind of look around and you go like, all right, where can I find, where's the authentic? Where's the real? Where's we can actually be friends.
Yes, yes. That's why I liked her then. That's why I still like her now, guys. And on top of it, her single Born to Rock got a roll, hit a 7-day #1 streak on the Amazon Country Digital Sales Charts. Badass.
Mhm.
Let's go.
Yeah.
She's open for Thomas Rhett. She's headlined global festivals like Switzerland. I've been waiting to say this. Like Switzerland's Badenfahrt.
Yeah, nailed it, sister.
I did.
Nailed it.
Badenfahrt.
Uh-huh.
That's unfortunate. And she earned recognition from CMT, Cowboys and Indians, Forbes, and more and more and more. With her fiery, fierce red hair, her powerhouse vocals, and a sound, guys, that's influenced by, correct me if I'm wrong, Bonnie Raitt, Casey Musgraves, and the band.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, a lot of that stuff.
She brings soul. She's tongue-in-cheek. She's grit. She's heart. She's one of my favorite people. She's an artist who truly lives and breathes her craft. And if you want to know what it takes to make it in anything, I'm not even talking music today, anything, my friend Kimberly's here as well. Hey, Kimberly and
Hi,
Chris.
Kim.
Kimberly and Chris new to Nashville from California. If you want to know what's the roadmap on how to do something that you love and do it well, Tara Lynn is our person. Please make welcome to the show, my dear friend, soon to be yours, Tara Lynn Pfister. Good morning,
Good
friend.
morning, my love. That was an introduction and a half. I'm blushing. Thank
Well,
you.
You're an introduction
Thank
and a half. Okay, Tara. First of all, you're one of my dear friends, and I've yet to ask you what you want the people that know you and love you well to call you. I'm like, this is Tara Lynn Pfister. This is Tara Lynn. This is T-Dog. What does Daddy call you?
Well, my dad calls me T.
T.
But I always say Tara Lynn. I would say those who have known me since I was itty bitty call me Tara, but professionally it's Tara Lynn.
Yeah. Well, I've always called you Tara Lynn.
Yeah.
Because it feels like
It feels like one
naked.
word. Yeah, Tara Lynn. I feel like the people who call me Tara are people who have known me since I was, like in grade school. And even then I'm like, I don't even, your names take on personalities. And
Yes.
I'm like, I think I've grown out of, I love that girl, but I don't think I'm her anymore.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get that. Like you, Kimberly. It's like, don't call me Kim. I'm Kimberly. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
And now I know.
Now you know.
Now I know.
You can call me. I've been called way worse than Lindsay, so call me whatever. Okay, so I love to always start the show with a deep breath. This is as much for us as it is the people out there listening.
Yes.
As you know, Tara, we have a lot of truck drivers that listen to the show.
Mm-hmm.
So whether you're behind the wheel of your truck, whether you're behind a desk, or driving down the road, or about to go on stage somewhere, let's all take a deep breath together.
I'm
on the
in.
Count of 3. 1, 2, 3. God, that's good.
It's just
right?
lovely.
It's so easy. Why do we make life so hard?
Mm.
All right, now take out your gratitude journal. She brought it with her. It's real pretty. It's red and sparkly. I love it. I love it very much. Tara Lynn, in this moment, both in this moment and this time of life, if you're going to write in your gratitude journal, what are you grateful for right now?
What am I grateful for right now? I'm glad I've actually been doing this quite consistently. I've been going through a book called The Artist Way.
Yeah, dude.
I think it's Julia Campbell.
Julia Cameron.
Thank
I've
you.
started it 5 times and finished it none.
Okay. Well, listen, you should join. The reason I started doing it, similar story. I had it on my fireplace for probably, I'm going to say 3-4 years, going like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And finally, I was speaking with one of my fellow artists. His name's Garrett Thorne. I was like, hey, let's hold each other accountable.
Yeah.
Let's get together every Sunday and go through a chapter or a week, as Julia says it. And we brought on my other friend, Miranda, who's a painter. She does a lot of the murals in East Nashville and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
And so us 3 get together on Sundays, and we've been going through it week for week. But a huge part of that process is your morning journals, to the point where it's like she makes it very clear that if you get nothing else out of this, take your morning journals. If you get nothing else. And it has been eye-opening. It's just crazy. She says you have to do at least 3 pages, and it doesn't matter. Just get them done. Just if you have nothing to write, start with, I have nothing to write today.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da.
My
So-
grocery list is...
Yes, exactly. Just start free writing. And as of this year, I would say I'm grateful for the ability to take a breath. I think that's a learned habit as you get older.
Isn't that weird?
Be able to breathe.
Isn't that weird?
Yes. And I'm grateful that I started yoga. I started doing yoga really 3 to 4 times a week in the beginning. I would say probably around March or so. And I'd been to a handful, 10, 12 yoga classes, whatever. But doing it consistently, I was going for the physicality of it. But what it has done for me emotionally, spiritually, all those inner workings parts, I'm really grateful to have found it. I was kind of one of those people that was like, oh, you know, kind of eye rolled and like, yep, this is great and whatever. But when you do it consistently, you really do start to feel yourself. You kind of come out of your chrysalis a little bit.
Yeah, I hear crystals. I love that.
Yeah. So yeah, I would say the ability to take a deep breath, the ability that I found yoga, and I've also been working really hard. Not working really hard. I've been conscious of.
Good choice of words.
Yes.
We say working hard. Our brain thinks that we have to work hard.
Yeah, no. I've been very conscious of being in my feminine. I think in this industry, it's very easy for us ladies who are in a very male-dominated world, and we're in charge of a lot of men. If you're an artist and you're a band leader and you're an independent artist and you're running all of your metrics and doing all of your things, you're in charge of a lot of guys. It's easy to meet them at their energy, or maybe easy is not the word, but it's
fall into it.
Yeah, second nature, I guess, to fall into their energy. And I just found myself, I was like, I'm just wore out and I don't know why. And that's something that yoga helped me find out. It's like, I am not in my body. Like I'm not swinging my hips when I walk. I'm not, letting people get doors for me. I'm like, oh, I can do it. I don't need you. No, that's not how I want to be. That's not how I want to function. So it's been really lovely to be able to feel feminine again.
I love that.
And just let the world revolve around me.
I love that. That's really landing for me. I'm going to take a page out of your gratitude journal because I do the same thing. It's like, I'm the same as you. As I've run a band, and you want to be like, I'm one of, like, it's been a badge of honor.
One of the guys.
Yeah, it's been a badge of honor to be like, I'm one of the guys. But the reason we stand out in a group of guys is because we're not one of the guys.
Yeah, amen.
We have
sister.
to own the feminine side too. That's why they want us around.
Yeah, and it's an interesting energy. When it shifted, I started noticing, because just male female dynamics. If you're both, attracted to the opposite sex, it's like I started knowing I could look at them and be like, they're looking at me different, or like they're like treating me differently, and nothing had changed other than I had gone like, this is I'm just gonna be the woman. I'm just gonna, I can still be a badass and I can still run my business and I can still gallivant the world, but I can do it feeling like a woman and not feeling like I'm just foreheading through brick walls all the time.
Who runs the world?
Girls.
Who runs the world?
Girls.
Who doesn't run the world? No, just kidding.
Men.
Just
Who thinks they run the world?
Men. It takes all kinds. It's a balance, guys. By the way, over in the chat right now, Trucker Bozen, listening, he just said, good afternoon, you lovely ladies. I'm ready for a therapy session to begin. See?
Welcome. Step into our office.
Welcome. Lay down, if you will. Okay, turn the page in that gratitude journal and what? My friend Tara Lynn Pfister. You can find it taralyn.com or at I am Pfister. Come on.
Hey.
Speaking of badass. What is heavy on you right now?
What is heavy on me right now? I think what is heavy on me, we're going to be honest.
Please.
So I'm going to be 35 in March, and what's weighing heavy on me is the thought of family and children, having my own or not, or being married or not, or, I think 35 is just kind of bringing a reality of, this kind of stems back to the yoga thing. End of last year, beginning of this year, I was putting on weight like crazy for unbeknownst to myself. And it was like the healthiest I've ever been, the most sleep I'd ever gotten, the most hydrated I'd ever been, the most emotionally stable I'd been in a long time. Like it did not add up. I was gaining weight. Went to the doctor, had my hormones checked, and my hormones were like plateaued. Like I had no estrogen, no progesterone, my testosterone was through the roof. Like, which is also was a catalyst for me to being like, I need to find my feminine again.
Mm-hmm.
So,
was your cortisol off the chart?
Oh yeah, the whole 9 yards. And
which is your stress hormone, by the way, guys.
And so after getting my hormones regulated, but the scary part of this was that when the doctor read my chart, spoke with the nurse, and they were like, I know you're only 34, but technically all these levels, like you're basically on like the verge of perimenopause. Mm-hmm. So, and automatically my brain was like, well, it's one thing to say I don't want to have kids. It's another thing to be told I can't have kids or that I'm past that point or anything. And I was like, okay. And it was just a reality. It was like, okay, well, I have all the information. I know how to move forward. I'm thankful that that doctor was able to help me get my body back to where I felt like myself and my levels back to where I felt not just plumb exhausted all the time for no reason. And it allowed me to kind of reevaluate some things where was like, some measures have to be taken and some decisions have to be made, and I'm kind of in the thick of that right now. So
wow, that's the first you've talked about that.
Yeah.
To me.
Yeah.
Well, you know that I can identify with everything you're saying. So anytime you want to talk about having kids, I'm your girl.
Yeah.
We could have a kid together. We could try. I don't
Look
know.
at us.
Who knows? Who knows? This is a safe space. Wow. No, well, thanks for sharing that, because that is something that a lot of people deal with. And I'm just going to, a quick note to anybody, because I went through that same thing, and would ask questions to your doctors, men and women, men as well, because I found out too late. And it was something I found out when I was too late, that it was going to be hard to have kids.
Yeah.
If somebody would have said something to me 10 or even 5 years earlier, we would have been on a different place. And I love that you said it's one thing to be like, I don't know if I want kids. It's another to be told that we can't do something we were put on this earth that we were supposed to be able to do.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's
Yeah.
really, really hard. And if you have somebody in your life who is going through that, I can't stress you enough, just ask them how they are. It's
Yeah.
not prying. Ask them how they are, because it's a very lonely place to be. It's a lonely place that so many people go through, and we don't have to hold that alone. So
Yeah.
ask somebody, don't ask people like my daughter does when they have a belly. Don't ask them if they're pregnant, though. That's a different conversation.
Okay, well, that's hilarious, because one of the reasons, like one of my final straws where I was like, something is wrong, and it's not just like I need to be in a calorie deficit and sweat more. Like, I just knew something was wrong. I had never gained weight like that before. But one of the things that happened is I went to go get my nails and toes, like a manicure and pedicure, and I sat down, and the woman, who's gracious as all get out and kind, but she looked at me and she's like, "When are you due?"
Oh, God.
And I was like,
oh, dear God.
so that was like a real...
That's fun.
Oh, yeah, it was...
That's fun.
I went home and looked in the mirror. I was like, and we're done. Whatever is going on is officially done. We're going to figure this out and be an adult and take some measures, and I feel much better now.
Good. Well, you look great. That happened to me at Home Depot. I was shopping with Seamus, and Seamus had already been giving me shit because I was wearing this, as he calls my boob crusher, like dresses that smush you down, but they're muumuu. It's a muumuu, dude.
Yeah, yeah.
And a man working at Home Depot came up to me and he said, same thing, when are you due when you have a baby? And I said, excuse me? He said, when are you due? I said, no, I heard you. I said, excuse me? And Seamus was just around the corner. He's like, I told you that dress is not good.
Yeah.
Okay. So I've been saying this about you leading up to this conversation. I've been talking about you on air. All good. And I admire probably the thing that I admire most about you, the very top of the list, is that you were so all in on music. It's your North Star, it's your compass, sometimes to the detriment of other things in your life.
Yeah.
I.e. what you just talked about.
Family, yeah.
And I don't have that the same way that you have that. I scatter myself in different areas. You were so in on, what you want to do, and there's no backup plan. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is amazing.
I still go when I think about it, but I'm like, yeah.
Well, it's
right.
It's the only. I had a incredible hit songwriter on the show, David Malloy, a while back, and he's incredible.
He is.
And he was like, I never had a plan B, and he said, any of the artists that ever walk in my door, if they have a plan B, I don't work with them.
Yeah.
And I was like, blah. So anyway, talk to me about that a little bit, because I want to know from a writing perspective as too, from an artistry perspective, of course, whether you're an artist or something else. Talk to people out there, because here's the thing. There's somebody listening right now that's like, oh, that must be nice to be able just to do what you love all the time, but I have to work. You know who you are listening. You do work. Like, this is a 24/7 job.
Yeah, this is entrepreneurial at its best.
So why continue to keep choosing it day after day?
I'm going to get a little hippy dippy on here,
Please.
because I don't know how else to answer it. But the only thing I can say is that I've known since I had conscious thought that music is what moves me. It's what saves. Sounds dramatic, but I do think it saves people. And I have always felt an overwhelming sense that I was someone who was supposed to keep it sacred. Wow. And I think there's a lot of people in music that's not their mentality, that it's not a sacred thing, that's a gift that's powerful and meaningful, and used to, when you're putting frequencies out into the world, you're literally affecting everything around you. It's, music moves through inanimate objects through bodies, through time, through space. And that's science. That's not even just me being like, and everything's great, like peace and love. But it's, I just feel that I've been put here to be a keeper of that flame, that I know who I am at this, I woke up this morning and I know who I am. I may be different tomorrow, but I know who I am today. And I know that what I can do is make sure that music is still made reverent. And that's what I want to do. That's why I'm here. So, and I have a whole conspiracy theory. I don't even want to use the word conspiracy theory, but I have this entire, so many songs on the radio that get force-fed to us, to our kids, to everyone, truckers listening, but it's all about, drinking too much. It's all about going home with somebody you shouldn't be going home with. It's all about calling that person you shouldn't call. And yes, there are the few songs on there that are still good and beautiful, but I feel like we are force-fed this agenda into our systems that has us all functioning at a low vibration. And then we all look around and go like, man, the world's a really screwed up place. Like, well, yeah, look at what we consume on the daily, whether it's the, pharmacy ads on the television telling you why you're messed up and what you should take to fix it, or it's an alcohol ad telling you that the best thing you can do is crack one open with your friends on the weekend and forget about the week, or it's music telling you that, leave your lady at home and go find whoever's on the dance floor. It's just like, well, yeah, of course, are we allowed to cuss?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, like, of course the world's a little fucked up. It's like, that's what we're consuming as a humanity on the whole, so that's how we function. And I want to be someone who can help reverse that as best I can.
Wow. That really landed. We said you're supposed to keep it sacred.
Yeah. Music is sacred.
It is. And, I had someone on the show last week talking about music as frequencies, and he was way, way, way out there. And there are people in the chat like, oh, you guys what have you been smoking? I'm like, no. It is. It literally is. It is a frequency.
Yeah.
And you think about, like, when I listened to that, did it make me feel good, or did it fill me with rage?
Yeah.
If you're listening to something and right after that you want to kill somebody, maybe listen to something else. Like, it can do that. It can move even the things that move us to cry and make us sad. That's a good thing too. Being sad, guys, watch Inside Out. You need all the emotions.
You do. We are full circle here.
Not rage though. Notice rage is not on Inside Out 1 or 2, by the way.
Yeah.
Not yet. Wow, that's beautiful. Okay, so, I think that, and you are going to sing a couple songs for us here. I think that, personally, as somebody seeing you, knowing a lot of your different sides, I think that you're way more mature than people would notice, and when they would understand if they just come to a Tara Lynn Pfister show. I say that as a compliment to both sides, to stage Tara, performer Tara, and to stage Tara Lynn, and to Tara, who she's not anymore, but who she loves and respects. Because you are this powerhouse, these big vocals you put on, like, that people will have a choice, and when they come to see you, you're going to leave them with something. But you are also very, very deep, very insightful, very, very emotional, very empathetic,
introspective.
You are, but you carry a lot of people's emotions around you. I've seen you do that with family and with friends and with former bandmates that you finally found boundaries. So that's fine. So I want to talk about how carrying other people's emotions informs your writing, your personal writing, whether that be your flow pages in the morning or what makes it into a song. Because we're going to talk later about what's allowed to make it in a song and what's maybe shouldn't go in a song.
Okay.
But how does carrying other people's emotions around you, when you're an empath, when you take on other people's emotions, how does that affect or inform your writing? Are you able to say like, oh, that was mine or that was somebody else's, if that makes sense?
Sometimes, yeah. And I would say there is also the moment where you're like, wow, I have no idea where that came from. Like, I'm not sure if that was mine or not. But as far as being a songwriter, I think it's a wicked tool to have in the belt. It allows you to write from different perspectives. It allows you to write for people outside of yourself. And it allows me to dig into something that maybe I haven't experienced yet, but I could feel what they were feeling as they were telling me about it. And it allows me to just be more well informed on the emotion that I'm trying to grasp and have my audience experience. So it's kind of like being, not to make it weird, but like you can kind of like get in their skin for a minute, you know, and kind of go like, ooh, that didn't feel good here, or that makes me cry, or that enrages me, or that, you know, that was an injustice, or whatever I'm trying to convey. Being able to be empathetic to someone else and feel what they're feeling is one of the best tools in my tool belt. But on a personal level, it's definitely something to be honed in when you're just walking around open to everybody. And maybe for, I think, growing up, you don't realize that you're taking everybody's emotion and feeling and thoughts, and reading a room. You don't realize that you're actually taking it all in and feeling it yourself. But I feel like as I've gotten older, I've learned, like, okay, one, being able to feel things, something that I have found incredibly helpful is when I feel something, instead of just feeling it, instead of going like, oh, I'm feeling it and I'm going to react, being able to give things a name and go, oh, I'm angry, or like, oh, I'm sad, or oh, that hurt my feelings, or oh, that's weird, I don't feel welcomed, but being able to put a name to the emotion that I'm feeling has allowed me so much grace in not moving forward with my first reaction. Instead of being, you know, someone hurting my feelings, and be like reacting and yelling back, or reacting and slamming a door and, you know, evading it, you know, like whatever, avoiding, excuse me. But like being able to go, wow, I'm angry. And then go, okay, where do I feel it? All right, it's in my stomach. Why is it in my stomach? What made me angry? Who am I around? What, did they say something to me, or did I watch something happen that just made me angry? Like that person didn't treat that person well, or, you know, did they lie to me? Do I feel like they're lying to me? Like it allows me to analyze it in a way where instead of just being like, I'm hurt and now I'm going to go home and I'm just going to be hurt and I'm going to puddle up, like I'm allowed to go, hey, first of all, whatever boundary's been crossed, something's been crossed because I'm angry and I'm feeling it. And I think it's you, and I know it's you, and why did you feel so comfortable making me feel that way? And when you approach people with calm, direct eye contact and brutal truth, it's very interesting to watch them go, oh, because it's not reactive. It's not emotions flying at each other. You know, you're not just like, who can scream louder? It's not a like, oh, I can, you know, who's ever loudest wins, or whoever says the more hurtful thing wins. It's not like that. It's like they're kind of, when you hold them responsible plainly, people don't know how to handle it sometimes.
I like naming
the majority
the
of the time.
I like the idea of naming it, being like, oh, that, because then you know it's not you.
Yeah.
You're not naming it Tara Lynn. You're naming something else.
Well, another thing I've learned is like anger is not a bad, you know, I felt like I was raised that like anger's bad. Anger's bad. Anger's bad. You don't want to feel anger. Anger is your body telling you that your boundaries have been crossed. That's all that is. And that was mind-blowing for me to learn that I'm allowed to feel this, and it's actually really healthy, and it's taught me where my boundaries are and if I'm going to allow somebody to step on them or not. So
ain't no one gonna step on Tara Lynn's boundaries anymore.
I hope not. I hope you know, I'm sure I will succumb to it at some point, but today we're doing well.
Today we're doing great. Hey Dre, can we go over the commercial time? Because I'd love for her to sing before the break. The answer is yes, he says. That was going to be yes, regardless.
Dre's got the power.
Dre runs the world, but he usually says yes when a room full of ladies asks for something, right? Okay.
What a man.
What a man. So we talked about. I know that you've thought about what you're going to play today. Has it shifted based on what we talked to, or are you still feeling
a little bit? I kind of wanted you to give me a little bit of a guiding light. I have an idea, but.
What's your idea?
Well, we've been speaking of a lot of emotional stuff. We've been speaking of how I like to keep songwriting sacred. And I think I have a song that brings those things together.
Okay.
This song is called Big Picture. It's not out yet. It is finished, but it hasn't been released. I wrote this with a gentleman named Eric Erdman and another gentleman named Jess Gromit, and one of my favorite ladies, who's my Switzerland connection, Miss Beth Behe. Beth, if you're listening, I love you. We wrote this at my songwriters retreat that I host down in Port St. Joe. It's called Hooked. And it's, here we go. Big Picture, y'all.
Not released. You heard it here first.
Yes, I have. Lindsay Lawler special.
Yeah, girl.
Dark night, moonlight, stardust in my soul. And how'd we get here? Is this really home? Are we all just a tear from a cosmic eye? Do the trees know the difference between when and why? How do the words in a song make you cry, cry, cry? Hard as I try, still learning that I can't put a frame on the big picture. Big bang heartbeat, lit the flame for us. And how I found you, I can't believe my luck. Is it all just as simple as rhythm and rhyme? Is our love complex? Was it made by design? Feeling infinite hope in a finite time. Hard as I try, still learning that I can't put a frame on the big picture. It's larger than life, and even if I tried, can't put a frame on the big picture. I can't put a frame on the big picture.
That's so, yeah, Dre was over there up on all his smiles, just like, rock fingers. I can't put a frame on the big picture. How's nobody ever written that? That's brilliant.
And it wasn't my idea. That was Eric Erdman. He came in and we were having other worldly discussions, talking about the ether and whatnot. And he was like, listen, y'all, he's from Alabama. And he's got swag for days, Lindsay. The man is swag in a person. He was like, I've had this idea for a long time. He's like, I've brought it up a couple times, but never stuck. He's like, I think this is the group of people to write this song. And he's like, hear me out. He's like, it's gonna sound corny, but just the idea that like the big picture of life, we just can't wrap our arms around it. Nobody really has any of the answers. We're all just making this up, and some say it confidently, so we believe them, but nobody really fucking knows. And I was like, he's like, so I want to write about you can't put a frame on the big picture, and I was like.
You have come to the right place,
Come to the right woman. Let's go.
Swaggin' a human. We have to take a quick break. We are joined with Teralyn Pfister. You can head over to teralyn.com. That's Tera, teralyn.com. She's also at I Am Pfister on all social media. She's a badass. Download her music. Download it. Don't just stream it. Download it. It's so good. The new album, Flowers from the Ground, is such a vibe. We'll talk more about that in a minute. We'll be right back. This is We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. Teralyn, we should write.
We should write, girl. Come on.
We'll be right back.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
Yeah, the Artist Way is sitting over there. Actually, I reached out to her people about her being on the show, and they came back and they did not say no.
I will
poop my
be
pants.
on your driveway.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I'll let you know. Guys, we are joined still with Tara-Lynn Pfister. You can find her at taralyn.com. And it was really cool. After she told me on the commercial break that the guitar she was playing in that song, she just bought from the buddy who introduced us.
Yeah,
Chris Griffith.
He's in the room.
Chris Griffith, shout out to a good man who I love dearly, even though his Detroit Lions beat my Cowboys on my birthday. So he's not that good of a friend, but whatever.
We love him regardless, right?
We love him still. Okay, so I have this, I don't know why I have, this is complete sidebar, but I have this note in all caps over on my screen, and it's because some song I listened to of yours this morning, but I just typed in all caps, "Are you a good liar?" Are you a good liar, Tara-Lynn?
I don't think I'm a good liar. No, I think for a second I thought I was a good liar. I was kind of like, oh, I've got this under wraps, and I don't. I definitely do not.
It's probably a compliment. I am unfortunately a good liar, which is not.
I mean, but it
compliment.
serves
I don't
you
lie
well
anymore
in some
though.
situations.
It does.
Yeah.
I don't. I use it discretionary though.
Yeah.
I use it as long as no one gets hurt.
You have to use it for good.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
I use my magic wand of line for good. Yeah,
Yes.
fair. Okay, so you're going to sing another song for us in a little bit, perhaps maybe a Christmas song, but you might shift as well, which is also fine.
We'll follow we'll segue with the water here. See
Okay,
where we go.
perfect. So, you lost your beautiful, wonderful mother.
I did.
Several years ago. How long has it been now?
She passed in 2019.
Okay, 2019.
I'm not good at math.
I'm not either. That's 6 years ago.
Yeah, something like that.
6 years ago. Only reason I know that because my daughter's 7 and she was born in 2018. So we lost your beautiful mother, whose name is Lisa. 6 years ago. So I the reason I bring her up because I know you have. First of all, you've written a song about her.
I have. Yeah.
Perhaps multiple.
Yeah, I would say once very specifically and one kind of in honor.
Okay. I was thinking about this last night. Like, how do you bring up something like that? I have not lost a parent yet, and I can't imagine what it'll be like. My husband lost both of his parents this year.
Oh my goodness, I remember.
Which is
devastating.
Yeah, that's a bummer to and I was close with them as well. But then to watch your partner go through that, it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way to prepare for it, and you don't know what it's like till you're in it, and then you're in the club, and it is what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did losing your mom crack open inside of you? As in, who is Tara-Lynn the writer before your mom passed and after your mom passed?
Ooh, Lindsay. I don't know if I've ever taken stock on that notion. Let me think for a second. I would say, well, one, your first question of like, what did it kind of do? Let's say for me.
Yeah, sure.
Losing my mom, what did it do for me? I would say it definitely, I had never really felt mortality. I never felt it. I mean, you know the word. I understand the definition. You see movies, people die, dogs pass, horses, your friend's cousin, you experience loss in whatever capacity growing up. But I had never lost someone directly to me. I still had all my grandparents at the time. I just hadn't experienced loss like that. That loss that was real. How about that?
Yeah.
So her passing really just, I was like, wow, we really are gonna die. Like it was just, it made your mortality is just all of a sudden it was like visceral, like tangible in the room. I could like grab it and hang on to it. And so it made me realize that you really do just, my mom was young. She was only, I'm bad at that too. She was either 53 or 54. I don't remember. But she was young. And she passed from pancreatic cancer. It came out of nowhere. My mom was healthy. My mom had never smoked a cigarette, drank a drink in her life. Like she was the queen of outside, around horses. She, built like a brick shit house. She just, it came out of nowhere. And it took her from like diagnosis to passing was a year and a half. And so it was just a real slap in the face of like, I think at that time I was 29, 28, something like that. And it was like, if I live till, I only have, let's say, maybe 20, 30 more years if I go the way she did, it's like, and that's not a long time. So it really just brought forward to me that I had one life to live, and whatever I wanted to do, I need to get to business. So my mom passing was really the catalyst for me going, I don't want to sing in a cover band for my entire life, and I don't want to be in bars my entire life. And if my purpose here is to make music and make music that can help people heal, it's time. Like now or never. It really catalyzed my now or never button, which is very strong these days. I have a very strong now or never, or how hard can it be? I have a healthy dose of both of those. And as far as a songwriting goes, prior to my mom, I think I was writing, I was younger also, but I was writing a bit more party, a bit more sexy, sassy, which is still in my music today, but maybe the direction of the songs were just not as introspective or not as emotional. Maybe they were, just after my mom, I just deep dove into, because I could still feel my mom sometimes. So many things are answered when you experience death, and so many things are left unanswered. It's crazy. It's such a weird dichotomy to experience losing your mom at a younger age, because part of me went like, oh, I have one life to live, and I've got to get to it, and I need what do I want to do, and how am I going to do it, and who's going to help me, and I can't do it by myself, but can I? And then there's another part of me is like, oh, take a deep breath, and you better experience this because you don't know how long it'll be, so maybe you should just live. So there's finding that happy medium of being like the go-getter, digging out the mud, being in the trenches, force, keep going. I don't care if I'm tired. Wake up, go, bus, train, stage, bus, train, and the other part of me is like, and I should also do a silent retreat in Bali for 2 weeks.
Well, yeah, sure. Of course. No, but what's so cool about all those things, of course, I will go with you. Yeah. No, but what's cool about it is what I think, what I just took from that, which is inspiring, hopefully to anyone listening. I'm sort of obsessed with near-death experiences. Yeah. I don't want to have one. I feel like I've already, in my own like awakening. Yeah. I feel like I've already sort of had it. And I would like to stress to people, like you don't, hopefully you don't have to get to a place where something rocks your world. Things are going to rock your world.
Like catastrophically turns you upside down. Yeah.
Right. Hopefully you don't have to get to that to be like, oh, shake it up, wake up, look around. We're here to experience joy and live a life.
Amen.
But you did. That's what your mom passing did for you.
Yes.
Say for everything's, And so I think that's a good reminder that we can take things into your own hands. You want, if something is lighting you up, it's lighting you up for a reason. You're supposed to follow it. That's a compass that God gives us to be like, follow that path, follow that yellow brick road, dummy. Like there's a reason you're interested in it. There's a reason it sparks some joy. The reason you sit and study and want to dive deep at home at night, reading or Googling or whatever it is. Why are you obsessed with that thing? Follow that thing, as long as it's positive and makes you feel good and doesn't, not the same as frequency. What was Christmas like when your mom was alive?
I was just thinking about this the other day. I went home this last weekend. I had a corporate Christmas gig in St. Louis, and I stayed with my aunt and my uncle, and she had gotten a little Christmas tree out in their back porch, and she was like, "Oh, you want to help me put the ornaments up?" I was like, and I thought about it, I was like, I have not done that. I don't know, and how long it's been since
You haven't put ornaments on a tree?
No.
What's at your house?
Lindsay, I'm in the point where all of my money goes into my project. Like, I'm not going to go spend $300 on Christmas.
Yeah, but do you not have any ornaments or anything from growing up?
I do, and they're in a very cute,
Charlie Brown
they're in a
tree.
very cute bag in a very cute place. But one day they will be on a tree.
Okay.
But it was my favorite day was we would put on Mariah Carey's Christmas.
Of
This
course.
is in my head. I'm sure my siblings would say something different. Yes, exactly. She's defrosting as we speak. But my mom had a box she would bring up, and we had garland, and we had lights, and we had, our little stocking holders and our stockings, and I'm sure there was some type of Christmas candle burning, and we would just decorate the house.
Yeah.
And my dad and brother would put up Christmas lights on the house, and I'm still a sucker for Christmas lights on a house. I just think every neighborhood should require them. It should be part of your HOA that you have to put up Christmas lights.
Agree. It reminds us to follow light.
Yeah, and it is the season, and it just gives you that cozy feeling. My mom,
But you don't do
oh my
it.
God, you want to hear a silly story?
Yeah.
Here's a silly story about Christmas, and this is I was little, and my mom, got all the Christmas things. This is from Santa. This is from Mom and Dad. I'm one of three. I'm the youngest.
By the way, I hate that because sometimes I'm like, why does Santa get to give the good gift
Well,
and not me?
This is the exact avenue we're going down. Are
Okay.
you ready for this? So anyways, we all open our presents. I get whatever thing I wanted. I do remember that Christmas, there was some type of diary thing that came in this plastic lockbox that you had to have a secret passcode to open it to get to the diary. I was very excited. So I got this diary, and at the end of all the present opening, I realized that all of my presents were from Santa. So whatever happened, and my mom tagging all of the Christmas presents for all of us kids, she just forgot to give me a present from Mom and Dad. All of my tags said Santa. So I went to this deep depression that my parents hadn't got me anything for Christmas.
Oh my God.
And I still full-heartedly believed in Santa. I was in the sauce. And my mom, I just remember I drifted off into a corner of the room very dramatically. My mom came over and was like, "What is wrong? What? I don't understand." And I was like, you didn't get me anything. And she was like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "None of my presents were from you. They're all from Santa." I was like, "Santa's the only person who got me anything for Christmas."
No one loves me but Santa.
Yeah.
Oh my
And
God.
I just remember,
the irony.
Yes, and her face was just what is she to do? How in the world do you navigate that?
Well, you're sad about that. Let me tell you this: Santa isn't real.
Yeah,
You wanna
Santa's
get
not real, and I
sad?
paid for all those.
I hit you twice.
Yeah, I just remember that is something that I don't know. I don't want to say every Christmas, but every once in a while it'll pop into my head, and it's just one of those it's so endearing and it's so silly, but it was so traumatic at the time.
No, it's as a parent to a 7-year-old who's right in the thick of the magic of Christmas.
Mhm.
I'm consciously Santa gets to bring one gift, and Santa can put some stuff in the stocking, but
Sure.
Santa brings the bike.
Yeah.
Santa whatever, that's cool, but you need to understand that Mom and Dad worked their ass off to make this happen.
Yeah.
That's funny. It's a good reminder.
It
So
was.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think about things like that. I'm like, "Oh, Lisa, I really did put you through some things sometimes, didn't I?"
Lisa. Seamus's mom, and Seamus has now adopted this from his mom. She would write on presents. She would be from Mrs. Claus or from Reindeer, from Frosty.
Yeah,
she would
my
name it
grandma
for the
did that
people.
too.
I think that's sweet.
Yeah, my grandma on my dad's side she would give him from the dogs. She'd be like, "This is from Angus. This is from Ava. This is from whatever our dogs were." It was cute.
Is there a Christmas song that you'd be willing to play? Because this is our, it's December. If you're hearing this live, you know that it's December. If you're hearing this back on a playback, we're 2 weeks before Christmas. Is there something because I feel like now it's on me. Speaking of taking on people's feelings, to get you in the Christmas spirit, I might need to come to your house and just decorate it when you're out of town next week.
I have the Christmas joy in my heart. I'm
Okay.
a walking Christmas light.
Okay. Yeah. I'm
I
not
just
worried
don't have
about
it-
you.
I just don't have a Christmas tree in my house this time.
I might send you home with one. There you go. Thanks, Trey. Hey. Are you feeling it?
Yeah, I can feel it. Can't you see it in my eyes? Look at the glim.
Do you feel like blessing us with a Christmas
I
song?
do. So you brought up Casey Musgraves earlier.
Best.
So I'm gonna segue a little bit, but so Casey put out a Christmas album. She's one of my even like business wise, I love the way that she has handled her career and the moves that she has made, whether in her marketing, her branding, the products that she sells, all of those things. Her entire business model, I think, is wonderful for an independent artist. And but she put out a Christmas album, I don't know, a couple years ago. It was great, but it has a song on it that I think is, and I think the truckers will really relate to it because they're gone, just like musicians are.
Yeah, and actually, by the way, speaking of that, somebody over in the chat just said Santa is real, and he's driving a truck somewhere in the Midwest at this very moment.
Amen.
So
yes, he is.
he ain't wrong about that. Okay, so what is it?
So it's a little bit of a Debbie Downer, but it's right on the nose for songwriters, artists, musicians, anyone who travels for work and you don't live near your family, and every time you see them, you're just a little bit reminded of time past. But it's gorgeous.
Okay,
yeah.
let's go.
So this is not mine, y'all. I wish it was, but this is called "Christmas Makes Me Cry."
Do you know if Casey wrote this?
I don't. We should look it up.
Okay, I will while you're playing, because Christmas Makes Me Cry is a little too spot on around this time, but in the best of ways. Listen, sad writing is also important.
Yeah, you got it. It's cathartic, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It's all red and gold and knacking cold and tinsel on the tree. It's twinkle lights and snowy nights and kids still believe. And I know that they say, have a happy holiday. And every year I sincerely try. Oh, but Christmas, it always makes me cry. It's the ones we miss, no one to kiss under the mistletoe. Another year gone by, just one more I couldn't make it home. And I know that they say, have a happy holiday. Every year I sincerely try. Oh, but Christmas, it always makes me cry. Seems like everybody else is having fun. I wonder if I'm the only one whose broken heart still has broken parts, just wrapped in pretty paper. And it's always sad seeing mom and dad getting a little grayer. And they always say, have a happy holiday. Every year I sincerely try. Oh, but Christmas, it always makes me cry.
Queen.
Yes. Yes. Casey who?
Thanks, Dre.
To not be shocked, Casey did write it with, of course, Shane McAnally and Brandy Clark.
There it is.
Of course.
The
trifecta.
I was going to say the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, if you will.
Yeah, listen, that might be sacrilegious, but it's true. Those three are a powerhouse. I saw when I first moved to town, the first person, one of the first people I saw perform, and this was before Shane McAnally, who's written almost everything you hear on the radio.
Yeah.
And Brandy Clark as well. I saw them perform together over at Mad Donna's in East Nashville. Like just a songwriting night that I was at. God. Just them.
Lore.
Oh, it's so great. If you don't know their work, check them out.
When I first moved to town, Brandy Clark was one of my, like we talked about North Stars earlier. She was one of my, she had that album 12 Stories.
Oh my God, so good. God.
Yeah, and that album was one of my like, oh, this is what I'm going to do. Like this is it. This is the blueprint of what I want to do and who I want to be.
Truth telling.
Yeah.
Truth telling.
And, you know, great singer, but she uses her voice. She's kind of got that Jamie Johnson thing where it's like, yes, they're singing. Yes, they're good singers, but they're talking.
She's conversational. Yeah.
Conversational, yes. It's like there's just something about it where you're like, you can't not sit down and go, she's saying something. Everyone be quiet. You know?
Yeah.
Like by myself in my own room. Who am I talking to?
Yeah, for sure. She definitely has that. But, you know, and her coming up is actually appropriate timing because I wanted to talk to you about being yes, put that guitar down. Being we only have a few minutes left, which is sad. I know, it means you have to come back. But
an extended version.
That can happen. So being a not only a female in the music business, and I don't mean this in a cliche way, but also stepping into your feminine side when you run your camp, because being an independent artist means you run your camp. There's so many beautiful things about being independent. There's so many hard things about being independent, and you just weigh them out and which feels better. But you've been able to really, because you're independent, make your own choices and then lean on people, correct me if I'm wrong, that feel like, oh, this person actually sees me and supports me. Let's see where that goes, right?
Yeah.
But how, you know, you haven't had to, because of that, some people don't understand that when you are on a major label or beholden to some sort of entity, that also informs your writing. You don't get to write about what you want and who you want. You're more writing about like, okay, what is working on the radio right now? Now go write that. That's not real. That's not authentic. It might pay the bills more, but if it's somebody here that's like you, that's supposed to bring the sacred side of music to the world, that doesn't work. So
it's an interesting line to walk. That's for certain.
Break that down a little bit for people listening, and why. I mean, I'd be willing to guess that if somebody showed up tomorrow and said, here's the biggest record deal in the world, you would take it. But also it would change who you are. It would change your music. So talk about walking that line and how much you do it consciously or not, I guess.
Yeah, you know, this is the last, I want to say 1.5, 2 years of my life have been the most that I've ever really been indulging in the business side of things. You know, I've been working with a marketing strategist for about 1.5 years now. I've got.
Is it helping?
Yeah, okay. I've got some distribution. What would you call? I guess like what would you call it? Like an analyst or I don't know, strategist as well. But
sure.
And they've been my power duo here for about 1.5 years. But they've really made me conscious of, you know, we're speaking of my branding, my person, my artistry, and how that business is involved. But like. Nowadays, you're not just selling your music. You're not selling just the song. You're selling an entire experience of who is Tara, what does she do, what is she about, where does she go, what does she like, what does she dislike. And it's navigating those waters of, I think a lot of times artists, you know, we are very focused on, we just want to talk about the song, or we just want to perform, or we just want to create. And being and understanding that business is business, and this is music business as well. Like, I'm not too far in the clouds that I'm like, I'm just gonna do what I do and it'll happen. I have an ounce of that for certain. There is a part of me in there that's like, yep, that part could be very true, but two things have been true at once. And I've really thoroughly enjoyed learning how to play the game a little bit more, and learning that my network is monumental in helping me move my dial forward. Because I was thinking about John Mayer. When you speak of like John Mayer, you watch interviews, he's like, oh no, when I was making those pop albums, when I wrote My Body Was a Wonderland, or Your Body's a Wonderland, he's like, he
might have written it as My Body's a Wonderland.
Yeah. But he said in this interview, he was saying, he's like, no, I knew what I was doing. I knew that they wanted a pop album. I knew that I was writing commercial. He's like, but I had the forethought that I knew that if I could make this work for the next 10 years of my career, and I can solidify my spot in that pop world, and I can solidify myself as an artist, as a musician, that when I have the financial backing and I am settled in my you know, my audience is there, I'm going to be able to make whatever I want for the rest of my life. So being able to stay true to yourself while still serving the business side, and knowing that you're playing the game a little bit. There's got to be give and take. People are, yes, they want to make money. Yes, I want to make money. But to have the forethought of like, if I can jump this hurdle and, 50-50, 60-40 with those who believe in me and give me direction, I'm going to make music forever. My music will not run dry. If I can play a game for 10 years and get me in a good spot in a honey hole, I'll do whatever I want for the rest of my life.
I believe I'll be in your honey hole, girl.
Yeah,
I believe in you,
sister.
I believe in you
You're welcome.
wholeheartedly. I mean that. I do. I don't have a lot of bandwidth anymore to surround myself with anything other than somebody that I believe in, that inspires me, and that makes me want to do and be better. And you do that for me.
Thank you
for what it's worth. So,
yeah. And I think at this point in my career, it's been nice. I'm thankful that it doesn't really start popping off till my mid-30s, because I'm grounded enough in who I am that I can see those around me and go like, you actually know what you're talking about, and you do seem genuine in your being. Maybe I don't know you very well, but I think you're someone I would like to work with. Because what did they always say? Like, water seeks its level?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I am trusting my gut that I'll make good decisions for that.
Light recognizes light.
Yeah.
I like that
Yeah.
too. I
Okay.
like that. As we wrap up, we should have about a minute left. What would Lisa, your mom, say about the artist and the person you've become right now, sitting in this moment?
I think she would be ridiculously proud and wildly impressed. And I think I can hear her saying, like, I just don't know how you do it.
I love that.
Yeah.
How does she do it?
Yeah, that. Yeah. How does she do it?
I don't know how you do it, but I want a little piece of it. I want a little piece of your honey hole, friends. Guys, I've so loved introducing you to Tara Lynn Pfister. If you didn't already know who she is, you can head over to taralynn.com to find out more, TERA-Lynn.com to find out more, or find her at I am Pfister. I love you. I adore you.
I love you too. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
And congratulations on this success. This is wonderful.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Join us next week when my guest will be Colin Stough from American Idol. He's a Southern rock, kind of meets Americana, badass vibe. You're going to love that, guys. This show has been executive produced by, me, and technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there, keeping us on the ones and the twos, and brought to you by the good people of Radio Nemo. Head on over to radionemo.com/We Should Write. Hear all the past episodes and hear what's coming up next. Tara Lynn, thank you for joining me. We should write.
We should write, honey. Let's do it.
We should write.
We should write, right?
Right.
Right.
Here it is. You guys have the best day. Get home safe.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's Wednesday.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, Let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? We Should Write, guys. Welcome back to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I am Lindsay Lawler. You just heard last week's episode with Tara Lynn Pfister. Colin, she goes by I Am Pfister on her Instagram. You'll never forget that, will you?
No, never.
Okay. So much to read into there. Guys, joining me this week, I'm so excited about this conversation. I love that. And Heather, Colin's publicist, is here with them, and they send me, Monarch Publicity sends me wonderful people. So I always know when they shoot me an email that it's going to be somebody great. But what I've loved is that every episode is so different. And that's like, sounds like it would be obvious, but it's not when the show's something so specific about the healing power of writing. And then I realize we can go in so many different avenues and directions of that as it pertains to the particular person. So today, I'm very excited about this conversation. It's one of those moments where the age on the page does not match the depth in the room. My guest today is Colin Stough. You know him from American Idol season 21, where he finished third, which is like a massive deal, guys. He signed with 19 recordings in BMG Nashville, and he's already stacked up over 80 million streams. Here's the part, though, that gets me. Colin is 21 years old. Yes, I could be his mom, although that would go down really bad because it sounds like we would just get into trouble together a lot. But he's writing songs with that kind of honesty and weight that usually comes from a lot more road behind you, but he has that in spades in his own way. Songs like White Trash, $20, and his brand new ballad, Best For You, which will punch you in the gut in the best of ways. He grew up in a tiny town in Mississippi, and he bought his first guitar at a pawn shop when he was 8, and he says he never writes about anything that didn't actually happen. That is something I found when researching you that probably stood out to me the most. We're going to clearly dive into that. Music was where he went when life got hard, and you can hear that in his writing. So this is exactly the conversation We Should Write is built for. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome to the show my new friend and yours, Colin Stough. Hi.
What's up, everybody?
Dre is wooing over there because he's very excited about you. A little nerdy about you, maybe. You got a boy crush a little bit? You got a man crush a little bit?
Yeah, now look, man, judgment-free zone, okay? Continue. Go on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Colin, thanks for being here today. And I think you're about to head home to Mississippi for Christmas?
Yeah, I'm going back, and I'm going back to the ranch, I think, until probably the first week of January. So we'll be doing a lot of hunting, and I don't know, you might see me in the paper before I come back. You never know.
I hope so. I hope so. Your publicist hopes not, but I hope so. It's just more material for the next album, Heather. Take a breath. I always like to start this show, Colin, at take out your journal, your metaphorical. Oh, look, his journal has a big old deer on it. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I like it. But it's got sparkles on it too, guys, but it has a deer on it.
I'm glad you said deer.
Dear, oh dear. If you open up your gratitude journal, I like to, first we got to take a breath. We take a deep breath together. This is as much for the men and women out on the road listening right now as it is for us right here. We take a breath. It reminds everybody just to chill out for 1 second. So everybody listening, Colin, and you and me as well. On the count of 3, let's take it. Dre, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3. Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay. I do that so I don't run off the metaphorical road myself, Colin. So, Colin, in this moment, in this time, both this moment sitting here in this time of life, if you're gonna jot down the what you're grateful for, what are you grateful for right now?
Man, I'm grateful, just for life, and really just what's been happening in life in the past 3 years, and really just kind of who I've turned into, and that. And I'm obviously grateful for all the fans out there, and just my team that works so hard, even days that I don't want to, and family and stuff like that. So yeah, I got a lot to be grateful for.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Those around you, that's a big one, especially around Christmas. Okay, well then the other side of that coin, Colin, what's heavy on you right now? What weighs on Colin at night?
Oh man, there's a lot, really that weighs on me. I guess it depends on what kind of aspect you're talking about, but really just what keeps me up is just myself, my own head, just I can't, it's one thing that I'll never be able to control, but I just never stop thinking. I mean, my business manager, I call her all through the night with just different business ideas and just stuff like that, whether if it's something stupid or just investment options and stuff like that, and then it could be music too. I'm a big phone caller. give me a couple drinks, and probably about 3 a.m. I will call everybody in my contact list to see what they think about this idea I had. And so
I would like to get in your contact list because I feel like I want to get one of these 3 a.m. calls. I might answer. It's either to pick you up from somewhere or to hash out a new business, one of the two.
Yeah, true that. I remember I called John Decis at like 2:30 in the morning. I love John. He's a great guy, great writer. And obviously he didn't answer, but the next morning he texted me. And I was like, yeah, I had this idea and I wanted to send it to you. We should write it. And so I sent it to him, and yeah, we still haven't wrote it yet, but he's a busy guy. But just stuff like that, man. I call everybody. And, sometimes I'll go days where I don't want to talk to nobody. I just want to be by myself. And, there's a lot of times that I'll cut my phone off. And there's a lot of times I don't,
Wait, but are you able to write late night? Because I don't know if this is an age thing, but I don't remember any time where I was like, I must write all night long when I get into some. I was never a late night. I've never been a late night recording studio person, but I'm the person that can get the inspiration, jot it down, and come back to it. Are you the person that has to act on it when it hits you?
It's definitely for me a good idea to act on it whenever it hits me. Really though, I mean, when I write songs, like, obviously, we're at Reservoir. I love those guys, and I write a lot of, session co-writes and stuff at 11 a.m., but really deep down for me is like, there's just these certain instances in a day, and sometimes it doesn't happen, and sometimes it happens twice a day, but, I'll catch myself, just really thinking or really zoned out and just kind of really just dumb to everything that's going on around me versus what's going on in my head, and it just kind of falls out, and whether you're kind of hanging out with me or you're not, we'll end up writing something, and yeah, I love to, if it's just me though, what I really love to do is just get like myself in a headspace where it's just like you damn near can't feel your feet on the ground. And that just to me is just when it flows, and it flows so easy. And like when I write, I don't write anything down. I just, kind of word vomit and, just really just go through everything and see what I like. And, yeah, sometimes I'll write just like a verse, like the other night we were in Columbus, Mississippi, with my lady and her family, and me and her was laying in bed, and
you were laying in bed with your lady and their whole family?
No, not her whole family.
Okay.
No, just me and her. Yeah,
like, what kind of family are you stepping into? No
So,
judgment, just curious. Okay, go.
We were going duck hunting the next morning, and I was like, man, it's already like 12 a.m. I might as well just kind of stay up, and hunt, nap after. And we was just kind of laying there, and she was sitting there on her phone, doodle-dadding and stuff, and there's obviously guitars everywhere I go, and so I just got out of bed and went over there and got one of them. She was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, just don't worry about it. And then I started tapping her and I wake her up. I'm like, "What do you think about this?" And I was like, she's like, "Oh, I don't know if I like it." And I was like, "Well, all right, I'll play it a little bit more.
I'll play it louder then. You can't go to sleep."
And yeah, man, all I got is one line, and I looked at her and I was like, "What do you think?" She was like, "Man, I love that." And so yeah, I stayed up to about 3:30 that morning doing that one, and I just got one line, and I feel like, your house is only as good as your base is. So really, like, people ask me for, tips and stuff on writing. It's like, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying? Go to jail, Go do something to create some adversity in your life. And because that's truly, I feel like some of my best songs, and some of these songs, nobody will never hear just because I don't really love showing my vulnerable side out to everybody. But man, there are some hammers that I've wrote just at some very dark times in my life, and they're not really songs. I feel like they're more like poetry in a way, But yeah, so really just, I don't know. It's either there or it's not. I'm the guy that I won't force it if it's not there. I'll hang out and we'll chill for a little bit, and if it ain't there, I'll just kind of get up and leave.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that because I feel like if you try to force it and then when it's not there, it's gonna be one that sits in a folder for years, But if you really dig it and you really get it while it's there, it'll be something you love.
Well, and if you don't, I like that you put it that way, where you said some of these are perhaps something nobody will ever hear, perhaps it's just poetry or whatever. It takes a lot of the pressure off of songwriting. And by the way, this show is not trying to convince people to become professional songwriters. But if that happens as a byproduct, we always say that's cool. But it's more about convincing people that we got to get our stuff out, or else. I'll leave it at that. Yeah. And so I love that it takes a little bit of the pressure, though, off of what's this going to be, who's it for, where's it going, where's it going to land, and it's just like, this is what's coming out. It's my job, it's your job to get it out. It's the universe's job to figure out where it goes after that. That's hard to do when you also have people behind you saying, what are you putting out, what are you releasing, what's the next project? But it seems like you've already found a way to navigate that a little bit.
Yeah. And that's like one of the biggest things for me is that you see artists, they have a song that works, and they think that they have to write something that's identical to that to make it work. But me, like, the biggest rule for me is like, just write what you feel. And that's like, you can go all over my everything that we've got out, even this album we've got coming out. There's a lot of rock and roll, there's a lot of kind of traditional country, there's kind of like, there's ballads, and it's just stuff that I'm feeling at the moment, in that time. It's not really how I'm feeling when I'm putting the project together. And I have one of my really good buddies, Mr. Gary Gentry. He's wrote some really amazing tunes in his life. He told me one thing whenever I was probably 16, and it was just over a phone conversation I had with him, but he said, man, I didn't understand it when he told me at the time, because, I wasn't up here doing the music life and stuff like that, but he told me, he said, no matter what you write and put out, he said, as long as you put it out and you absolutely love it, they're going to love it. He said, but, and I got lost when I got up here because, we rolled in off this song called Bad Day, and it's a very rocking record, and then it's kind of like, well, man, you need to do mainstream. You need to do what's working. You don't need to do that. And it's like, And so I did do that for about 2 years. And then I told Kenzie, I said, you know what, I think I'm going to quit this. And I think I'm going to just go home and I'm going to work on my livestock business. And I might ride a few ranch broncs every now and then. And she was like, I think that's probably one of the dumbest things you could ever do. But if that's what you want to do, I'll support you. And, man, after that, a couple months after that, I really just kind of woke up. And I remember we were sitting in a room writing with some guys, and they started this idea. And I vividly remember this because it's the first time I'd done this. But, when you're in a room like that, you're kind of writing for the artist that's in the room. And I just told them, I was like, guys, I don't like that. And they were like, well, I think it's a great idea. I was like, I'm not really a fan. I mean, if we want to write it and pitch it, let's do it. But if we're trying to write, so I'll cut it, this ain't the one, not for me. And when I done that, it was like me finally stepping over that
shift.
Yeah, finally stepping over that curve that I was scared of for so long, because I was always just the new kid in town, and I would just write with these guys to please them so I could get a room with them. But really, I kind of look at it now and it's like, well, shit, man, some of the songs that I love, I kind of wrote them by myself or kind of started them by myself, and there's a lot of people I do like writing with out there, and there's a lot of people that I love that I can't write with. I got some best friends that are some of the most amazing writers. I mean, like my roommate, Phil Kane, me and him wrote the new single, Best For You. And how that played out was, man, we were sitting on his porch, and I told him, I said, man, I was driving over here, and I wasn't paying attention to the road, and I got this idea, and I just pulled one of his guitars out, and I was like, street lights and telephones, and I can't get a hold of you. And he was like, man, what does that mean? I was like, I don't know, but it sounds cool, don't it? And
they'll figure it out.
So we sat there, and we kind of got under the influence, sitting there, and man, I'll never forget it. He used to live by the airport, and so the planes would fly kind of low. And I told him, I was like, look at that airplane up there, dude. I'm pretty sure I said, I think somebody's ex is probably on that airplane, something like that. And he said, man, that's an aeroplane. And that's when he kicked that first line. There's an aeroplane. That line, that melody, everything. I was just like, that's cool. And it was another one of them nights where it just didn't mean to happen, and it happened anyways. And we wrote the song, but we didn't finish it till like a month later. And we had no second verse or anything. And I had gotten one line for the second verse, me and him. And then when I was in Jamaica, we were doing some stuff out there. And while I was in Jamaica, I kind of figured it out because literally they text me and was like, hey, you know, if you're wanting to release this song whenever you want to, we have to have like a demo of it today. I was like, oof. I was like, all right. So I just kind of made some stuff up and threw it in there. But then again, we found ourselves in the studio. It was like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. And we was just kind of all laying on the couches. And we was just spitting lyrics out. And I remember I told my producer, Copeland, shout out Copeland, he would go to say something, I'd go, shh, this ain't no get a word, get a third, brother.
Simmer down.
But he knows I was just kidding with him. But yeah, I mean, that song, you know, if you ask me when it was done being wrote, it was really the day before it went to masters, you know, and that's really rare, I feel like.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. People say in Nashville, for those listening, but and this goes back to what he said, you know, when you get in a room in the quote-unquote professional writing rooms that are actually such a soul suck, as opposed to, you know, when feeling by inspiration, but they say, you know, you go verse, chorus, lunch, bridge, chorus. Like, that's a lot of people's, like, you know, but where you're talking about is the flow state. I'm so intrigued, as I mentioned in the intro, talking about not writing about stuff unless it's actually happened, whether to you or someone in your vortex. And you know, you've said that music became a place during some rough, hard teenage years where that's where you used it, where you writing and music was where you're able to put it. So I mean, you can talk as much about any of the specifics of that, but I'd love to know, as deep as you want to go, I'd love to know at that time, take me back to those teenage years where you're going through really hard stuff. Thank God you had the wherewithal to put it on paper, because some people don't find that out till much later in life, if ever. A lot of people not at all. And as I mentioned to you when you came in here, I have a lot of drivers who send me every day. I'll get another driver being like, I just worked out this on paper. I didn't even remember that this happened to me, and now I worked it out. So at what point did you have the wherewithal at young years to be like, oh, this is how this is a shitty situation, but when I do this, when I transfer it, something shifts.
Yeah, so, you know, growing up, you know, I had a great childhood, you know, just because of where I'm from and who I was surrounded with, but I didn't have a dad. And so, just kind of, you know, me and mom, you know, and I never really noticed, like, the struggles of not really having a dad until, like, probably 12 or 11, because I was raised by my grandfather. And so, you know, everything that all my buddies were doing was completely different from me.
Yeah.
You know, they were, you know, hanging out and stuff like that. And, you know, I was shelling corn and, you know, hulling peas, you know, and stuff like that. And, you know, also we live very outside too, but, you know, uptown and everything. And, yeah, so, you know, the dad stuff was never really a big thing, like, on my writing, you know, because at all. But whenever I got into high school, you know, I kind of fell off. You know, I really let myself go and, you know, was playing football and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, I just really started hanging out with the wrong crowd. And, you know, that influenced some sort of substance abuse in my life. And, you know, really, I'll never forget this. Probably the first song that I ever really wrote. You know, my whole family was, you know, thinking like I was on drugs and stuff, and I mean, they wasn't wrong to an aspect. And me and my mom were talking in the kitchen one day, and we were arguing like hell, and she just told me she didn't trust me, and you know, that hit me deep, you know, and which, you know, me and her, we're cool as cute, you know, we've always been tight, you know, and it was just killing her, you know, pretty much seeing me be affected by something, and I wouldn't tell anybody about it. And so, man, I remember I had put the guitar down for a little while because I started playing when I was 8, and I wanted to be a lead guitar player and whatnot. And anyways, I just kind of grabbed it and just, you know, we had this shed behind our house that I would go up there and play. And that's when I really fell in love with it. And, you know, my mom would even question me sometimes, like, you know, why are you going up there staying so late? You know, thinking.
Because she didn't trust you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And but the whole time I was just writing, and it wasn't really me writing. It was just me playing a couple chords and just talking about all the bullshit that was going on in my life with nobody there to hear it. And, you know, and that was a hard thing for me to break, because like I would be playing and sometimes some people would hear me, and it would just infuriate me, because like I just felt like it was a thing. You know, that's how I learned to talk to God. You know, I learned to, you know, I'd be mad at somebody or something, and I would just go sing and play and stuff like that about it, smoke a couple cigarettes, and then I was fine, you know. But if somebody heard me, it would infuriate me, because I just always thought that was something that stayed between like me, this guitar, and the good Lord. And
sacred barn back then.
Yeah, you know, and I ended up kind of beating those struggles, and when I done that, it was like, all right, you know, let's write about something that can like, that's not just talking about, you know, how messed up the world is and how messed up your life is. And so yeah, I sat down and wrote Bad Day, and spent my last $325 producing it. We put it out 2 weeks later, had 1 million streams, and I was just like, holy shit. You know, how is this
spend all my money.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen.
No, seriously, yeah. I had $350, and the guy wanted $325 to produce it, and I gave it to him, and that was on a Monday, so I didn't get paid till Friday. And yeah, it was just crazy, you know, how that happened. And then yeah, just wild as shit.
Dude, but you, and you know, you talk about how close you and your mom were. She's the one who signed you up for Idol, and Idol has, for all its good, bad, and different things, it's put you on the map, of course. And your mom was the one that got you there, so obviously she obviously saw that in you. But you seem to me, and I know that I'm right because you're sitting here now, all you've done, you seem to be somebody who is, you talk about it in your writing, trusting your gut sounds to be like the most important, whether that be a ethereal thing or a very tangible, like, this makes me feel good. This seems like where I should go. This does not feel good. And I think that we overthink things so much, and life could be so much easier if we do just that. Trust ourselves. And I think that that's coming from another place, God, whatever you want to call it. We will call it God here today. That is a sign when something feels right. You lean into it. So what like sitting here now, you never thought, I mean, this guy here's, you know, worked out on the ranch, HVAC, like you come from working class roots, and now you're catapulted into this bizarre universe. How is that now? I mean, it's such a juxtaposition of trying to balance that. What do you follow? What feels right and good to know that, like, even with all the fame and stuff, you got to stay in your lane. You got to be Colin. What's your guiding light there? Man, really for me, you know, there will be times, you know, that the calendar is just stacked. Mm-hmm. And I mean, it's like stuff I really need to be there for. And, but you know, inside, if I just feel like I need to go home, I need to go home. And so, I'll cancel, you know, and it's more of a deeper, that's
you know,
fun for the
reasoning,
publicist.
you know, behind that. I mean, we had this other day. I was driving to Knoxville, or I was driving to Pigeon Forge or somewhere, and I was supposed to hop on this call, and you know, I forgot about it, and I was about to do it, but like when I drive, like that's my time. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like that's my time.
Our audience can identify with that statement.
Yeah, you know, like I don't talk to anybody. You know, I don't really pick up the phone. You know, and stuff like that. And I was gonna pull over and do it and just talk to that guy. I was like, "Look, man, can we reschedule this?" You know, and we did. But going back to the questions you asked, you know, when I go home, there's probably 30 minutes of me just sitting there and relaxing. The rest of it is, you know, I'm calling. I have a buddy. He owns a nice ranch out in Pickinsville, Alabama, and hey, man, you need me to come over and work your horses? You know, you need me to come over and move some hay? You need me to do this? And so the whole time, you know, music isn't it's not on my mind down there, but it is. Yeah, you know, like I feel like when I'm
living
home,
the life so that you can make more music.
Yeah, you know, and I feel like when I'm at home, that's really, you know, when those ideas spark. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. And man, I mean, that's just like even just going home and just sitting on the porch that like I grew up on, you know, and just looking out across and just seeing the land and livestock and stuff. It's like that's, you know, part of me is like, what the hell am I doing in Nashville? You know what I'm saying? Which I'm getting back. You know, I really want to get to the point where I do move back home, and Well, because I need to, my old man, he's getting old, and, we got a pretty rank horse down there, and I just don't want something to happen to him. But, yeah, you find time to just hang out, and that's, when everybody comes, when I come home, everybody, loves to hang out and see me, and I love to hang out and see them too, but, sometimes I just want to be left the hell alone, Kinsey and her folks go out to eat, and, sometimes I want to go because I just don't want to, and it's nothing to do with fame or anything like that. I'm super proud of it, but, I just feel like everybody at some point in their life just wants to be left the hell alone.
Yeah, it's protecting your energy.
Yeah, for me, it was kind of like whenever I would get off work, doing whenever I was, really working a labor job, I just want to be left alone for an hour or two, but now it's just kind of like, because really, when I say I pour everything into this, man, it's everything I got. So when I go home, it'll be like, sometimes I'll go home and I'll do nothing but party, and just hang out with my boys from the day one, and then sometimes when I go home, not a lot of people will even know I'm there, and I'll just be riding around or, doing whatever, and, dude, I remember this. We were at the house, and, people keep up with me back there, and, I remember I rolled up to the house, and somebody asked me, was like, wasn't you in Nashville a couple hours ago? I was like, yeah, I was. When you leaving back out? Here in a little bit. Just stuff like that.
I don't know. What do I feel like now? Colin is the best, by the way. I think Colin could coach all the adults listening now to know thyself. If it feels right, go do it. If it doesn't feel right, don't go do it. Period. That's it. We have to take a quick break. Colin's going to come back, and will you sing for the good people, Colin?
Yeah, I'll play one.
Okay, good. 1, 2, or 90. We'll see how long we can keep him here. We're here with Colin Stough, and dude, this is even a better conversation than I anticipated. We're listening to We Should Write. It's a show about the healing power of writing. Colin's going to sing for us. You're going to figure out why, even more so. I like people to fall in love with you as a person, and then they hear your music. We have over here Joe J in the chat said, I hadn't heard about Colin till yesterday, and now I can't not know him. Yes, that is true. Colin Stough, guys. More to come. Some live music on We Should Write. We will be right back.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
We should write. Hey, Colin, we should write.
Right.
Right. But only if you're feeling it. Listen, if there's one thing I've learned, it's don't force Colin Stough to do anything. And I will not be the one to change that. Trucker Bosun says hi. You got another fan. I like to say the names of their chatting because it's all their handles, you know. We got Paperclip. We got Joe.
There
We
we go.
got everybody over there in the chat. I love the handles. Talking with Colin Stough, and before going in the break, I asked him. I said, "Well, what are in the break? What are you going to play next?" And then I realized I don't need to ask him. You feel like a guy that might be like starting to play one song and all of a sudden start playing
That's
another
me.
song.
Yeah,
that
that
you?
is
Okay.
me, 100%.
Okay, that's what I thought. You said, and we'll dive deeper into this a little more after you play the song, but you said you don't write about things that aren't true. Do you mean that haven't happened to you or someone you know, or that like you can't just say pretend scenario and then write about it? Okay.
Yeah, I can't really pretend the scenario. And maybe like some of the songs might not be as in depth, as a story in real life, but it's still kind of very similar. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like when you're writing about something that's really happened, you're just extra passionate about it.
From an artist standpoint, for sure.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's much easier to get into something when you've been a part of it. Okay. So speaking of that, you're going to play us a tune here. Tell me why you're about to play this song, whatever she or he may be.
Yeah, I'm gonna play this one because obviously one is brand new and it's really been on the mind here lately, and it seemed to be doing really good for us right now. And this is a brand new single, coming out last week or
December 12th, as a matter of fact.
December 12th, and this one's called "Best for You." So I'm gonna give it my best. I'm getting over some sickness, so y'all
You're
don't,
perfect.
Hammer me too hard in that comment section, but. There's an aeroplane up in the sky, just taking off with the love of my life. She's going home to see mom and dad, to find a new love and forget what we had. Because it's street lights and telephones, and I can't get a hold of you. They have tried to times, but knowing the pain just ain't getting me through. If you throw this dog another bone, I'll come back like I always do. If you ever wish hell on me, that's crazy. I'd still want the best for you. Broken hearts were for sale, I'd be sold out. 'Cause everything good is done turns south. And saying goodbye is really set in stone, and I'll stare at the sky and hope you make it home. Because it's street lights and telephones, and I can't get a hold of you. They have tried so many times, but numbing the pain just ain't getting me through. If you throw this dog another bone, I'll come back like I always do. If you ever wish hell on me, that's crazy. I still want the best for you. Best for you. And it's street lights and telephones, and I can't get a hold of you. And I've tried so many times, but numbing the pain just ain't getting me through. If you throw this dog another bone, I'll come back like I always do. If you ever wish hell on me, that's crazy. I'd still want the best for you.
Come on. Okay. Come on. Dre was in his feels over there. Tears through his broken teeth.
Oh my God, I didn't go through a breakup.
Yeah, Dre just went through a pretty big breakup.
It happens, brother.
So Dre got robbed, then went through a bad breakup, and then got in a motorcycle crash. So he's a little emotional these days.
Yeah,
and
we're
I think
doing
that
okay.
hit home. Everything's fine now. Everything's fine. You blew up the chat. Everyone's living over in the chat. What I can tell you, anybody listening who, whether you knew of Colin before or didn't until now, and this piece is important. What I can tell you about him, this is an authentic artist, and that's important to note, especially because American Idol. Remember, he is not American Idol. That was the machine for him, the vehicle that got him to a place where at least he and I are sitting here today. But, American Idol is about artistry, is about finding somebody that's got the whole package or that can get to a place that's a whole package. And you have, to me, everything that it takes to be an artist that's going to resonate until the day you die. You got that, that Waylon Willie, that thing where it's like, I want to drink a beer with that guy. I want to bury some bodies with that guy. But also, he's probably going to be a pretty good dad, pretty good friend, like all the things. And so kudos to you, I will just say, for staying. It seems to me that you have stayed the course even through all this crazy insaneness that is fame. So well done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
So that song, like I said, it's a ballad. It's a very different, obviously, from White Trash. But different, but same. From everything I've heard from you, and I want to know if this is something that you do consciously or it just happens. From everything I hear from you, you listen to some artists and you're like, I didn't even realize that the track changed. That's not you. I realized the track changed because you take us on this roller coaster while also always being Colin. Do you find even in these past couple of years, Colin is the artist shifting at all, or do you still feel sort of in that same lane today?
I think I'm more me now than I have been my whole entire career, and I've also heard through the town that it's something that artists does. When they first kind of get that little moment going, they start trying all kind of different stuff, and really that's what the song that led that for me was a song called Sober, and a lot of people told me not to put it out. They didn't want me to put it out because it wouldn't sell. And it ended up being the best streaming song.
He air quoted that because that means it's not important to artistry, even though it is.
And so I saw that and I was like, wow. I was like, well, all right. And then, like I said, had that moment where I was just wanting to quit this shit. And literally 2 days that go by, and we go in a room with my great friend Jamie Colazzo and other great friend Kenny Whitmire. And I just told him, I was like, I'm White Trash and y'all can kiss my ass. And I was like, let's write about that. And Jamie was like, are you sure? I was like, man, I'm positive. So we put White Trash out, followed it up with $20. And then, obviously, in some of in the interviews that we've had, they're like, man, we've noticed that some stuff's been changing, stuff's been changing. I'm like, no. You're not really noticing enough. Because if you go back to when I was 17 and you listen to that song called Bad Day, it's not changing, man. I'm getting back to who I am. And that's really, I haven't been this happy in a long time, just with myself, with my music.
Awesome.
Stuff like that. And yeah, I told him, I was just like, look, I was like, here we go. I was like, this is me, this is what I do. I grew up on Southern rock music and rock and roll and old country. And, we're about to just do Southern rock, and it's not really because of anything. It was simply because somebody heard a song and was like, man, why ain't you been doing that this whole time? And it was kind of like, man, you've been telling me this whole time not to do that. And yeah, so White Trash definitely kicked it off, and I just kind of told my team at that point, I was like best for you. We wrote that song and had it recorded and mastered in a month. And not a month, in 2 weeks. And they were like, well, that's a little tight. Let's put something else out. And I just, no, trust me. Just trust me.
Trust me.
Put it out, and it's going crazy right now.
Well, the confidence thing is interesting because there's over in the chat someone just said, if he was ever nervous on Idol, I never saw it. He says, I want to give a nod to his confidence, is what he said over here, and that's true, a nod to the confidence. And when you talk about people said, oh, you've changed, it's like, no, I've I've just stepped into who I always was and owned it, right?
And like, you know, the confidence thing too, like being nervous and stuff like that. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, you know, and this, you know, listeners don't take this the wrong way, but it's hard to be confident and it's hard to be nervous when you simply just don't care. You know, and that's like on American Idol. I didn't care what happened.
Yeah,
I mean, dude, I started that deal with $40 in my name, you know, and I mean, what the hell? I go back home, still got $40. You know what I'm saying?
and a trip to California.
Yeah, you know, it's like it didn't bother me that bad. And so yeah, when I got out there, I partied like hell. And you know, even in today, you know, it's like just the way I look at it. You know, I'm a very religious, very Christian man. Even though I do have plenty of shares of mess ups and stuff, but like, you know, I've just always understood it. Just there's a life after this. So, you know,
yeah, buddy.
Make it the best of it. If you think it's the best of it, go a little more. And if they don't think so, hell with them. You know, and that's just something I live by. You know, I love everybody, but you will not catch me trying to satisfy other people. It's just not gonna happen.
Please teach me.
I'm
a recovering people pleaser, so
and, you know,
I'm trying to come to your camp.
It's just like I never forget. You know, my first week in Nashville, I respect him to death, but he said, "Man, the way to get to the top is to kiss ass." I said, "Well, it's like I'm gonna go back home." You know, and that's just, and it's not really like I do believe meeting the right people at the right time, shaking the right hands. I understand that.
Yeah,
but I'm just not that guy, you know. And it's like
it's very clear as a total compliment.
It sucks because like that could help me a lot, but like at the end of the time, you know, like for example, like if you text me to, you know, come somewhere some night because so and so's there, like, you know, I'm not the guy that's just like, if there's something in me that's telling me that to not go, I always feel like that's up there giving it to me.
Yeah,
so I won't go.
You point it up.
You know, and the Lord, man, and I feel like, you know, sometimes that first instinct you get is just what He's telling you to do and stuff like that, and that's like, I'm an overall pretty average guy. I feel like, you know, like I'm not that complicated. Like nothing really ever pisses me off, you know. But like then again, too, it's like if you look where I came from versus where I'm at now, it's like, you know, if I didn't wake up tomorrow, I'd be fine with it because I'm blessed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of people don't have that mentality, so it leaves them in a situation where they're always trying to get more. I need more of this. I need more of that. Man, just enjoy it. You know, just enjoy it.
Just enjoy it. I hope you wake up tomorrow, by the way, and make more music. But if not, I'll see you on the other side because I'm with you. There's, you know, people say you only have one life, and I said we only have one life here.
Exactly. You know. Exactly.
And we get to move on. Let's talk about faith for a minute since you brought it up.
Yeah.
I've always been a believer. There was a big gap in my life where I didn't know what I believed in, but I was still a believer. I didn't know exactly what to maybe label it or call it, but I've always been a believer. And just recently, a couple months ago, I got baptized. My mom and I got baptized together, and it was really interesting to me when I say that to people. They're like, "You're not yet," and I'm like, "No." I mean, maybe when I was a baby, I was sprinkled, but nothing that was like a choice. And for me, it was, without going too much into it, it was just I had this like knowing that came. I was sitting in church a couple weeks prior to that, and I was like, "Oh God, He's talking to me." Like I knew the language the pastor was using was for me that day. Maybe for someone else too, but it was for me, and it was real funny. I just knew, I'm like, I need to just clear something so that the channel can be rinsed clean and open again. And so that's what it did for me. So when it's helped me even in just these past couple months, the synchronicities, the go here, do that, let me smack you in the face so you can see it better has opened up. So for you, from a writing perspective and a faith perspective, how much does that, because you're a man of God, but you're a badass dude too, you know, you're like you're a dude. How do you how much does faith inform your writing on songs like White Trash even? Like how much does faith play in all the time?
You know, I feel like, for one, everybody's a sinner, you know, and I'm not perfect. You know, I've been down those rough roads and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, I know where two-step and where not two-step. You know what I'm saying? And so like,
nice country reference there too, by the way.
Yeah, you know, like I'm not I'm not going to put myself in a situation to really do something I don't want to do. When it comes to faith and it comes to writing and stuff like that, you know, I love referencing the Lord in my songs. But actually, a crazy story for you. We, you know, I'd been out in L.A. and stuff like that, and really kind of been battling where I sit with the faith situation. I've always knew of you know, the Father and the Lord and stuff growing up, but was just really kind of like lost because I was like, okay, all these amazing things are happening. I was like, well, why do I still feel like shit?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally.
And so, we were sitting there, and a couple months prior to all this, I had totaled a truck that should have died, but it's a miracle I didn't. And there was a Bible in that truck.
Not done
on my
with
dash.
you yet.
And it was laying on my dash, and we were out there, and there was a song that I had cut outside pitch called "I Still Talk to Jesus," and it brought me closer to the Lord. And then we were recording a music video for that, and they were just like, "Hey, you got that book in your case?" And I was like, "Are you talking about my Bible?" You know,
the book.
And I was like, "Yeah, I got it." And they was like, "Well, just get it out and flip it to a random page real quick." And you know, I'm out there in LA. You know, not a lot of people really live the Christian life out there. A lot of people do, a lot of people don't. You know, it's whatever. I know I'm good, and I'm trying to help you out because that's what the Bible says to do. But I opened this book, or opened the Bible, and I flipped it open, and it just a random page, and there was a piece of glass stuck in the Bible.
Wow.
Sitting beside a verse, and the whole chapter is amazing. And yeah, I read it, and I just kind of like, I don't cry, but I just kind of started crying. And then my manager at the time was like, "What's wrong? Like, what's going on with you?" I was just like, "Look at this." And it was stuck beside a piece of glass, or it was stuck beside a verse. The piece of glass it was like, "There'll be no end to their chariots. You know, they worship the work that they make with their own hands." And I put that into like playing guitar. And it said, you know, the land was also full of idols, and the land was also full of silver, gold, and horses. And yeah, I was like, wow.
Wow.
I didn't read anything else. I just read that verse, and I just knew that it was hopefully the Lord speaking to me in the right way. And yeah, and then, you know, later that night I went back home, or not home, but back to the hotel, and I really started reading, and it really got deep into like pretty much just telling me to like watch who I shake hands with.
Wow.
And that really moved me. And yeah, so I've had some crazy experiences. You know, after that was kind of the moment for me that it was like, okay, because see, I would have, you know, best friends of mine, like a good buddy of mine passed when we were 16, and a woman from Amory, Mississippi, she's awesome. Her family's awesome. I used to work for their family. She unfortunately passed, and that stuff would just alter me. And it would be like, all right, Lord, you are just slowly cutting out the people that I'm getting close with, you know? And so that's what really separated me from, like, really getting close with Jesus. Not really, I always knew he was there and I always believed, but we weren't homies, you know? We weren't homies, we were friends. And that night in L.A., it just hit me. And I was like, wow. And yeah, so after that, man, I say my little amens and pray and, you know, do all the nine, you know, and really that's what's been the most beneficial thing to me. I mean, that's like, we unfortunately had to let go of a management crew last year, and just couldn't work the nerve up to do it. And I was just like, Lord, just show me what's right and just put me in the right path, you know, and just, I want you to handle it. You know, I'm giving it to you. Woke up one morning, and I drunkenly sent the text that I was firing them, and yeah, next day I was like, whoa, I was like, what'd I do? And then I almost worked out for the better. Love them guys still over there, love them to death,
Sure.
but it worked out for the
You
better.
can love someone, they can not be for you. And I also think people come into our life at the right time.
Oh, yeah.
And then we
100%,
learn our lessons,
100%,
and
yeah.
then we move on. We can release people and partnerships, and that's part of growth.
Oh, yeah. Which, I mean, they're still awesome. They check in on me all the time, but it was just wasn't the place I needed to be at the time.
I also like, by the way, in case y'all didn't catch that, a very country song kind of way. He said, "I woke up and sent the drunken text." So
Yep.
you do the math there.
Had a rough night.
I've been there. Rinse, lather, and repeat. Okay, that guitar's still sitting there. Would you? How do you feel about singing another song?
Yeah, we'll do one more.
Okay.
We have a song out. It's called "Looking for Home," and I wrote it just kind of about being on the road and not really knowing where to go. And I haven't played it in a long time, so if I forget some of the words, y'all please don't mind.
This will resonate to the drivers on the road. I like that you said, and it probably goes with the spirit of the song that you said earlier. And I went home. I mean, not home, the hotel. That gets confusing on the road, and that's something that artists, touring musicians, and truckers have a lot in common.
Oh yeah.
So. Colin Stough.
We good?
We good. Let's go, baby.
Let's give her a rip. So maybe I can get it right, but. There ain't no place I've never been. There ain't a soul around I can call my friend. Days are getting older, the nights are getting colder, and lonely sitting heavy like a devil on my shoulder. And I'm getting gone again. 'Cause I've been always running, chasing after something, never found nothing to slow me down. 'Cause I've been on a bender as long as I remember, blowing like a twister from town to town. And all my life I've been looking for home. And all my life I've been looking for home. No one wraps their arms around a rolling stone. Guess I got a little gypsy in my bone. The hair's getting longer, the whiskey's getting stronger, and everything that I got right is getting wronger. And I'm better off alone. 'Cause I've been always running, chasing after something, chasing after to throw me down. 'Cause I've been on a bender as long as I remember, blowing like a twister from town to town. And all my life I've been looking for home. And all my life I've been looking for home. Cause I've been always running, chasing after something, never found nothing to slow me down. 'Cause I've been on a bender as long as I remember, blowing like a twister from town to town. All my life I've been looking for home. And all my life I've been looking for home. There we go.
Come
Rough.
on, buddy. Good
Hell yeah.
Lord. Good Lord. Where does that? So where does the Dre's peeing his pants over there. So where does that voice come from? And I don't mean it in a I got it from a mama kind of way. Like, it feels like probably a combination of confidence, authenticity, a life lived. I don't know. Where does that voice come in your mind?
Yeah, man. I started smoking cigarettes when I was about 11. I'd go up in the woods. I'd steal a cigarette from my grandmother's pack, and I'd steal a cigarette from my grandfather's pack. And right when I was walking out, I'd grab me 2 peppermints, walk way up in the woods behind her house on the mountain, and just kind of sit up there and smoke and eat those peppermints and go back down. So,
fair enough.
Yeah, I got caught doing that a couple times. you know, got my ass whooped, but it didn't stop me.
It worked for him. This wasn't an endorsement of if you want to sound like that, go buy a pack of cigarettes at 11. But if it works, work it. We've been talking with Colin Stough. I'm so sad that we're almost out of time. We got about 3 minutes left. I want to talk about, knowing we're almost out of time, unfortunately, what makes it, because I want to kind of circle back to the very beginning of the show, how we started out. And you mentioned writing, and then some things that will never be heard, some things that are more like poetic for your journal, and some things that are for public consumption, and some things that are maybe in song that just are for the campfire and your best friend. How do you discern what is meant for public consumption, especially now where you are in life? What is meant for others and what is meant to be more sacred and personal?
Well, you know, really, so like about like the journal and stuff, I don't write in a journal. I just kind of try to remember everything and stuff. But really, you know, like the saying of "you'll get over something on a random Tuesday" is correct. You know, so like we have a song that we wrote, some great buds, and it's called "6-Year-Old Man of the House," and that's she's a home run. And yeah, everybody's like, put it out, put it out, put it out, put it out. I was like, put it out. You know, and I got another one too. You know, my lady now, we were engaged, we split up and whatnot, but during that time we split up, buddy called me and asked me, was I doing all right? I said, man, I'd be great if I could quit sleeping on her side of the bed. The next day, me and Ben Chapman wrote a song called Her Side of the Bed. And she's dying for me to put it out because it's truly a really good tune. But I'm just, you know, emotionally and, you know, I guess vulnerably not there yet. You know what I'm saying? Because it talks about a lot of
course she wants
stuff.
you to put it out. What girl didn't want a song about them on the radio? Come on.
Well, you know, she's awesome. We're back together now. I was definitely the mess up there. But, you know, really, I mean, you can ask my team, just wake up sometimes. Just be like, you know what? Let's put it out. You know, because in my mind, it's always like, well, if I change my mind, I can always pull it back down. You know, which is not really good to do. But, you know, I mean, yeah, you know, and I really think the fans love the vulnerability side of it.
Sure they do.
You
now
know,
more than ever.
Best for You is one of the really slower songs that we released this year, and more intimate and more just kind of there. And, you know, it has a special message in it. It's bright as day, you know. You can wish hell on me, but I still want the best for you. And I think a lot of people resonate with that. And,
Heck yeah.
or at least I do. But, so yeah, I don't know. I'll wake up on a random Tuesday and might wheel some shit out. You never know.
Well, I want the best for you forever. I mean that genuinely, and I don't say that about everyone that comes through my neck of the woods, both literally and metaphorically. So good on you. If anyone's listening isn't convinced yet that this is a guy to love and support, then I don't even know what's wrong with you. I don't know what to do next. You're fabulous. You're authentic. You're real and raw, and you've got really good energy. So thank you for giving us your time and doing what you do, and more vulnerable. Lean in, buddy.
Try.
You're doing great. You're doing great, guys. This has been We Should Write with Colin Stough. Colin, what are you doing for Christmas? Going home and
going home,
cooking?
We're gonna do some cooking. We're going to do some deer hunting. We're going to open some presents.
Come on.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
All good. Well, Merry Christmas to you, friend.
Y'all too.
The show's been executive produced by me, Lindsay Lawler, technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there, and brought to you by the good people over there at RadioNemo. Guys, you can check out more. Go to weshouldwrite.com. Find out to hear all the past episodes and what's coming up next. We will not be on the air next week because it will be Christmas Eve, and I will be spending some time to get experience so I can write more. But circle back in the new year and see all that's to come. Hey, Colin, we should write.
Right.
Merry Christmas, y'all. Take care.